The Black Swordsman of the Leaf. Act 1, Chapter 1. The night the nine-tailed fox tore through Konoha, something older than chakra and older than the village itself slipped through the tear in the world that the beast's rage had opened. It was not a spirit in the way the shinobi understood spirits. It was a weight. A memory of iron, of endless roads walked alone, of a hand that had never once let go of a hilt even when it had nothing left to hold on to. That weight fell toward the only cradle open to receive it, a newborn boy screaming in the arms of a dying woman, and it settled into him the way silt settles into a riverbed, quiet and total and permanent. Minato Namikaze sealed the great fox into his son's belly with the last of his strength, and in the same instant, though no seal recorded it, and no scroll would ever explain it, a second inheritance folded itself into the boy alongside the first. Kushina Uzumaki held her son for the few seconds fate allowed her and felt something strange beneath her fingertips, a stillness in his tiny body that did not belong to any infant, a stillness like a blade lying flat and patient in its sheath. She did not live long enough to wonder what it meant. Naruto Uzumaki grew up in the orphanage and then in a small apartment paid for by a Hokage who could never publicly claim him, and from the earliest age anyone could remember, he was wrong in a way nobody had the language to describe. He did not cry when other children cried. He did not flinch when he fell from the high fence behind the orphanage and cracked his arm against the stone. He only looked at the bone bent wrong beneath his skin with a flat, considering stare, as if cataloging the pain rather than feeling it the way a child should. The medics who set the break said he had the highest tolerance for trauma they had ever measured in a patient his age. They did not know what to do with that information, so they wrote it down and moved on. He did not laugh easily either. There was no mischief in him, no desire to be seen, no hunger for the attention that every other unwanted child in that village seemed to claw for. Instead there was a hunger of a different kind, one that pointed inward and downward, toward strength, toward the floor of himself, as if he were digging for something buried at the bottom of his own body. By the time he was 6 he was waking before dawn to run the length of the village wall, not because anyone told him to, but because some old, worn instinct insisted that a body left soft was a body that got other people killed. The villagers hated him for the fox sealed inside him, the way villagers do when they need somewhere safe to point their grief. Naruto absorbed their hatred the way stone absorbs rain. It did not carve him. It simply ran off, unable to find purchase on something that had already decided, long before it had the words to decide anything, that it did not need their love to justify its own existence. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the boy from a distance and felt a grief he could not name, because the child he was trying to protect did not seem to want protecting. He wanted only to be strong enough that protection became unnecessary. At the academy he was unlike every other student, and not in the way the instructors expected from the fox's container. He struggled with the fine chakra control that ninjutsu demanded, his coils too wild and too deep to be coaxed into delicate hand seals. But when the class was made to spar in the dirt yard behind the main building, something in him woke up that made the other children go quiet. He did not throw punches like a boy playing at violence. He threw them like a man who had already buried people because of a moment's hesitation. Iraka Yumino broke up more than one sparring match by physically hauling Naruto off an opponent who was, by any reasonable measure, already finished, and every time, the boy's eyes would clear a half-second late, as if he had been somewhere else entirely, somewhere with mud and rain and the smell of old blood, and had only just remembered where he actually was. Hinata Hyuga noticed him before anyone else did, in the quiet way she noticed everything. She was a child who flinched from raised voices and hid behind her own sleeves, and she watched the boy nobody wanted stand back up after every fall without ever once looking for someone to blame for knocking him down. There was no cruelty in her fascination. She simply could not look away from someone who refused, on some fundamental level, to be broken by a world that kept trying to break him. She never told him this. She only watched, and in watching, something in her small and frightened heart began quietly, secretly, to grow steady. It was around his 9th year that Naruto found the sword. He was not looking for anything of consequence, only wandering the scrapyards on the edge of the village where broken kunai and cracked training weapons were discarded, when he saw a length of dark, pitted iron half buried under a collapsed shelf of scrap metal. It should have been nothing, an oversized, ruined slab of a blade too heavy and too crude for any smith's workshop to have finished, abandoned because no living shinobi could have swung it without dislocating both shoulders. But when Naruto's hand closed around the tang of it, something in his chest that had been silent his entire life let out a low, resonant hum, like a bell struck once in an empty hall. He dragged it home across 3 miles of village streets, ignoring the stares, ignoring the whispered slurs, ignoring everything except the strange and total certainty that had settled into his bones the instant his fingers touched the metal. This was his. It had always, in some way he could not explain and did not need to, been his. He spent the next 4 years rebuilding it in secret, teaching himself the crude mechanics of forging from books stolen out of the back shelves of the weapons district, hammering and reheating and folding the ruined slab down into something that could, technically, be called a sword, though it looked more like a butcher's cleaver grown to the size of a grown man's body. It was heavier than any blade should have been. It was ugly in the way that only truly honest things are ugly. And when he finally hefted the finished weight of it onto his shoulder for the first time, standing alone in the training ground at 3 in the morning with blistered hands and aching joints, he felt, for the first time in his short and strange life, something close to peace. He did not know the name that rose unbidden into his mind as he stood there under the cold stars, turning the blade slowly to catch the moonlight along its brutal, unpolished edge. He only knew that it fit his mouth the way the sword fit his hand, and he said it once, quietly, to no one but himself. Dragon Slayer. The wind did not answer him. But somewhere in the deep, dark reservoir of chakra sealed within his gut, something enormous and ancient stirred, opened one slitted crimson eye, and for the first time since it had been caged inside this small, strange, iron-willed vessel, felt something that might almost have been called respect. Chapter 2. By the time Naruto Uzumaki stood in front of Iruka Umino on the day of the genin exams, the boy the academy had spent 7 years failing to understand had already stopped trying to be understood. He performed the clone technique the way the curriculum demanded, badly, the illusion flickering and pale, because his chakra was a flood where the technique needed a trickle. He failed. He had failed the exam twice before this. He accepted the failure the way he accepted everything, without complaint, already turning over in his mind how many more hours of the day he could dedicate to conditioning his body if the classroom no longer needed him. It was Mizuki who found him afterward, sweet-voiced and patient in the way of a man who has already decided how a conversation will end, and it was Mizuki who told him about a forbidden scroll and a shortcut to the rank he wanted. Naruto listened with the same flat, considering stare he had given his own broken arm at 5 years old, and something old and suspicious in the marrow of him recognized the shape of a trap long before his mind had finished assembling the pieces. He took the scroll anyway. He wanted to see what was written on it, and some quiet, patient part of him wanted to see what Mizuki would do once the trap was sprung. What was written on the scroll was the shadow clone technique, and Naruto absorbed it in the training clearing outside the village with a focus so total that he did not notice 3 hours had passed until Iruka found him. He did not notice the great swirling wound in Iruka's side from Mizuki's Fuma shuriken until it was thrown a second time, aimed squarely at his teacher's back while the man shielded him with his own body. Naruto's arm came up on pure animal instinct. Dragon Slayer, strapped across his back since the day he had finished forging it, was in his hand before conscious thought had caught up with the motion, and the flat of the enormous blade knocked the spinning shuriken out of the air with a clang that echoed through the whole clearing like a struck temple bell. Mizuki laughed at him from the tree-line, called him a monster, called him the fox given human shape, told him the truth about the 9 tails in the ugly, gleeful way of a man who thinks the truth is a weapon. Naruto absorbed it the way he absorbed everything. He did not scream. He did not weep. He only hefted the sword, impossibly heavy for a boy his age, off his shoulder and let its tip drag a shallow furrow through the dirt, as he began walking toward Mizuki with a slow, unhurried pace that made the Chunin's laughter falter and die in his throat. It was Iruka who stopped him with a single shouted word, bleeding out against a tree trunk but refusing to let his student cross a line there would be no walking back from. Naruto stopped. It cost him something to stop, some visible physical effort passed across his face like a wave receding from a shore, and in the end he only used the flat of the blade again, a single controlled strike that put Mizuki through the trunk of a tree and left him unconscious in a heap of broken bark. Irika, bleeding and stunned, looked at the boy standing over the unconscious Chunin with a blade too large for him to lift and thought, with sudden and total clarity, that he had spent 7 years trying to teach the wrong lessons to a student who had already learned the only one that mattered. Control your strength, or your strength decides who you become. That night, when Irika gave Naruto his own Hitai 8 off his head instead of the standard issue 1 waiting in storage, Naruto felt something crack open in his chest that had been sealed shut since infancy. It did not last long. He did not know how to hold on to softness for more than a few minutes at a time. But it was there, briefly, a warmth he filed away and did not forget, proof that not every hand extended toward him was extended in cruelty. Team assignments came 3 days later, and Naruto was placed with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno under the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake. The bell test that followed on the first morning was meant to teach a lesson about teamwork that most genin needed several attempts and a great deal of humiliation to absorb. Naruto understood it within the first 10 minutes, not because he was clever in the way Sasuke was clever, but because some deep and battle-worn part of him had spent 100 lifetimes learning that a person who fights entirely alone eventually runs out of road. He did not chase the bells. He sat down in the clearing, planted Dragon's Slayer point first in the earth beside him, and waited for his teammates to notice that the only way any of them passed was together. Kakashi, watching from the shadows with one visible eye narrowed in genuine surprise, filed away his own private note about the strange, quiet boy who had walked into his exam with an inheritance no academy file could explain. There was something old in Naruto's stillness, something that did not belong to a 12-year-old body, and Kakashi, who had buried more friends than he liked to remember, recognized the particular quality of a person who had already lost everything once and had decided, somewhere in the marrow of himself, never to be caught unprepared again. The team passed. Sasuke resented the mercy shown to him under the log where Kakashi had tied him. Sakura chattered nervously about teamwork lessons she only half understood. Naruto said nothing, only hoisted his sword back onto his shoulder and walked ahead of both of them toward the village gate, already turning his mind toward the missions that would come next, the roads that would need walking, the blade that would need blood on it eventually, whether the world was ready for that or not. Chapter 3. The mission to Wave Country was supposed to be a simple escort, a bridge builder named Tazuna and a straight road south, and it became instead the first time the ninja world outside Konoha's walls learned the name of the boy carrying the black iron slab across his back. Zabuza Momochi came out of the mist the way his legend promised he would, sudden and enormous and utterly certain of his own superiority, and for the space of a single held breath the entire team froze under the pressure of his killing intent. Naruto did not freeze. Something in him had felt worse pressure than this in a life he could not remember, and would never fully understand, some dim echo of standing alone against monsters that made human killers seem almost gentle by comparison, and while Sasuke and Sakura and even Kakashi braced against the wave of Zabuza's intent, Naruto simply drew Dragon's Slayer off his back and set his feet. Kakashi took the lead, as was proper, and the fight that followed was fast and brutal and nearly fatal, the copy ninja trapped in a water prison technique that left him helpless while his students stood exposed. It was Naruto who moved first, ignoring every instinct toward caution that a normal genin would have felt, closing the distance on the water clone guarding Zabuza's real body with a speed that startled everyone watching, swinging the impossibly heavy blade in a single flat arc that should have been far too slow to land and somehow was not. The clone dissolved. Zabuza, forced to abandon the water prison to defend himself, found himself facing a 12-year-old boy whose eyes held none of the fear a man in his profession expected from children. It was not Naruto who ended that fight. Kakashi's own skill and the timely intervention of a masked hunter ninja closed it before the blade could finish what it started. But something had been proven in those few seconds that mattered more than the outcome. Zabuza, retreating with his supposed hunter partner, found himself thinking about the boy with the black sword more than he thought about the copy ninja who had actually beaten him, because Kakashi's strength was a known and catalogued thing, while the boy's strength was something else entirely, something without a clear bottom. The days that followed in Tazuna's house were quiet ones, filled with training and the slow, careful work of trust building between people who had been strangers a week earlier. Naruto trained apart from his teammates, hauling the sword through repetitive forms in the forest behind the house until his arms shook and his palms bled through their calluses, because some deep instinct told him that whatever waited for him further down this road would demand a strength beyond what any technique scroll could teach. Sakura found him there once, exhausted and silent in the moonlight, and asked him, in the careful voice of someone unsure if the question was welcome, why he pushed himself so hard when nobody was forcing him to. He told her, in the fewest words he could manage, that he did not know how to stop. It was the most honest thing he had said to either of his teammates since the team's formation, and Sakura, surprising herself, did not laugh at it or dismiss it. She only nodded, and after that night she watched him with a little more care than before, the beginning of a respect that had nothing to do with the crush she still privately carried for Sasuke. The final battle on the unfinished bridge, when it came, was chaos given form. Zabuza and his partner Haku struck under cover of mist. Gato's mercenary army poured in from the other side to betray the very man they had been hired to protect, and in the middle of it all Naruto found himself facing Haku's ice mirror technique nearly alone, while his teammates fought their own battles elsewhere on the span. The Senbon needles came at him from every angle, fast enough that a normal genin would have been killed inside the first exchange, and Naruto took hit after hit without falling, his body absorbing damage that should have ended him the way a mountainside absorbs rain. Because whatever ancient endurance had folded itself into him at birth did not know how to recognize a wound as fatal until the body around it had been pushed far past any reasonable limit. Haku, watching the strange boy stand back up again and again through a haze of thrown needles, felt something shift in his understanding of the world. He had believed, with the quiet, absolute certainty of a tool shaped entirely around one purpose, that strength existed to serve someone else's dream. Watching Naruto keep rising, blood running from a dozen small wounds, sword dragging a groove through the wooden planks of the bridge as he forced himself back to his feet one more time, Haku understood for the first time that some strength existed simply because a person refused, on a level beneath language, to lie down and stop. It was Zabuza's death, and the confrontation with Gato that followed, that finally broke Haku's resolve to keep fighting, and it was Naruto, injured and exhausted, who stood over Gato's cowering mercenary lieutenants at the end and quietly, without cruelty and without mercy, told them the fight was over. They believed him. Something in the flat certainty of his voice made them believe him more completely than Kakashi's Sharingan or Sasuke's fire techniques ever could have. Tazuna's bridge was finished within the month, and the villagers named it after the boy who had refused to fall, though Naruto never learned the honor had been given until years later, long after the memory of Wave Country had settled into the growing collection of roads he had walked and people he had, in his own strange and quiet way, chosen to protect. Chapter 4. The Chunin exams began in a cramped classroom filled with the nervous energy of 100 genin who had no idea what they were walking into, and Naruto stood near the back of the room with Dragon Slayer resting against his shoulder, drawing stares he had long since learned to ignore. Ibiki Moreno's written test, designed to punish cheating and reward the discipline to gather information under pressure, meant almost nothing to a boy who had spent years teaching himself forging techniques from stolen books rather than relying on anyone else's instruction. He passed by instinct and stubbornness rather than genuine aptitude, and when Anko Mitarashi burst through the window to announce the second stage, something in her sharp, predatory gaze caught on the strange, heavy blade resting against the quiet blonde boy's shoulder and lingered there a half-second longer than professional interest required. The Forest of Death lived up to its name within the first hour. Naruto's team moved carefully through the dense, dripping canopy toward the tower at the center, and it was there, in the green half-light beneath the ancient trees, that Orochimaru found them. The Sanin's presence alone was enough to paralyze most genin with a fear that bordered on physical illness, and Sasuke and Sakura both froze under the weight of that killing intent exactly as every other team in the forest had frozen before them. Naruto did not freeze. He had spent his entire life absorbing pressure without breaking under it, and while some cold, animal part of him recognized that this was a different order of danger than Zabuza had been. The recognition did not translate into paralysis. It translated into readiness. He put himself bodily between his teammates and the pale, serpentine man in the trees, Dragon Slayer already off his shoulder and leveled, and something in Orochimaru's ancient, curious eyes flickered with genuine and unexpected interest. The fight that followed was short, and one-sided in the worst possible way. Orochimaru was not testing Naruto's strength, not truly, only cataloging it, the way a collector catalogs a rare specimen before deciding whether it is worth acquiring. He toyed with the boy for less than a minute, avoided the heavy blades every swing with contemptuous ease, and finally struck Sasuke instead, delivering the curse seal to the boy's neck while Naruto, furious and helpless, could do nothing but watch. It was the first time in years that Naruto had felt the particular, hollow shame of having failed to protect someone, and the feeling settled into him like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through every quiet, controlled corner of his mind. They survived the forest. They reached the tower with their scroll intact and their teammate feverish and pale from the curse mark burning through his chakra system, and Naruto spent that night sitting outside the medical tent where Sasuke was being treated, sword across his knees, thinking in the slow, patient way he thought about everything, that whatever Orochimaru wanted, he would need to be stronger than he currently was to stop it. It was during the preliminary rounds, held in the tower's central arena before the assembled Kages and Jonin senseis, that Naruto's name was drawn against a genin from Suna, a boy whose sand-based techniques had already killed 2 other opponents in earlier matches without visible effort. The crowd, seeing the mismatch of a strange, half-feral-looking boy against a killer with a demon of his own sealed inside him, expected the match to end quickly and badly for Naruto. It did not. Naruto absorbed the sand's crushing embrace the way he absorbed everything, refusing to let his body accept the verdict that it should already be broken, and when he finally closed the distance with Dragon Slayer raised overhead, the sheer, brute force of the blow was enough to crack the automatic sand shield that had never failed to stop an attack before. Gaara, staring at the crack running through his supposedly perfect defense, felt something in his own carefully maintained certainty about the world begin, very quietly, to shift. The match was called before either boy could finish it, both combatants too injured and too exhausted to continue, and as the medics carried Naruto out of the arena, Temari of the Sand, watching from the balcony reserved for the Suna delegation, found herself unable to look away from the blonde boy who had done what no one else in the tournament had managed. He had made her brother bleed, and more than that, he had made him afraid, and Temari, who had spent her whole life watching her brother terrify everyone around him including his own family, felt something complicated and unfamiliar stir behind her ribs at the sight of it. Anko Mitarashi, watching from a different section of the balcony with her arms crossed and her expression unreadable, made a quiet note to herself that the strange boy with the black sword was going to be worth watching closely in the month before the finals. She did not yet know why the thought settled into her chest with such particular weight. She only knew that it did. Chapter 5. The month before the Chunin finals stretched out ahead of Naruto like an open road, and he filled every hour of it with training more punishing than anything the academy could have prepared him for. Kakashi, stretched thin between 3 students and a personal fixation on Sasuke's curse mark, could offer only limited guidance, and so Naruto did what he had always done in the absence of a teacher. He taught himself, hauling Dragon Slayer through the training grounds until his hands bled and healed and bled again, refining a fighting style that owed nothing to the graceful, chakra-intensive forms practiced by the rest of his generation and everything to raw, unshakable persistence. It was Anko who finally approached him on the 6th day, dropping out of a tree onto the path in front of him with the casual, unsettling grace of a predator who had decided a particular piece of territory belonged to her. She had watched enough of his fight against Gaara to know that his instincts, while formidable, were undisciplined in ways that would get him killed against a more patient opponent. She did not offer him kindness. She offered him work, brutal sparring sessions that left him bruised and exhausted, correction delivered in a sharp, unsentimental voice that expected him to absorb the lesson the first time because she would not be repeating herself. He absorbed it. Within 2 weeks Anko found herself, somewhat to her own surprise, looking forward to their sessions in a way that had nothing to do with duty and everything to do with the rare, quiet satisfaction of training someone who never once complained about the difficulty of what she demanded from him. There was an honesty to Naruto that Anko, a woman who had survived betrayal at the hands of the one teacher she had ever trusted, found she could not help but respect. He did not perform strength for an audience. He simply had it, or built it, brick by brutal brick, without ever asking anyone to notice. Hinata Hyuga watched their sparring sessions from the treeline more than once, unable to fully explain to herself why she kept returning to that particular training ground during that particular month. She had loved Naruto's quiet resolve from a distance for years without ever finding the courage to speak to him directly, and watching him now, older and harder and carrying a weapon that seemed to weigh as much as he did, she felt that old, private admiration deepen into something she did not yet have a name for. On the 4th week she finally worked up the nerve to bring him a simple meal after one of his sessions with Anko had left him too exhausted to walk properly, and Naruto, surprised by the gesture in a way that briefly cracked his usual stillness, thanked her with an unguarded sincerity that made her retreat, blushing furiously, before she could embarrass herself further. He did not understand, not fully, why her presence settled something in him that Anko's sharp tutelage could not touch. He only knew that when Hinata was nearby, some small, buried part of him that had never learned how to simply rest allowed itself, briefly, to do exactly that. Sasuke, meanwhile, grew more distant with every passing day, the weight of the curse mark and Orochimaru's promises pulling him toward a darkness that Naruto could feel gathering around his teammate like a coming storm. He tried, in his own limited way, to reach him, sitting with Sasuke in silence more than once when words clearly would not land, offering the simple, steady presence of someone who was not asking anything of him. It was not enough. Naruto understood, with the same clear-eyed acceptance he applied to everything, that Sasuke's path and his own were diverging in ways that no amount of quiet companionship could fully repair. He resolved, privately and without announcing it to anyone, that if the day came when he had to physically drag his teammate back from whatever darkness Orochimaru was offering him, he would do exactly that, whatever it cost him. The finals arrived faster than the months should reasonably have allowed. Naruto stood in the arena tunnel beside his fellow competitors, Dragon Slayer resting against his shoulder. Anko's brutal training and Hinata's quiet kindness both settled into him like ballast, and felt, for the first time since the strange weight of his forgotten inheritance had first stirred inside him, something that might have been called readiness. Whatever waited in the arena above, whatever Orochimaru was planning behind the scenes of a tournament that was never going to be allowed to finish peacefully, Naruto intended to meet it standing, the way he had met everything else in his short, strange, iron-willed life. Above him, in the stands, Temari sat beside her brothers and watched the tunnel entrance with an attention she told herself was purely tactical. Anko, arms crossed near the Jonin section, watched the same entrance with an expression she did not let anyone read. And in the crowd, hidden among civilians and shinobi alike, Orochimaru's disguised agents waited for the signal that would turn a tournament into a war. Chapter 6. Naruto's first finals match was against the Sound Genin, whose techniques relied on sound-based genjutsu meant to disorient and disable an opponent's inner ear before the killing blow ever landed. It was a clever strategy against most shinobi, who depended on precise chakra control and clear reflexes to survive an exchange. It meant considerably less against a boy whose entire fighting philosophy was built around absorbing damage that would have ended anyone else and continuing to move forward regardless. The genjutsu found no fear to exploit, no hesitation to widen into panic, only a flat, patient will that simply waited out the disorientation and then closed the distance with Dragon Slayer raised. The match ended in under 2 minutes, the Sound Genin unconscious and the crowd, many of whom had never seen the black-bladed boy from the preliminary rounds, murmuring uneasily among themselves about a competitor who fought like something out of an old war story rather than a modern shinobi village. Hiruzen Sarutobi, watching from the Hokage's box beside the visiting Kazekage, felt a familiar unease settle into his chest as he studied his adopted village's strangest genin. He had watched Naruto grow up from a distance for 12 years, had authorized every allowance and every quiet intervention that had kept the boy fed and housed despite the village's hatred, and he still did not fully understand what had been sealed into the child alongside the fox on the night of his birth. Whatever it was, it had made Naruto into something the old shinobi had no framework for, a genin who fought like a war-orphan mercenary from a much older and much crueler age. Beside him, the Kazekage, his face hidden beneath ceremonial wrappings, watched the same match with a different and far more calculating interest, his true identity as Orochimaru concealed beneath a technique so thorough that even the aging Hokage's considerable experience could not pierce it. The Sannin had already decided, watching Naruto fight, that the boy represented a complication worth addressing before his own plans matured any further. A weapon like that, left unclaimed and untethered to any faction, was dangerous. He filed the thought away for later and returned his attention to the tournament unfolding below. Sasuke's match came next, against a Suna genin whose speed nearly matched his own, and the fight showcased exactly how far the curse mark's influence had crept into her teammates' fighting style, a growing willingness to reach for power that scraped uncomfortably close to cruelty. Naruto watched from the competitor's box with a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with his own upcoming matches. He recognized, with the same unflinching clarity he applied to everything, that Sasuke was standing on a ledge that grew narrower with every passing day, and that no amount of quiet companionship was going to be enough to pull him back from it once he finally stepped off. Temari's match against Tenten was fast and one-sided, the Suna Kunoichi's superior range and battlefield control overwhelming her opponent's weapon techniques within a few brutal minutes. Naruto watched that fight with a different kind of attention entirely, noting the precision and discipline in her strategy, the way she never wasted a movement, or committed to an attack she had not already calculated 3 steps ahead. It was a different kind of strength than his own, cooler and more deliberate, and something in him respected it immediately, and without reservation. It was during the break between matches, in the quiet corridor beneath the stands, that Temari found him alone, resting Dragon's Slayer against the wall while he caught his breath. She had told herself she only wanted to ask about his fighting style out of professional curiosity, a fellow competitor sizing up potential future opponents, but the conversation that followed lasted far longer than professional curiosity required, and by the end of it, standing in the cool shadow of the corridor, while the crowd roared distantly above them, both of them had quietly, privately, decided that whatever this was, it was worth paying attention to. The final match of the day, the one that would determine whether the tournament reached its scheduled conclusion at all, was still to come. Naruto did not know yet what shape the coming chaos would take, only that some old, buried instinct in him, the same instinct that had once recognized Mizuki's trap before his conscious mind had finished assembling the pieces, was beginning to hum with a low, persistent warning. Something was wrong beneath the surface of this tournament. He gripped the worn hilt of his sword a little tighter and resolved, whatever came, to meet it standing. Chapter 7. The invasion began the way Naruto's instincts had warned him it would, with a suddenness that turned a crowded tournament arena into a battlefield in the space of a single breath. A barrier went up around the Hokage's box, sealing the old man inside with the disguised Kazekage who had shed his disguise the moment the signal was given, revealing pale skin and slitted golden eyes that Naruto recognized immediately from the forest weeks earlier. Orochimaru had come for Konoha's leadership directly, and all across the stadium, Sound and Sand shinobi who had infiltrated the crowd began their coordinated assault on a village that had, for one afternoon, let its guard down in the name of a peaceful tournament. Naruto's first instinct was toward the barrier sealing Hiruzen inside with his enemy, but Kakashi's sharp, urgent order redirected him before he could throw himself uselessly against a technique no genin could hope to breach. There were other fires to put out. Gaara, his control fraying under the pressure of the invasion and the demons sealed inside him, had already begun transforming into something monstrous on the arena floor, and Sasuke had gone after him alone, driven by a competitive fury that the curse mark only sharpened. Naruto followed without hesitation, Dragon's Slayer already in hand, cutting through the chaos of fleeing civilians and engaged shinobi with a single-minded purpose that left no room for the fear most 12-year-olds would have felt at the sight of a village transforming into a war zone around them. He found Sasuke pinned beneath Gaara's sand, badly injured and barely conscious, and the sight of his teammate broken and helpless lit something in Naruto that burned colder and more focused than any anger he had felt before. He did not charge blindly. Whatever ancient instinct lived folded into his bones understood, with perfect and terrible clarity, that recklessness against an opponent already losing control of a tailed beast's chakra would only get them both killed. He moved with deliberate, measured aggression instead, drawing Gaara's attention away from Sasuke's unconscious body, absorbing blow after crushing blow of sand and chakra with a durability that made even the half-transformed Suna Genin pause in something that, beneath the madness clouding his mind, might have been recognized as confusion. It was during that fight, exhausted and battered and refusing with every fiber of his strange, iron-willed nature to fall, that something inside Naruto finally cracked open. The Nine Tails, watching from within its seal with the same slitted, ancient patience it had shown since the night of Naruto's birth, felt the boy's desperate need reach down into the depths of the cage and found, for the first time, a will it judged worthy of a portion of its power. The chakra that answered Naruto's need did not manifest as the simple, familiar orange cloak the fox had offered to other Jinchuriki throughout history. It came instead filtered through the ancient, unbreakable will already folded into Naruto's soul, twisting into something darker and more elemental, a black, veined armor of hardened chakra that wrapped around his limbs and torso like plate forged in some forgotten war, eyes burning gold and crimson behind a jagged, skeletal faceplate that formed itself unbidden around his features. Gaara, staring at the transformation through the haze of his own building rage, felt something close to genuine fear for the first time in longer than he could remember. The boy standing across from him no longer moved like a genin exhausting the last of his reserves. He moved like something ancient and unstoppable that had simply been waiting, patiently, for permission to fully wake. The fight that followed was short, brutal, and decisive. Naruto closed the distance faster than sand could react to block him, Dragon's Slayer trailing black, crackling chakra along its edge, and the force of the blow that finally ended the confrontation shattered the last of Gaara's automatic defenses entirely. He did not kill him. Some quiet, unbroken thread of mercy running beneath all that armored fury held his hand back at the last possible moment, and instead of a killing strike, Naruto simply drove the flat of the blade into Gaara's chest hard enough to end the fight without ending the boy behind it. Gaara collapsed, the sand around him crumbling back to inert grains, and in the sudden quiet that followed, Naruto felt the black armor recede back into the depths of the seal as quickly as it had come, leaving him exhausted and shaking but entirely, unmistakably himself again. Temari and Kankuro arrived moments later to find their brother unconscious but breathing, and the look Temari gave the battered, armor-scarred boy standing over him was not the look of an enemy assessing a threat. It was something far more complicated, equal parts awe and gratitude and the dawning recognition that whatever this strange Konoha genin was, he had just chosen mercy when every advantage in the world had been on the side of ending it permanently. Elsewhere in the village, the invasion was already turning against Orochimaru, the combined defense of Konoha's shinobi, and the timely arrival of the San's own reluctant withdrawal from a war they had never truly wanted collapsing the attack faster than the Sannin had planned for. But in the Hokage's sealed barrier, a different and far more permanent tragedy was already unfolding, one that no amount of strength on the arena floor below could have prevented. Chapter 8. Hiruzen Sarutobi died on the roof of his own tournament arena, having spent the last of his strength sealing away the arms of the man who had once been his student. The news reached Naruto before he had even finished carrying Gaara's unconscious body back toward the retreating Suna forces, delivered in Kakashi's flat, carefully controlled voice, and for the first time since the strange weight of his inheritance had settled into him at birth, Naruto felt something break through the armor of quiet endurance he had built around himself over 12 hard years. He had not known the old man well, not in the way a son knows a father, but Hiruzen had been the one steady presence that had never once looked at him with fear or hatred, had authorized every quiet kindness that kept a hated orphan fed and housed when the rest of the village would have let him starve. Naruto stood in the wreckage of the arena, Dragon Slayer's weight suddenly unbearable across his shoulders, and allowed himself, for perhaps the first time in his life, to simply feel the full weight of a loss without immediately reaching for the next task that needed doing. Enko found him there an hour later, sitting alone amid the rubble with his sword laid across his knees, and she did not offer him the easy comfort of empty words. She sat down beside him instead, close enough that he could feel the solid warmth of another person who had also lost more than she liked to remember, and let the silence between them do the work that neither of them had the language for. It was Anko, in the end, who spoke first, telling him quietly that grief carried alone calcified into something dangerous, and that whatever strange old ghost lived in his bones had clearly learned that lesson the hard way once already. She did not know how right she was. She only knew, watching this strange, gifted, wounded boy beside her, that she had no intention of letting him learn it the same way twice. The village spent the following days in the exhausting, grinding work of recovery, counting losses and rebuilding what the invasion had shattered, and Naruto, unable to sit still with his grief, threw himself into every relief effort the shinobi corps would allow a genin to join. He hauled rubble alongside Chunin twice his age. He helped carry the wounded to the hospital when the medical corps ran short of hands. He did not speak much during any of it, but his presence, steady and tireless, became something the village quietly began to rely on without fully understanding why. Hinata found him on the third night, sitting alone on the hospital roof after a full day of relief work, and this time she did not retreat when her courage nearly failed her. She sat down beside him and told him, in a halting, careful voice that grew steadier the longer she spoke, that she had always admired the way he refused to let the village's cruelty define him, and that watching him grieve so openly for a man who had shown him kindness only deepened that admiration into something she no longer had any interest in hiding. Naruto listened to her with the same total, unguarded attention he gave to everything that mattered, and when she finished speaking, he told her, simply and honestly, that her presence beside him that night had made the weight of the last few days easier to carry. It was not a grand declaration. It did not need to be. Something quiet and durable settled into place between them on that rooftop, the beginning of a bond neither of them fully understood yet, but both of them, in their own ways, had already decided to protect. The matter of Konoha's next Hokage occupied the village council in the weeks that followed, and it was Jiraiya, arriving at last to assess the damage his old teammate had caused, who took a personal interest in the strange genin whose fighting style bore no resemblance to anything the Toad Sage had encountered in his own considerable travels. He watched Naruto train alone in the early mornings, hauling that impossible black blade through forms that owed nothing to any shinobi tradition Jiraiya recognized, and felt the old, familiar instinct of a man who had spent his life reading the currents beneath the surface of things. Whatever slept inside this boy, whatever ancient will had folded itself into his soul before he had even drawn his first breath, it was going to matter to the wider world eventually, in ways the village's current leadership crisis could not begin to anticipate. Far to the north, in a hidden valley beyond any border patrol's reach, a masked man watched a crystal ball's flickering image of a black-armored genin standing over a defeated Jinchuriki and felt the careful architecture of his own long-laid plans shift beneath him like sand underfoot. Obito Uchiha had accounted for many variables in his design for the shinobi world's future. He had not accounted for this one, and the recognition settled into him with the cold, patient weight of a man recalculating an equation that had just gained an unexpected and troublesome new term. Chapter 9. Tsunade's return to Konoha and her eventual acceptance of the Hokage's mantle brought a fragile stability back to a village still counting its losses, and it was under her authority that Naruto received his next assignment, a retrieval mission aimed at bringing Sasuke back before Orochimaru's promises could fully claim him. The Uchiha had slipped away from the village in the dead of night, drawn by the curse mark's whispered offer of power the Sanin's tutelage could grant him, and Naruto had known, with the same clear-eyed certainty that governed every part of his strange and singular nature, that this moment had always been coming. He gathered a small team, Kiba and Shikamaru and Choji and Niji, and set out after his teammate with a grim, focused determination that left no room for the doubts a lesser resolve might have entertained. The pursuit through the forest bordering Sound territory tested every member of the team in turn, Orochimaru's Sound Four peeling off one by one to engage the pursuers and by their master's new vessel time to escape deeper into hostile territory. Naruto pressed forward through each ambush with a singular purpose that his teammates found both inspiring and faintly unsettling, refusing to slow down even as exhaustion and injury mounted with every engagement. He finally caught up to Sasuke at the edge of a wide, ruined valley carved by some ancient battle between the village's legendary founders, and the confrontation that followed was unlike anything either of them had faced before, not because the stakes were higher than previous battles, but because this time the enemy wore a familiar face. Sasuke fought with the cold, controlled fury of someone who had already convinced himself that friendship was a weakness he could no longer afford, and Naruto met that fury not with matching anger but with something steadier and, in its own way, far more stubborn. He did not try to defeat Sasuke through superior technique or cleverness. He simply refused to stop standing back up, absorbing blow after blow from the curse mark's growing power with the same relentless durability that had carried him through every fight of his short life. And somewhere in the exhausting, punishing length of that battle, Sasuke found himself facing an opponent whose will genuinely would not break, no matter how much force he brought to bear against it. It was that stubborn, unbreakable persistence, more than any single blow, that finally cracked through the anger and grief driving Sasuke toward Orochimaru's promises. The Uchiha collapsed at the valley's edge, curse mark receding, and Naruto, bloodied and barely able to stand himself, carried his teammate back toward the village on his own shoulders rather than let anyone else share that particular weight. The mission's success came at a cost that shook the village's confidence. 3 of the 4 supporting genin badly injured and 1, Niji, nearly killed by wounds that took the medical corps weeks to fully heal. Naruto visited each of them in turn during their recovery, offering quiet, sincere gratitude that meant more to genin like Kiba and Choji than any medal the village could have pinned to their vests. It was during those visits that something in the wider genin population of Konoha began to shift, a growing recognition that the strange, sword-carrying boy nobody had understood in their academy days had become, without anyone quite noticing the transition, someone worth following. Sasuke's recovery was slower in ways that had nothing to do with physical injury. He spent long hours in silence, wrestling with the wreckage of the ambition that had driven him toward betrayal, and it was Naruto, patient in a way that surprised even himself, who sat with him through the worst of it, offering neither judgment nor easy forgiveness but simply the same steady, unwavering presence he offered everyone he had decided to protect. It took weeks before Sasuke could look him in the eye again without flinching from the memory of what he had nearly become. When he finally did, the apology he offered was clumsy and incomplete, the words of someone still learning how to admit fault out loud, and Naruto accepted it with a simplicity that closed the wound between them more completely than a more eloquent apology ever could have. Word of the retrieval mission's outcome traveled further than Konoha's walls, carried along the informal networks that connected shinobi villages across the continent, and in a hidden facility deep within territory no map fully acknowledged, a masked man listening to a report on the mission's details felt his careful, patient timeline compressed by several critical degrees. Obito Uchiha had planned to let events unfold slowly, gathering his pieces across years rather than months. But a boy capable of dragging Orochimaru's chosen vessel back from the edge of defection through sheer unbreakable will was not a variable that could be allowed to develop unchecked for much longer. He began, quietly and methodically, to accelerate plans that had previously been allowed to breathe. Chapter 10. The 2 years that followed carried Naruto through a training journey with Jiraiya that reshaped him in ways even his own strange, inherited endurance could not have anticipated on its own. The Toad Sage, having watched enough of the boy's fighting style to understand that conventional ninjutsu instruction would only frustrate a genin whose gifts ran in an entirely different direction, built a curriculum instead around discipline, chakra control refined just enough to stabilize the 9 tails growing trust rather than to produce delicate genjutsu. And the kind of hard-earned wisdom that came from watching a man who had buried far too many students of his own learn, slowly, how to trust one who might actually survive him. Naruto trained across a dozen small villages and hidden valleys during those 2 years, hauling Dragon Slayer through forms that grew steadily more refined without ever losing the brutal, unrelenting honesty at their core, and by the time he finally returned to Konoha's gates as a young man rather than the guarded, battle-worn boy who had left them, something in his bearing had settled into a quiet, dangerous confidence that made even seasoned Jonin take a second look when he passed. Hinata had grown in his absence too, her own confidence blooming under a training regimen of her own devising, and the reunion between them at the village gates carried a warmth that surprised neither of them nor anyone who had watched their quiet, patient bond develop over the preceding years. Enko, catching sight of him across the market square a few days later, allowed herself a rare, genuine smile at the sight of her former student standing taller and steadier than she remembered, and made no secret of her intention to resume their old training arrangement, this time as something closer to equals than teacher and student. Temari, arriving on a diplomatic visit from Suna not long after his return, found herself seeking him out with a directness that left neither of them any illusions about what the visit was really about. It was during this same period that Akatsuki, the shadowy organization hunting the world's tailed beasts, finally moved openly against the Nine Tails container, sending Kakuzu and Haiden into Fire Country on a mission to capture Naruto that ended, to the organization's considerable frustration, in the immortal Haiden being buried and dismembered in a hole from which he would never fully climb out, and Kakuzu retreating with grievous injuries he had not sustained from an enemy in decades. Naruto emerged from that encounter with a growing understanding of just how large and dangerous the world beyond Konoha's walls had truly become, and a growing certainty that the strange inheritance folded into his soul had been given to him for a reason he was only beginning to fully understand. The village itself had changed in his absence as well, its wounds from the invasion mostly healed, its trust in the strange, sword-carrying genin who had once unsettled his own classmates slowly transforming into something closer to quiet pride. Children who had once crossed the street to avoid him now watched him pass with open, unguarded admiration, and the older generation who had once whispered about the fox sealed inside him now spoke instead, in hushed and respectful tones, about the boy who had carried Sasuke Uchiha home on his own shoulders and driven off an immortal Akatsuki agent without so much as a serious injury to show for it. Tsunade, watching all of this unfold from her office window with the tired, knowing eyes of a Hokage who had buried enough people to recognize the shape of coming trouble, called Naruto in for a private conversation not long after his return. She did not ask him about his training or his growing list of accomplishments. She asked him instead, directly and without preamble, whether he understood what Akatsuki's continued interest in him actually meant, and whether he was prepared for the fact that the coming months were likely to demand more of him than anything he had yet faced. Naruto met her gaze with the same flat, considering stillness he had carried since childhood, and told her, simply, that he had never once expected an easy road, and did not intend to start expecting one now. Somewhere beyond the village's borders, in a hidden base built from salvaged root infrastructure and warlord funding neither Konoha nor any allied village had yet traced, Obito Uchiha reviewed the wreckage of his organization's failed capture attempt, and felt his own patience finally reach its limit. Proxies had failed twice now against this single, stubborn genin. It was time, he decided, to stop sending pieces to test the board, and to move a queen instead. Chapter 11. The summons came on a quiet evening barely a week after Naruto's conversation with Tsunade, delivered not through any conventional channel but through a chakra signature that pressed against the edges of the village's sensory barrier with a patience that felt less like an attack and more like an invitation. Naruto felt it before any of the village's dedicated sensors raised the alarm, some old, buried instinct in him recognizing the particular quality of a presence that wanted to be noticed. And he found himself walking toward the source of that signature almost before he had consciously decided to investigate it at all. He found Obito Uchiha waiting for him in a clearing a few miles beyond the village's outer patrol routes, orange mask catching the last light of the setting sun, standing with the loose, unthreatening posture of a man who genuinely did not intend violence, at least not yet. Naruto kept Dragon Slayer within easy reach but did not draw it, some careful instinct telling him that whatever this meeting was, it was not going to be settled with a blade. Obito spoke first, and what followed was not the taunting, adversarial exchange Naruto had half expected from an enemy who had spent months sending agents to capture him. It was instead something stranger and far more unsettling, a long, quiet accounting of loss delivered in a voice stripped of theater, the story of a boy who had died and lived and died again in every way that mattered, of a friend's murder and a village's betrayal and a plan built, brick by devastating brick, around the belief that the entire shinobi system was too broken to save through anything less than total total collapse. Naruto listened without interrupting, absorbing the story the way he absorbed everything, and when Obito finally finished, he did not offer easy sympathy or easy condemnation. He told him instead, with the same flat, unflinching honesty he brought to everything, that he understood grief, that he had carried an inheritance of loss himself since before he could remember its source, and that he had learned, the hard way, that grief which curdled into a plan for destroying everyone else's future rather than rebuilding his own was not grief anymore. It was something else. Something that deserved to be fought, not indulged. Obito's response to this was not the anger Naruto half expected. It was instead a long, considering silence, broken finally by a quiet observation that the boy in front of him carried a will Obito had not accounted for in any of his careful calculations, an old, stubborn, unbreakable thing that reminded him, in ways he did not care to examine too closely, of people he had once called friends and had long since decided the world no longer had room for. He told Naruto, before vanishing back into the dimensional void his Sharingan commanded, that this would not be their last conversation, and that the coming months would test the young man's stubborn resolve in ways he could not yet imagine. Naruto returned to the village shaken but resolute, and reported the encounter to Tsunade in full, watching the color drain slowly from her face as she absorbed the scale of what Obito's organization actually represented. It was no longer a matter of individual Akatsuki agents hunting Jinchuriki one at a time. There was a mind behind the entire operation capable of long, patient, decades-spanning planning, and that mind had just made personal contact with the very weapon it presumably wanted to remove from the board. The village's defenses tightened in the days that followed, Tsunade calling in favors from allied villages and increasing patrols along every border route, but Naruto found himself unable to shake the strange, unsettled feeling the encounter had left behind, a sense that Obito's story, however monstrous the plan it had produced, contained a grain of genuine and terrible truth about the world he had been born into. He did not know yet what he intended to do with that unsettling recognition. He only knew, with the same quiet certainty that had carried him through every hard road so far, that the coming conflict would demand more from him than strength alone, and that whatever answer he eventually found would need to be built on something sturdier than simple refusal to fall. Chapter 12. In the weeks that followed the clearing meeting, Naruto found the people around him drawing closer rather than farther away, as if the weight of what he had told them collectively without quite meaning to had settled the village's uncertain regard for him into something firmer and more permanent. Hinata began training alongside him openly rather than watching from the tree-line, her gentle, precise style proving a steadier complement to his brute, relentless force than either of them had expected. Enko folded herself more fully into his circle, no longer simply a sharp-voiced instructor but something closer to family, fierce and protective in ways she rarely showed anyone. And Temari, when her diplomatic duties allowed, made the long journey from Suna often enough that the guards at the village gate had stopped bothering to log her arrivals as anything but routine. Sasuke, still working through the slow, difficult process of rebuilding trust with a village he had once nearly abandoned, found himself drawn into that same circle almost despite himself, sparring with Naruto in the evenings with a competitive intensity that had lost its old poisonous edge and become something closer to genuine friendship. Sakura, watching the team she had once feared was permanently broken slowly knit itself back together, allowed herself, for the first time in a long while, to believe that whatever came next, they would meet it together rather than scattered and alone. Tsunade called a private council meeting near the end of that month, gathering her most trusted jonin and a handful of the genin whose recent accomplishments had made them impossible to leave out of any serious strategic planning. She laid out, in blunt and unflinching terms, everything Naruto's encounter with Obito had revealed, the scale of the ambition behind Akatsuki's true plan, the certainty that this was no longer a threat any single village could hope to weather alone. She proposed, cautiously and without any illusions about how difficult the diplomacy would prove, the beginning of a coalition, a formal alliance between Konoha and its traditional rivals built around the shared recognition that the coming storm would not respect old borders or old grudges. Naruto listened to the proposal with the same quiet, considering attention he brought to everything, and when Tsunade finally asked for his input, he told the assembled council, simply, that he intended to stand in the middle of whatever storm was coming regardless of what the diplomacy eventually produced, and that he would rather stand there beside allies than alone. It was not a grand speech. It did not need to be. Something in the flat, unshakable certainty of his voice settled the room in a way that eloquence alone could not have managed, and by the meeting's end, the first careful threads of a plan that would eventually reshape the political landscape of every hidden village on the continent had begun, quietly and deliberately, to take shape. That night, standing alone on the training ground where he had once found a ruined slab of iron half buried in the scrap heap of the world's indifference, Naruto ran his hand along the worn, familiar grain of Dragon Slayer's grip and thought, for the first time in longer than he could remember, not about the roads he had already walked, but about the ones still waiting ahead of him. Somewhere out there, a masked man was reshaping the ambitions of an entire hidden organization around the recognition that a single stubborn will could unbalance even the most patient decades-spanning plan. Somewhere out there, forces far older than either Konoha or Akatsuki were beginning, slowly and almost imperceptibly, to stir at the edges of a war that had not yet fully declared itself. Naruto did not know all of this yet. He only knew, standing beneath a sky full of quiet, indifferent stars with the people he had chosen to protect scattered peacefully across the village behind him, that whatever came next, he intended to meet it the same way he had met everything since the night some old, worn, unbreakable inheritance had first settled into his infant bones. Standing. Unbroken. And for the first time in his strange and singular life, not entirely alone, he shouldered his sword, turned back toward the lights of the village, and walked home. Act 2. Chapter 1. The delegation that left Konoha for Suna a month after Naruto's clearing encounter with Obito Uchiha was small by the standards of formal diplomacy, only Tsunade herself, Shikamaru as her strategic aide, and Naruto walking a half-step behind them with Dragon Slayer resting across his shoulder as it always did. But the weight of what the journey represented pressed on all three of them in ways that had nothing to do with the desert heat rippling off the road ahead. Gaara received them in the newly rebuilt Kazekage's tower with a formality that had not existed in him a year earlier, his once wild, murderous instability replaced by a careful, deliberate stillness that Naruto recognized immediately, because it was the same stillness he had spent his own childhood building brick by brick around a different kind of pain. The two of them did not need many words to understand each other. Gaara thanked him, briefly and without excess sentiment, for the mercy shown on the arena floor during the invasion, mercy that Gaara privately believed had done more to begin his own transformation than any lecture from his siblings or any political maneuvering by the council that had once feared him. Naruto told him, with the same plain honesty he brought to everything, that he had only done what seemed obvious at the time, that a fight won by killing a boy who had never been given the chance to be anything else felt like no victory worth having. The formal negotiations that followed occupied the better part of 3 days, Tsunade and Gaara and their respective councils working through the dense, technical language of a mutual defense pact that neither village had attempted with the other in living memory. Shikamaru's quiet, methodical mind proved essential to untangling the most difficult sticking points, mapping out contingencies and objection points late into each night with a patience that left even Suna's veteran negotiators quietly impressed. But it was the simple fact of Naruto and Gaara's mutual respect, visible in every small interaction between them, that did more to smooth the path toward agreement than any clause either side's lawyers could draft. When one particularly stubborn council elder questioned aloud whether a village that had so recently tried to destroy Suna's genin could truly be trusted as an equal partner, it was Gaara himself who answered before Tsunade could, stating flatly that trust was not an abstraction to him anymore, that he had watched it demonstrated on the arena floor in a way no treaty language could ever fully replicate, and that he did not intend to let old suspicion undo what a single act of mercy had already begun to repair. The elder had no answer for that, and the negotiations moved forward with considerably less friction from that point onward. By the end of the 3rd day, Suna and Konoha stood bound by a treaty neither village had thought possible a year earlier, and the first true thread of the wider coalition Tsunade had proposed back in Konoha's council chamber had been woven into something real. Temari, freed from the more formal duties of the negotiation once the substantive work was done, made no secret of claiming Naruto's remaining evenings in Suna for herself, walking with him through the cooling desert streets after sunset in a comfortable, unhurried silence that neither of them felt any particular need to fill. She told him, on the last night before the delegation's departure, that watching him stand across from her brother on the arena floor months earlier had been the first time she had ever seen someone offer Gaara something other than fear or manipulation, and that the memory of it had stayed with her far longer than she had expected it to. Naruto, characteristically direct, told her that he intended to keep coming back to Suna whether the alliance required it or not, and the small, genuine smile that answer earned him was worth more to him than the formal treaty sitting sealed in Tsunade's travel case. It was on the final morning, as the Konoha delegation prepared to depart, that Naruto first noticed the mark. He had felt an itch along his left shoulder blade for days, dismissing it as simple travel fatigue, but when he finally pulled his shirt aside in the privacy of the guest quarters to check it, he found instead a strange, dark pattern etched into his skin that had not been there before. Faint lines curling outward from a central point like the branches of some blackened, frostbitten tree. It did not hurt. It only pulsed, faint and slow, in a rhythm that felt uncomfortably close to a heartbeat that was not his own. He said nothing about it to Tsunade during the journey home, uncertain whether it was some side effect of the training he had undergone with Jiraiya or something older and stranger tangled up in the ancient inheritance he had carried since birth. But the itch of it settled into the back of his mind and refused to fully leave him alone. He would not have long to wonder what it meant. Within a week of the delegation's return to Konoha, the mark would begin to matter in ways none of them could have anticipated, drawing toward the village things that had no business existing in a world built on chakra and technique, things that belonged instead to an older, hungrier order of the world entirely. Chapter 2. Tsunade examined the mark herself the moment Naruto finally worked up the nerve to report it, her sharp medical eye narrowing over the strange, branching pattern with a focus that made the room feel smaller than it was. She had spent decades cataloging every unusual seal and bloodline mutation the shinobi world had to offer, and she told him plainly, after a long, careful examination, that she had never seen anything quite like it. It was not chakra in the conventional sense. It responded to her diagnostic techniques the way a held breath responds to being noticed, present and undeniable but refusing to explain itself in any language her jutsu could translate. Jiraiya, summoned to consult on the matter given his own experience with seals far outside conventional practice, arrived at a similar dead end, though his instincts, honed by years chasing rumors at the edges of the known shinobi world, offered a theory Tsunade's clinical approach could not. He had heard old stories, fragments really, passed between the kind of information brokers who dealt in things too strange for polite conversation, about marks that acted less like seals and more like beacons, calling to a category of being that predated the elemental nations entirely, creatures that fed on suffering the way ordinary predators fed on flesh. He did not have proof. He only had a growing unease that mirrored the low, persistent hum Naruto had felt in his own chest since the mark first appeared. Sasuke, informed of the situation as part of the small, trusted circle Tsunade kept briefed on anything involving Naruto's strange inheritance, offered his own quiet observation, that the mark's timing lined up almost exactly with Naruto's growing use of the black chakra armor during moments of extremity, as if each awakening of that ancient power had cost something the seal on his stomach alone could not account for. And that cost had finally begun manifesting on the surface of his skin. It was a troubling thought, and none of them had a way to test it that did not risk drawing whatever the mark called toward the village itself. They did not have to wait long to find out. It happened on a routine patrol along the eastern border 5 days after the mark's appearance. Naruto paired with Kiba and Shino on a mission that should have amounted to nothing more than a quiet sweep of the forest for bandit activity. The forest went wrong all at once, the ordinary sounds of birds and insects falling into a silence so complete it felt like a held breath, and from the shadows between the trees something began to emerge that made even Shino's carefully cultivated composure falter. It did not look like any summon or corrupted chakra beast the shinobi world catalogued in its bestiaries. It moved wrong, limbs bending at angles that suggested a body assembled from parts that had never been meant to work together, its surface a mottled, weeping black that seemed to drink the light around it rather than reflect it. Kiba's nose, usually his most reliable sense, registered nothing from the thing at all, no scent, no heat signature, only a wrongness that made Akamaru whine and flatten himself against the ground in open, animal terror. Naruto felt the mark on his shoulder flare hot and sharp the instant the creature fully emerged, and some old, buried instinct that had guided him through every strange and difficult moment of his life told him, with total and immediate certainty, that this thing had come because of him specifically. Drawn across whatever distance separated its origin from this quiet stretch of border forest by the same strange beacon burning into his skin, he did not wait for Kiba or Shino to formulate a plan. He drew Dragon's Slayer and moved to put himself between his teammates and the thing crawling out of the tree shadows, and the fight that followed was unlike anything he had faced before, the creature absorbing blows that should have ended a lesser opponent and reforming its ruined shape within seconds, its strange, wrong limbs lashing out with a speed that belied its lurching, broken-looking gait. It was only when the black chakra armor answered his rising desperation, wrapping around him with the same ancient, patient weight it had shown during the invasion, that Naruto finally found purchase against something that did not behave like any enemy chakra could explain. The creature dissolved into a foul smoke rather than a corpse when the fight finally ended, leaving behind nothing but a scorched patch of earth and 3 shaken genin standing in a forest that had gone, once again, uncomfortably quiet. Shino, crouching to examine the scorched ground with the same careful, clinical attention he brought to any unfamiliar specimen, reported that his insects had refused to approach the spot even after the creature's dissolution, an aversion he had never observed in them before regardless of how dangerous or poisonous a given target proved to be. Kiba, kneeling beside Akamaru to calm the still trembling dog, admitted quietly that he had never in his life encountered something his own instincts recoiled from so completely, and that the memory of it was going to sit uneasily with him for a good while yet. Naruto looked down at his own shoulder, where the mark still pulsed faintly beneath his shirt, and understood, with the same flat, unflinching clarity he applied to everything, that whatever this was, it was only the beginning. He said as much to Kiba and Shino on the walk back toward the village, and neither of them argued the point. They had seen enough, in those few brutal minutes, to know better than to hope otherwise. Chapter 3. The report of the border encounter reached Tsunade's desk within hours, and the Hokage, reading Shino's characteristically precise account of a creature that matched nothing in any bestiary the village maintained, felt the particular cold certainty of a leader realizing the threat in front of her had just outgrown every existing framework for handling it. She called an emergency council, restricted to the same small, trusted circle already briefed on the mark, and it was there, in the tense quiet of the Hokage's office, that Jiraiya finally gave voice to the theory he had been reluctant to speak aloud. He believed, based on the old fragments of rumor he had spent years collecting, that Naruto's inheritance, whatever ancient will had folded itself into the boy at birth alongside the 9 tails, had come bound to a world where such creatures were not aberrations but simply another layer of the natural order, hungry things that fed on despair and violence and the peculiar, concentrated suffering that clung to a person who had survived far more than any single life should reasonably demand. The mark, in his theory, was not a curse imposed on Naruto so much as a scar left behind by the crossing itself, a seam in the world that had never fully closed, and it would, in all likelihood, continue drawing similar creatures for as long as it remained open. It was not a comforting theory. It was, however, the only one that fit the evidence, and Tsunade, weighing the danger against the alternative of leaving the village blind to a threat they did not understand, made the difficult decision to expand the circle of people briefed on the situation, bringing Kakashi and Enko and cautiously Hinata into the fold given how deeply each of them had already woven themselves into Naruto's life and his growing willingness to lean on people rather than face every burden alone. Enko took the news with a grim, focused calm that surprised no one who knew her history. She had faced her own share of things the shinobi world preferred not to acknowledge existed, curse seals and forbidden techniques that blurred the line between chakra and something older and hungrier, and she told Naruto directly, without any softening of the truth, that whatever these creatures were, the two of them would face them the same way they had faced every brutal training session that had shaped him into what he currently was. Together, and without flinching, Hinata's reaction was quieter but no less resolute. She sat with Naruto that evening on the same hospital rooftop where their bond had first deepened months earlier, and told him, in the steady, careful voice she had spent years building the courage to use, that she did not intend to let a mark on his shoulder become one more burden he carried alone simply because he had never learned how to ask for help carrying it. Naruto, still learning how to accept that kind of offered support without deflecting it, allowed himself to lean into her presence a little more openly than he had before, and something in the quiet warmth of that evening settled a portion of the unease the day's events had stirred in him. It was Kakashi, ever practical, who suggested the most immediate solution to the danger the mark represented, a rotating watch of trusted shinobi assigned to shadow Naruto discreetly whenever he left the village, ready to reinforce him the moment another of the creatures made itself known. Naruto resisted the idea at first, some old, stubborn instinct in him bristling at the thought of needing supervision, but Tsunade's flat, unyielding insistence that this was not a matter open to debate finally settled the argument. He would not be walking this particular road entirely alone, whether his pride wanted the company or not. 3 days later, the watch proved its worth sooner than anyone had hoped, though not before it drew a fair amount of good-natured grumbling from the shinobi assigned to it, several of whom privately admitted to Kakashi that trailing a genin who trained until well past midnight was a considerably less restful assignment than they had first assumed it would be. A second creature emerged, this one larger and considerably more dangerous than the first, cornering Naruto and his rotating escort, Sasuke, that particular evening, in a ravine along the village's southern training grounds. The fight that followed tested both of them to their limits, Sasuke's fire techniques scorching through the creature's reforming flesh while Naruto's blade and armor kept it from ever fully regrouping its strength, and by the time the thing finally dissolved into the same foul, choking smoke as its predecessor, both boys stood breathing hard in the ravine's shadow, understanding without needing to say it aloud that the mark's danger was not going to fade quietly on its own. Chapter 4. Kisame Hashigaki arrived in Fire Country a week later, dispatched not by Obito's direct order, but by his own growing curiosity about the reports filtering back through Akatsuki's fractured intelligence network, reports of strange creatures converging on the Nine Tails container, and a mark that behaved unlike anything the organization's considerable knowledge of chakra and sealing techniques could fully explain. He came alone, his enormous bandaged blade Samahata resting against his shoulder in a way that echoed, with an irony he found genuinely amusing, the weapon carried by the boy he had been sent to observe. He found Naruto on a training ground at the edge of the village at dusk, working alone through the same brutal, repetitive forms that had shaped him since childhood. And rather than announcing himself with the violence his reputation suggested, Kisame simply watched from the tree-line for several long minutes, genuinely curious about the strange sword-carrying genin whose growing legend had begun reaching even Akatsuki's carefully insulated command structure. When he finally stepped into the clearing, the conversation that followed was not the immediate battle either of them might have expected from two shinobi shaped so heavily by their respective enormous blades. Kisame, a man who had spent decades measuring the worth of shinobi purely by the sharpness of their killing intent, found himself instead measuring something else entirely in the boy standing across from him, a steadiness that did not perform strength so much as simply possess it, unbothered and unhurried. He told Naruto, with the blunt honesty of a man who rarely bothered with subtlety, that he had come to see for himself whether the reports were exaggerated. Naruto told him, just as bluntly, that he did not much care why Kisame had come, only what he intended to do now that he was here. The fight that followed was, by any reasonable measure, one of the most dangerous Naruto had faced in his short life. Kisame's mastery of water techniques and his blade's chakra-devouring properties forcing Naruto into a defensive struggle that tested every hour of Anko's brutal training and every lesson Jiraiya's 2 years of tutelage had drilled into him. Samahata's rough, living scales tore at Dragon Slayer's edge with a hunger that felt disturbingly close to the creatures the mark had been summoning, and it was only when the black armor rose to meet the pressure, chakra crackling gold and crimson behind its skeletal faceplate, that Naruto found himself able to hold his ground rather than simply survive it. Kisame, watching the transformation with genuine and unconcealed interest, found himself, somewhat against his own professional instincts, enjoying the fight in a way he rarely allowed himself to enjoy anything anymore. There was an honesty to Naruto's brutality that reminded him of an older, simpler era of his own life, before Akatsuki's politics and Obito's grand, sweeping ambitions had complicated everything into careful, patient strategy. He broke off the engagement before it reached any decisive conclusion, not out of fear, but out of a genuine, if grudging, respect for an opponent he judged not yet ready to properly measure, and told Naruto, as he retreated back into the treeline, that they would meet again once the boy had grown a little further into whatever strange, terrible potential the mark and the armor both suggested he carried. Naruto sat alone for a long while after Kisame's retreat, catching his breath in the wreckage of the training ground while the black armor slowly receded back into the depths of the seal, and found himself, not for the first time, turning over the strange fact that his most dangerous enemies so rarely behaved the way the word enemy suggested they should. Zabuza had died protecting someone he had never expected to care about. Gaara had turned from monster to ally in the space of a single mercy shown. Even Itachi, when his own moment finally came, would prove far less simple than the villain his history books had painted him as. He wondered, walking home with Dragon Slayer's familiar weight across his shoulder, whether Kisame himself might one day prove to be another name on that same strange, growing list. He reported the encounter to Tsunade in full, and the Hokage's already considerable unease deepened further at the confirmation that Akatsuki's attention had turned, once again, directly toward her strangest and most valuable genin. It was Jiraiya who offered the single useful thread of hope buried in the report, noting that Kisame's decision to disengage rather than press for a capture suggested Akatsuki itself did not yet fully understand what it was dealing with either. Whatever the mark represented, whatever strange, hungry corner of existence it had cracked open, it appeared to be a mystery that unsettled even the organization built specifically to exploit exactly this kind of anomaly. That uncertainty, small as it was, would not last. Within the month, a far more direct and far more personal messenger would arrive to explain, at least in part, exactly what Naruto's inheritance had opened the door to. Chapter 5. Itachi Uchiha came to Konoha's borders alone and unannounced, slipping past the outer patrols with the ease of a man who had once been counted among the finest trackers the village had ever produced, and it was only his own deliberate choice to be found, standing openly in a clearing well within the range of the village's sensors, that brought Kakashi and a small squad out to intercept him before he could reach the walls themselves. He did not resist capture. He asked, instead, in the quiet, controlled voice that had unsettled interrogators far more experienced than the genin who first laid eyes on him, for an audience with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha together, promising information about Akatsuki's true structure and the strange creatures that had begun stalking the mark on Naruto's shoulder. Tsunade authorized the meeting under heavy guard, unwilling to trust a member of the organization hunting her strongest genin, but equally unwilling to dismiss the possibility that Itachi's information might prove genuinely useful. The reunion between Itachi and Sasuke, watched over by a wary circle of jonin and framed by the sterile walls of an interrogation chamber rather than any place either brother would have chosen, carried a weight that made even the most hardened observers in the room hold their breath. Itachi did not offer the excuses or manipulations Sasuke had spent years bracing himself to hear. He told his brother instead, plainly and without theater, the true history of the clan massacre, the coup that had never been allowed to happen, the mission he had accepted at terrible personal cost to prevent a civil war that would have destroyed the village entirely, and the decision he had made to let Sasuke hate him rather than burden a child with the full, crushing weight of that impossible choice. Sasuke absorbed the revelation in a silence that stretched long enough to worry everyone watching, years of carefully maintained grief and fury restructuring themselves around a truth that changed everything and yet, in the end, changed nothing about the fact that his family was still gone and his brother's hands were still the ones that had taken them. He asked, when he finally found his voice again, why Itachi had never simply told him, why he had let a child grow up believing his own brother a monster rather than trusting him with even a fraction of the truth, and Itachi's answer, quiet and unflinching, was that a child carrying the full weight of that truth would have made an easy and obvious target for anyone within the village who still resented the choice that had been made. And that hatred, however painful to bear, had at least kept Sasuke moving forward under his own power rather than waiting, vulnerable, for someone else to finish what the coup's suppression had started. It was not an answer that erased years of grief in a single sentence. But it was an honest one, offered without any attempt to soften its own cruelty, and Sasuke, who had spent his whole life distrusting anything that sounded too comforting to be true, found he could not argue with the plain, unadorned logic of it. It was Naruto, standing quietly at Sasuke's side throughout the exchange, who finally broke the silence, telling Itachi that whatever the truth of the past, the only thing that mattered now was what came next, and that if Itachi genuinely wanted to help, he could start by explaining exactly what Naruto's shoulder had opened a door to. Itachi's answer, when it came, confirmed the worst of Jiraiya's speculation. Akatsuki's true architect, the masked man operating under the borrowed identity of Madara Uchiha, had spent years pursuing knowledge far older than any conventional shinobi doctrine, fragments of a world that predated the elemental nations, where power was purchased through sacrifice and grief given a terrible, hungry shape. Itachi had glimpsed enough of that architect's private research, during his years operating as a double agent feeding information back to Konoha through Tsunade's most trusted intermediaries, to know that Naruto's strange inheritance had crossed some old, dangerous threshold that architect's own ambitions had been circling for decades without ever fully breaching it themselves. The creatures hunting the mark, Itachi explained, were drawn not by Akatsuki's design but by the mark's own nature, a beacon calling out across whatever barriers separated the elemental nations from the older, hungrier world Naruto's inheritance had originated in. That barrier, thin already in places the architect had spent years deliberately weakening through his own research, would only grow thinner the longer the mark remained active, and the creatures crossing through it would only grow stronger and more numerous as a result. It was not a solution Itachi offered, only a warning, delivered with the same quiet, controlled honesty he had given his brother. He told them, before submitting himself formally to Konoha's custody rather than returning to an organization whose deepest ambitions he had finally decided he could no longer serve even in secret, that the coming months would demand a strength from Naruto that even the black armor might not be sufficient to provide, and that the choice awaiting all of them was not whether the barrier would eventually give way entirely, but only how much of the world on either side of it would still be standing. When it finally did. Chapter 6. Itachi's defection sent ripples through the village's leadership that took weeks to fully settle. Tsunade's council split between those who saw his surrender as an opportunity too valuable to waste and those, Danzo Shimura chief among them before his own political influence had been curtailed following the invasion, who argued that a man who had once slaughtered his own clan could never be trusted regardless of the circumstances he claimed had forced his hand. It was Sasuke, in the end, whose quiet, unequivocal support for his brother's sincerity tipped the balance, standing before the council in a rare public display of conviction to state plainly that he had already lost one family to secrecy and suspicion and had no intention of losing what remained of it to the same failure twice, and Itachi was granted a conditional freedom within the village. Watched closely but no longer confined, his considerable skill and knowledge folded cautiously into the growing effort to understand exactly what Naruto's mark had opened. The weeks that followed settled into an uneasy new rhythm. Creatures continued to cross through the thinning barrier at irregular intervals, sometimes weeks apart, sometimes only days, and the rotating watch Kakashi had established evolved into something closer to a dedicated response team, Naruto and whichever combination of Sasuke, Enko, Hinata, or Kakashi happened to be assigned meeting each incursion with a growing, hard-won competence. The creatures themselves varied wildly in shape and strength, some barely more than mindless, hungry shapes that dissolved after a single solid strike, others considerably more dangerous, testing the full range of the black armor's growing capability. It was during one such encounter, a particularly vicious incursion that cornered Naruto and Hinata alone near the village's northern wall, that the bond between them finally crossed from careful, patient courtship into something neither of them had any further interest in hiding. Hinata's Byakugan, tracking the creature's erratic, reforming movements with a precision Naruto's own senses could not match, gave him the openings he needed to finally end the fight before it could drag out long enough to overwhelm either of them, and in the exhausted, adrenaline-soaked quiet that followed, standing together in the moonlit gap between the wall and the tree-line, Naruto found himself, for once, not reaching immediately for the next task that needed doing. He told her instead, plainly and without the deflection he usually wrapped around anything resembling vulnerability, that he did not know what he would have done without her steady presence beside him through everything the mark had brought crashing into his life. Hinata, her old shyness finally giving way entirely to the quiet, hard-won confidence she had spent years building, closed the remaining distance between them herself. Enko, informed of the development with the particular blunt affection she reserved for the people she had decided belonged to her, offered her approval in the form of a training session more punishing than usual, muttering the entire time about soft-hearted genin needing to stay sharp even while their heads were full of romance. Temari, receiving the news through a letter Naruto sent with characteristic bluntness, took it with more grace than either of them had expected, her own feelings for him complicated but never possessive in a way that demanded exclusivity, and the three women who had each, in their own distinct way, chosen to stand beside him found themselves settling into an unusual but genuine camaraderie built on shared respect rather than rivalry. Itachi, watching this slow, steady accumulation of loyalty around the boy he had come to warn, found himself privately reassessing his own bleak expectations for how this particular crisis might eventually resolve. He had spent years believing that the coming darkness his former organization's architect was cultivating could only be met with equally cold, equally isolated strength, the kind he himself had wielded alone for so long it had nearly cost him everything that made the wielding worthwhile. Watching Naruto instead build a growing circle of people willing to stand at his side without being asked, Itachi allowed himself, cautiously, to consider the possibility that connection rather than isolation might prove the sturdier foundation against whatever was still coming. The barrier, in the meantime, continued its slow, inexorable thinning, and in a hidden base far beyond any border patrol's reach, the masked architect who had spent decades pursuing exactly this outcome watched the reports of Konoha's growing resilience with a patience that had finally, after so many years of careful waiting, begun to fray at its edges. Chapter 7. Tsunade convened the first formal gathering of the coalition she had begun assembling months earlier at the start of autumn, delegations from Suna and, more cautiously, from Kirigakure arriving in Konoha under careful diplomatic protection to discuss a threat that had, by this point, grown too large for any single village's border patrols to fully contain. Gaara attended in person, his presence alone a powerful signal of how far Suna's trust in Konoha had come since the invasion, and the young Mizukage Zanvu, sent in place of a leader still consolidating power after Kirigakure's own recent upheaval, listened with growing unease as Tsunade laid out, in careful and deliberately restrained terms, the nature of the creatures crossing into the elemental nations through the thinning barrier. Kumogakure's representative proved the most difficult to convince, the Reikage's own pride and his village's long-standing wariness of Konoha's ambitions coloring every question his envoy raised with pointed skepticism. It was Naruto himself, called into the summit to speak directly about his own experience with the mark and the creatures it summoned, who finally broke through the envoy's guarded distance, not through eloquence, which he had never possessed in abundance, but through the same plain, unadorned honesty that had won over every other skeptic he had encountered throughout his short and singular life. He did not ask for Kumogakure's trust. He only laid out, without embellishment, exactly what he had faced and exactly what he believed was still coming, and let the weight of his sincerity do the persuading his words alone could not manage. The debate that shaped the summit's final agreement stretched across the better part of an afternoon, Kirigakure's envoy pressing for firmer commitments than Kumogakure's representative was willing to accept, and it was Shikamaru, called in once again to help structure the language of the accord, who finally proposed the compromise that carried the room. A tiered system of obligation that scaled with the severity of any given incursion rather than demanding uniform commitment regardless of circumstance. The summit did not produce a full military alliance, the political realities between the villages too complex and too freshly healed to allow for anything so sweeping in a single meeting, but it produced something nearly as valuable, an agreement to share intelligence freely regarding any incursions matching the pattern Konoha had documented, and a standing commitment to reconvene should the threat escalate beyond what individual villages could manage alone. Tsunade, watching the fragile beginnings of genuine cooperation take root among representatives who had spent generations viewing each other as rivals rather than allies, allowed herself a rare moment of cautious optimism as the summit closed. That optimism did not survive the week. The incursion that struck 3 days after the delegations departed was unlike anything that had come before it. Not a single creature slipping through some localized weakness in the barrier, but a coordinated surge, a dozen of the things emerging simultaneously across multiple points along the village's perimeter in a pattern too deliberate to be coincidence. Naruto felt the mark on his shoulder ignite with a searing intensity that dropped him briefly to his knees even before the first alarm bell rang, and the response that followed tested every part of the growing network Tsunade had assembled to meet exactly this kind of escalation. Enko led one response team against the northern breach, her own hard-won survival instincts guiding a squad of Chunin through a fight that would have overwhelmed less experienced shinobi within minutes. Sasuke and Itachi, working together for the first time since the brothers' painful reunion, cleared the eastern breach with a combination of fire and precision that spoke to bonds neither of them had fully articulated yet, but both of them clearly still carried. Hinata's Byakugan proved invaluable in coordinating the overall defense, spotting incursion points before they could fully manifest and directing reinforcements with a calm, tactical clarity that surprised even the Jonin coordinating the wider response. Naruto himself faced the largest concentration of the creatures at the village's southern gate, the black armor rising to meet a swarm that would have overwhelmed him in the earliest days of the mark's activation, and it was in the desperate, grinding heart of that fight, exhausted and bleeding and refusing with every fiber of his stubborn will to let the line break behind him, that something in the armor shifted for the first time since the invasion, the black plates hardening further, the crimson eyes behind the skeletal faceplate burning brighter, as if the ancient will folded into his soul had finally decided this particular crisis warranted drawing more deeply on the reserve of strength it had been so carefully rationing until now. The surge was repelled before dawn, the last of the creatures dissolving into their foul, choking smoke as the sun crested the eastern hills, and the village, battered but standing, began the long, exhausting work of counting its blessings and tending its wounded. But the coordinated nature of the attack left every strategist in Tsunade's command structure with the same unsettling conclusion. Something on the other side of that thinning barrier had begun, deliberately and with clear intent, to test Konoha's defenses. Chapter 8. The days following the coordinated surge passed in a haze of exhausted recovery. The village's medical corps stretched thin treating injuries from a battle unlike anything their training had prepared them for, and it was in the middle of that exhausting recovery that Danzo Shimura, still nursing the political wounds dealt to him after the invasion, saw an opportunity to reassert his own relevance to the village's defense. He approached Tsunade with a proposal that carried the particular, uncomfortable logic of a man who had spent his career believing that strength justified almost any means of acquiring it, suggesting that Root's remaining resources, quietly maintained despite the organization's official dissolution, could be redirected towards studying the mark on Naruto's shoulder directly, potentially even attempting to replicate or harness whatever properties made it function as a beacon in the first place. Tsunade's refusal was immediate and absolute, delivered with a fury that left no room for further negotiation, but the mere fact that Danzo had made the proposal at all confirmed something she had suspected for months, that his loyalty to the village's survival, however genuine in his own mind, would always come second to his fascination with power he could personally control. Naruto, informed of the proposal after the fact, absorbed the news with the same flat, considering stillness he brought to everything, though something colder than his usual composure flickered behind his eyes at the thought of his own body being treated as raw material for someone else's experiments. It was Itachi, watching that flicker of controlled anger, who offered the most useful perspective on the matter, telling Naruto quietly that Danzo's particular flavor of ambition had already cost the Uchiha clan everything once, and that the surest way to prevent it from costing anyone else anything was to make certain the village's actual leadership, Tsunade and the growing circle around her, remained strong enough that men like Danzo never found the opening they were always quietly searching for. Naruto turned the observation over for a long moment before answering, and told Itachi, with the particular plainness he reserved for things that mattered most to him, that he did not intend to spend his life guarding against men like Danzo from a defensive crouch, waiting for the next quiet proposal to test the village's resolve. He intended instead to make himself, and the people standing beside him, so plainly and visibly trustworthy that the opening danzo kept searching for simply never had room to exist in the first place. The lesson settled into Naruto in the way most important lessons did, quietly and completely, reinforcing something he had already begun to understand through the growing weight of the coalition Tsunade was building around him. Strength alone had never been enough to protect the people he cared about. It had to be paired with trust freely given and freely returned, a network of people who would notice and resist the kind of quiet, creeping corruption that thrived in isolation and secrecy. It was around the same time that Temari, arriving in Konoha on an urgent diplomatic visit rather than her usual leisurely courtship schedule, brought troubling news from Suna's own intelligence network. Reports had begun filtering in from merchants and traveling shinobi along the border with Rain Country, describing strange, localized disturbances in the natural landscape, patches of forest where the trees had withered overnight without visible cause, wells that had gone foul with a black, oily residue no purification technique could fully clear. The pattern matched, with an unsettling precision, the kind of environmental corruption that sometimes preceded the Mark's incursions in Konoha's own territory, suggesting the barrier's weakening was not localized to Naruto's specific presence but was instead spreading outward, slowly and inexorably, across a much wider swath of the elemental nations. Tsunade convened an emergency session with her core advisors upon receiving this news, and it was Jiraiya, drawing on decades of accumulated intelligence networks that stretched further than any single village's official channels, who finally connected the scattered reports into something resembling a coherent picture. The disturbances all traced back, when mapped carefully against known travel routes and old, half-forgotten legends about a valley deep within Rain Country's most inhospitable terrain, toward a single point of origin, a place local folklore had long avoided for reasons no living person could fully articulate, only that something about the ground itself in that particular valley had always felt wrong. It was the same valley, Itachi confirmed grimly upon hearing the description, where he had once glimpsed fragments of his former organization's architect's private research, the place the masked man had spent years quietly, patiently working to widen whatever ancient seam in the world Naruto's own inheritance had first cracked open. Whatever the architect's ultimate plan actually was, it had, it seemed, finally begun in earnest. Chapter 9. The decision to send a reconnaissance team toward the valley in Rain Country was not made lightly, Tsunade weighing the risk of provoking a direct confrontation with Akatsuki's architect against the greater danger of allowing whatever was happening there to continue unobserved and unchallenged. In the end it was Naruto who made the argument that settled the matter, pointing out with characteristic bluntness that the mark on his shoulder made him a target regardless of whether he went looking for the source of the danger or waited for it to keep finding him instead, and that he would rather meet it on his own terms than continue reacting to incursions that grew more coordinated with every passing week. The team assembled for the mission reflected how thoroughly Naruto's circle had grown since his genin days. Sasuke and Itachi, brothers working together with a trust that would have seemed impossible a year earlier, brought both raw combat strength and Itachi's invaluable insider knowledge of Akatsuki's methods. Enko's sharp instincts for detecting hidden traps and genjutsu made her an obvious inclusion despite Tsunade's private reluctance to risk her most trusted jonin so directly. Hinata's Byakugan offered reconnaissance capability nothing else in the village could match, and after a private, difficult conversation with her father about the danger involved, she refused to be left behind. Kakashi rounded out the team as its nominal leader, though everyone involved understood, without needing to say it aloud, that the mission's true center of gravity walked at its middle carrying an impossibly heavy black blade. The journey to Rain Country's border took the better part of a week, careful and deliberately slow to avoid drawing attention from Akatsuki's scattered network of informants, and the closer the team drew to the valley Itachi had identified, the more the mark on Naruto's shoulder burned, a steady, building heat that made sleep difficult and left him increasingly on edge by the time they finally reached the valley's outer approach. What they found there defied every expectation the team had carried into the mission. The valley itself looked, at first glance, unremarkable, a wide, shallow basin ringed by low hills and threaded through with a river that had, according to Itachi's grim observation, run a strange, dark color for longer than local memory could account for. It was only as the team moved deeper into the basin that the wrongness became impossible to ignore. The trees along the valley floor twisted into shapes that suggested growth patterns no ordinary botany could explain, the very air carrying a heavy, oppressive weight that pressed against the chest like the moment before a hell breath finally broke. At the valley's center stood a structure that predated the elemental nations by a margin none of them could begin to estimate. Weathered black stone arranged in a pattern that hurt to look at directly for more than a few seconds, some deep, animal instinct in every member of the team recoiling from its geometry the way a hand recoils from an unexpected flame. Anko, whose own hard-won survival instincts had carried her through encounters most shinobi never lived to describe, found herself unable to fully explain why the sight of the structure made the hair on her arms rise, only that some old, wordless part of her recognized it as belonging to a category of danger entirely separate from the chakra-based threats her career had trained her to measure. Hinata's Byakugan, activated the moment the structure came into view, returned an image that made her lower the technique almost immediately, the chakra network she could usually read with effortless clarity dissolving, around the black stone, into something that refused to resolve into any pattern her eyes could parse at all, as if the structure existed at an angle to the world her bloodline had never been built to perceive. Naruto's mark burned white-hot the moment the structure came into view, and it was there, standing at the edge of that ancient, rom-shaped ruin, that Obito Uchiha finally revealed himself, stepping out from behind the black stone with the calm, unhurried patience of a man who had been expecting this particular arrival for quite some time. He did not attack immediately. He told them instead, with the same quiet, unsettling honesty that had characterized his conversation with Naruto months earlier, that the structure behind him was older than any shinobi village, older even than the sage who had first taught chakra to the elemental nations, a remnant of a boundary that had once, long ago, sealed away an entire category of hungry, ancient things far more completely than the thin, fraying barrier currently protecting the world he had spent decades trying to reshape. He had spent years, he admitted, deliberately working to widen the cracks in that boundary, not out of malice for its own sake, but out of a conviction, hardened by grief into something closer to certainty, that the world on the other side of it, however dangerous, could not possibly be crueler than the one the elemental nations had already built for themselves. Naruto listened to this explanation with the same flat, unflinching attention he had given the man's story in the clearing months earlier, and when Obito finished speaking, he told him, simply and without hesitation, that he intended to close the boundary rather than widen it, whatever the cost. Obito's response to this declaration was not anger. It was something closer to genuine, weary curiosity, and the fight that followed would test every ounce of strength Naruto's strange and singular inheritance had built in him across a lifetime of hard, unrelenting roads. Chapter 10. The fight that erupted in the shadow of the ancient black stone was unlike anything Naruto had faced in his short and singular life, Obito's mastery of space-time techniques rendering him almost impossible to pin down, his form phasing through strikes that should have ended the confrontation in the opening seconds. It was only the combined effort of the entire team, Sasuke and Itachi coordinating a relentless pressure that forced Obito to split his attention, Hinata's Byakugan tracking the precise timing windows when his intangibility briefly lapsed, Anko's carefully placed traps disrupting his footing at critical moments, that kept the fight from becoming an immediate and total defeat. Naruto bore the brunt of the engagement, the black armor rising to its fullest extent, yet as the fight dragged on, chakra crackling gold and crimson across plates that had hardened further with every desperate exchange, and it was in the grinding, exhausting heart of that battle that something shifted in him that none of his training with Anko or Jiraiya could have fully prepared him for. He felt, for the first time since the mark's appearance, the full weight of the ancient will folded into his soul rise up to meet the moment completely, not as a borrowed cloak of power layered over his own strength but as something fully, finally integrated with it, the boy and the inheritance moving as a single, unified will rather than two separate things sharing the same body. The strike that finally forced Obito to disengage came not from raw power alone but from a moment of perfect, hard-won timing, Dragon Slayer connecting with the chakra-reinforced edge at the exact instant Obito's intangibility lapsed following one of Anko's carefully sprung traps, the blow driving him back with enough force to crack the ancient black stone behind him. Obito staggered, one hand pressed to a wound that would have been fatal to a lesser shinobi, and studied the boy standing across from him with an expression that had shifted, subtly but unmistakably, from calm curiosity into something closer to genuine, grudging respect. He told them, retreating into the dimensional void his Sharingan commanded rather than pressing an engagement, he had clearly begun to reassess, that the boundary would not close simply because Naruto willed it, that the cracks already spreading across the elemental nations had grown too extensive to seal through force alone, and that the coming months would require choices from all of them far harder than any single battle could resolve. He vanished before anyone could press him further, leaving the team standing exhausted and battered at the base of the ancient stone structure, the valley around them settling back into its heavy, oppressive silence. It was Itachi who first noticed, in the aftermath, that the structure itself had changed subtly during the fight, hairline cracks now visible across its weathered black surface that had not been there when the team first arrived. He voiced the concern that had already begun forming in every mind present, that the battle they had just fought, rather than weakening the danger, might have inadvertently accelerated exactly the process Obito had spent years trying to engineer. The team began the long journey back toward Konoha in a heavier silence than the one that had carried them toward the valley, each of them turning over their own private calculations about what the coming months would demand. Naruto walked at the group's center, Dragon Slayer resting across his shoulder, the mark on his skin finally settling back into its familiar, low pulse now that the immediate danger had passed, and felt, beneath the exhaustion, a new and unfamiliar certainty settling into him alongside it. Whatever the ancient inheritance folded into his soul had always been building toward, it had just, for the first time, fully woken. Chapter 11. The team's return to Konoha brought a report that reshaped Tsunade's understanding of the crisis facing the elemental nations entirely, and the Hokage, listening to Kakashi's careful account of the valley, the ancient structure, and Obito's unsettling final warning, called for a full gathering of the coalition she had spent the past months carefully assembling, this time with an urgency that left no room for the cautious, incremental diplomacy that had characterized their first summit. Gaara arrived within days, canceling other diplomatic obligations without hesitation the moment Suna's own envoy relayed the severity of what Konoha had discovered. Kirigakure's newly stabilized leadership sent a delegation with considerably more authority to commit resources than their envoy had carried during the first summit, a sign that whatever whispered communications passed between the great villages behind the scenes had already begun treating the threat as something too large for careful hedging. Even Kumogakure, whose rakeage had remained pointedly skeptical throughout the earlier round of diplomacy, sent word that he would attend the reconvened summit in person, a decision that spoke louder than any formal declaration of alliance could have. When he arrived, broad-shouldered and characteristically blunt, he made a point of seeking Naruto out privately before the summit's formal proceedings began, telling him without preamble that a man in his position did not travel across two borders on rumor alone, that something in the tone of the reports reaching Kumogakure's own intelligence network had unsettled advisors who did not unsettle easily, and that he intended to hear the rest of the story directly from the source before committing his village to anything. Naruto gave him exactly that, the same plain, unembellished account he had given every other skeptic, and the rakeage listened to the whole of it in a silence that, for a man of his temperament, amounted to a considerable concession. Itachi's testimony before the assembled delegations proved decisive in ways his earlier private briefing to Konoha's leadership alone had not fully accomplished. He laid out, in careful and exhaustive detail, everything he had gleaned during his years as a double agent within Akatsuki's inner circles, the architect's decades-spanning research into the ancient boundary, the deliberate cultivation of grief and despair as a means of weakening it, the growing certainty within Akatsuki's own ranks that their leader's ambitions had shifted from reshaping the elemental nation's political order into something far stranger and far more dangerous, an attempt to fundamentally alter the nature of the world itself. It was Naruto, called once again to speak directly to the assembled delegations, who offered the summit's most persuasive argument for immediate, coordinated action, describing the valley's ancient stone structure and the hairline cracks that had appeared across its surface during the fight, and stating plainly that whatever time remained before that boundary failed entirely was measured now in months rather than years. He did not dress the warning in diplomatic language. He simply told them, with the same flat, unflinching honesty that had won over skeptical envoys before, exactly what he had seen and exactly what he believed it meant, and let the weight of his sincerity carry the argument the way it always had. The summit concluded with a commitment none of the assembled villages had been willing to make months earlier, a formal, binding alliance dedicated specifically to countering the threat Naruto's mark had revealed, pooling intelligence, resources, and eventually, should the need arise, combined military strength across every hidden village present. Tsunade, watching representatives from 4 great villages sign an accord that would have seemed impossible even a year earlier, allowed herself a moment of quiet, hard-won pride at what her cautious diplomacy had finally, painstakingly achieved. That evening, gathered in a quieter setting with the small circle of people who had walked beside him through everything the mark had brought into his life, Naruto found himself, for once, simply resting in the presence of the people who had chosen him rather than turning immediately toward whatever crisis waited next. Hinata sat close beside him, her hand resting lightly against his. Enko leaned against a nearby wall with her usual sharp, watchful ease, already turning over tactical considerations for the coming alliance in her mind. Temari, who had traveled with Suna's delegation and stayed on past the summit's official close, sat across from him trading quiet, easy conversation that carried none of the formal weight diplomacy usually demanded of her. Sasuke and Itachi, brothers rebuilding a bond neither had believed possible a year earlier, sat nearby in a companionable silence of their own. It was, Naruto thought, watching the small, hard-won gathering around him, exactly the kind of thing worth protecting, whatever the ancient boundaries failure ultimately demanded of him. Chapter 12. The quiet the summit's conclusion had brought them lasted less than 2 weeks. It began with a tremor that rolled through Konoha in the deep hours before dawn, gentle enough that most of the village slept through it entirely, but Naruto woke from it instantly, the mark on his shoulder blazing with a heat sharper and more urgent than anything it had produced before. He was on his feet and reaching for Dragon Slayer before conscious thought had fully caught up with the instinct driving him, and it was only when he reached the window of his apartment and looked toward the horizon that he understood the tremor had not come from beneath the village at all. Far to the west, in the direction of Rain Country, the night sky had taken on a strange, sickly color, a bruised purple bleeding upward from the horizon like ink spreading through water, visible even at this considerable distance. The mark on his shoulder pulsed in time with it, a slow, heavy rhythm that felt, for the first time since its appearance, less like a beacon calling something toward him and more like an open wound responding to a wound far larger than itself. He was not the only one who felt it. Across the village, every shinobi sensitive enough to register subtle shifts in the ambient flow of chakra woke within minutes of each other, a rolling wave of unease spreading through Konoha's ranks as reports began filtering into the Hokage's tower faster than the night staff could properly process them. Tsunade, roused from sleep and still fastening her robe, met Naruto at the tower's entrance with an expression that told him, before either of them had spoken a single word, that whatever was happening at that distant valley, it had finally, catastrophically, begun. Word arrived within the hour from a Chunin outpost station near the Rain Country border, delivered by a messenger hawk whose handler had pushed the bird to the very edge of its endurance to close the distance as quickly as possible. The report was fragmented, hurried, clearly written by someone in the grip of genuine terror, but its central claim was unmistakable. The ancient structure in the valley had cracked open entirely, and something vast, something the fleeing outpost scouts had glimpsed only in broken, disjointed impressions before their own instincts screamed at them to run, had begun, slowly and with terrible patience, to emerge from the widening breach. Itachi, reading the report over Tsunade's shoulder, felt the color drain from his face in a way that unsettled everyone watching, because in all the years he had spent as Akatsuki's reluctant double agent, cataloging every dangerous secret the organization's architect had guarded, he had never once seen the man himself express anything resembling the fear now visible in the fragmented scout report's final, hastily scrawled lines. Whatever was crossing the breach, it had frightened even Obito Uchiha badly enough to abandon whatever careful, patient plan he had spent decades building toward. Tsunade activated the coalition's emergency protocols before the sun had fully risen, messenger hawks dispatched to every allied village carrying word that the threat they had gathered to prepare for had arrived far sooner and far larger than any of their contingency planning had accounted for. Naruto stood at the tower's window as the orders went out around him, watching the last of the strange, bruised light fade from the western horizon as true dawn finally broke over the village, and felt the mark on his shoulder settle, for just a moment, into a stillness that felt less like relief and more like the deep, gathering quiet before a much larger storm finally made landfall. He did not know yet what waited for them at the edge of that widening breach. He only knew, standing in the gathering light with Dragon Slayer resting across his shoulder and the people he had chosen to protect already moving into position around him, that whatever it was, the ancient will folded into his soul had been waiting his entire life for exactly this moment to finally, fully arrive. Behind him, Hinata's steady hand found his own without either of them needing to speak. Beside her, Enko was already running through a mental checklist of every hard lesson she had ever drummed into him, and Sasuke stood with Itachi at the tower's far window, brothers watching the same fading, bruised horizon in a silence that had long since stopped needing words to carry its meaning. Whatever the widening breach ultimately demanded of them, Naruto understood, with a certainty that settled into him deeper than any inherited will ever could have on its own, that he would not be walking toward it alone. Act 3. Chapter 1. The coalition forces reached the edge of the Rain Country Valley 3 days after the emergency summons had gone out, a combined column of Konoha, Suna, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure shinobi marching under a single banner for the first time in recorded history, and even that unprecedented show of unity felt small and fragile against what waited for them at the valley's center. The ancient black stone structure had not merely cracked. It had opened entirely, a jagged wound in the fabric of the world itself through which a light the color of old bruises poured outward in slow, pulsing waves, and standing within that wound, still only half emerged from whatever vast space lay beyond it, was something that made every seasoned jonin in the assembled column go pale and silent at first sight. It did not have a shape the eye could hold steady. It shifted between impressions, a towering, many-limbed silhouette one moment, a low, crawling mass the next, as if the thing had not yet decided what form this world's rules would force it to wear. The only constant was its eyes, dozens of them scattered unevenly across whatever surface it currently presented, each one a deep, patient, hungry gold that tracked the assembled shinobi with an interest that felt, to everyone standing beneath it, uncomfortably personal. Naruto felt the mark on his shoulder blaze hotter than it ever had before the moment the thing's attention passed over him, a pain sharp enough to nearly buckle his knees, and beneath that pain, buried deep in whatever ancient, wordless part of his inheritance had first stirred the night of his birth, he felt something that was almost recognition, as if the will folded into his soul had crossed paths with this entity, or something like it. Once before in a life he could not remember and would never fully recover. It was not fear he felt in that recognition, exactly, though fear was certainly present. It was closer to the particular, unsettled feeling of hearing a voice from a language he had never learned and understanding, somehow, that it was speaking directly to him. Tsunade's voice cut through the assembled column's stunned silence with the hard, practiced authority of a commander who had faced impossible odds before and refused to let her forces freeze in the face of them now. She organized the coalition into defensive formations, Suna's sand techniques anchoring the western flank, Kirigakure's water users securing the approach along the valley's flooded lowlands, Kumogakure's lightning specialists positioned for rapid strikes wherever the entity's attention concentrated. Shikamaru, coordinating the formation's finer details from her side, had spent the 3 days of the march sketching contingency after contingency on scraps of paper he kept folded inside his vest, and even he, staring up at the shifting, many-eyed mass now fully visible above the valley floor, admitted under his breath that none of his contingencies had accounted for something quite this far outside every category his strategic training had ever prepared him to model. It was a plan built on the assumption that this fight, whatever else it became, would need to buy time rather than achieve outright victory in its opening hours. The first exchange came faster than anyone had prepared for. The entity, fully sensing the gathered shinobi for the first time, unfolded a portion of itself outward in a motion too fast for the eye to properly track, and a dozen of the smaller, hungry creatures Naruto had spent months fighting off in scattered incursions poured from the widening breach behind it like water finding every available crack. The coalition's front lines met that first wave with disciplined, coordinated ferocity, and for a few brutal minutes it seemed the careful preparation might genuinely hold. Then the entity itself moved, and the illusion of control shattered entirely. It crossed the distance to the coalition's forward line in a single, impossible stride, and the shinobi caught in its path. 3 Chunin from Kirigakure who had trained together since childhood, simply ceased to exist in any recognizable form. The ground where they had stood scorched black and smoking as if something had consumed not just their bodies but the very concept of their having been there at all. The scream that went up from the surrounding ranks was not panic in the ordinary sense. It was the particular, visceral horror of witnesses who had just watched their understanding of what could happen to a person in battle expand into something far darker than any war had previously taught them. Naruto moved before conscious thought could catch up with the decision, Dragon Slayer already crackling with the black armor's rising chakra, placing himself directly in the entity's path with a recklessness that made Kakashi shout a warning from somewhere behind him. He did not fully understand, in that moment, what drove him forward faster than strategy or caution could restrain. He only knew, with the same flat, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every impossible fight of his short and singular life, that whatever this thing was, it had just crossed a line that could not be allowed to stand unanswered. Chapter 2. The strike Naruto landed against the entity's shifting mass connected with a force that should, by every measure the black armor had demonstrated so far, have staggered anything short of a tailed beast. Dragon Slayer's edge, wreathed in crackling gold and crimson chakra, sank into flesh that gave way like water and closed again just as quickly, the entity absorbing the blow with a fluid indifference that told Naruto, in the space of a single heartbeat, exactly how badly the coalition had underestimated what they were facing. It did not retaliate immediately. It simply looked at him, dozens of golden eyes converging on the small, stubborn figure who had dared to strike it, and in that patient, considering regard Naruto felt something pass between them that was not quite communication but was not entirely silence either, an impression of vast, ancient amusement, the way a mountain might regard a single persistent raindrop. Gaara's sand rose in a wall between Naruto and the entity's next motion, buying precious seconds that Kakashi used to haul Naruto backward by main force, and it was in that brief respite that Tsunade, watching the engagement from the coalition's command position with growing, cold certainty, made the call that would define the rest of the battle. She ordered a full withdrawal to the valley's outer ridge, sacrificing ground rather than lives, and the retreat that followed tested every scrap of discipline the assembled shinobi possessed, rear guards trading their own safety in small, desperate increments to buy the wounded and the exhausted time to reach safer ground. Itachi, fighting alongside Sasuke at the retreat's rear edge, found himself facing a swarm of the smaller creatures with a controlled, exhausting precision that drew on every technique his years as a prodigy had ever taught him, and it was only Sasuke's own growing strength, hardened over the preceding months into something that finally matched his brother's considerable skill, that kept the two of them from being overwhelmed entirely. Anko, covering Hinata's flank as the Hyuga heiress used her Byakugan to guide the retreating column around the worst of the incoming threats, took a wound along her forearm deep enough to require immediate field treatment, and it was Hinata herself, steady despite the chaos, who applied the emergency dressing without breaking her own concentration on the battlefield's shifting dangers. By the time the coalition forces reached the relative safety of the outer ridge, the cost of the engagement had become brutally, undeniably clear. 17 shinobi lost in the opening hour, dozens more wounded, and the entity itself, having barely moved beyond its initial position at the breach, showed no sign that the coalition's considerable combined strength had troubled it in any meaningful way at all. Medics from all 4 villages worked side by side through the remainder of that first exhausting night, the old rivalries and jealously guarded techniques that had once kept such collaboration rare giving way, under the weight of shared grief, to a practical cooperation that Tsunade noted, in her own private assessment of the engagement, as perhaps the only genuinely encouraging outcome of an otherwise devastating first encounter. Tsunade called an emergency war council the moment the wounded had been stabilized, and the mood among the assembled leadership was grimmer than any of them had allowed themselves to anticipate even in their most cautious private planning. The Raikage, his earlier skepticism entirely burned away by what he had just witnessed, was the first to speak the thought every commander present was privately turning over, that conventional shinobi strength, however coordinated, however overwhelming in numbers, was simply not going to be sufficient against whatever had just crossed into their world. It was Naruto, still catching his breath from the opening engagement, who offered the thought that would come to define the coalition's strategy in the difficult days ahead. He told the assembled leadership that the entity had reacted to him specifically, that whatever ancient recognition had passed between them in that brief, terrible moment of contact suggested his own strange inheritance carried some particular significance the creature understood even if he himself did not, and that finding out exactly what that significance was might prove more valuable, in the end, than any amount of additional conventional force the coalition could hope to muster. Gaara, listening closely from his place among the assembled leadership, added his own quiet observation, that a threat capable of recognizing something in a person that person did not yet fully understand about themselves was not the kind of enemy that raw numbers alone had ever been likely to overcome. And that the coalition's best chance almost certainly lay in understanding rather than simply outlasting whatever they now faced. Itachi, listening closely, offered the single thread of hope buried in that grim assessment, reminding the council that Obito himself had fled the valley in genuine fear rather than remaining to observe or control whatever he had unleashed. And that a man who had spent decades pursuing exactly this outcome abandoning it so completely suggested even he understood something about the entity that the coalition urgently needed to learn. Chapter 3. Obito found them 2 nights later, slipping into the coalition's makeshift camp with none of the theatrical patience that had characterized his previous appearances. His usual calm visibly frayed at the edges in a way that unsettled Itachi more than any display of anger could have. He did not ask for an audience this time. He simply appeared at the edge of the command tent, hands raised in a gesture of open surrender that made the assembled guards hesitate rather than immediately attack, and told Tsunade, without preamble, that he had come to help, whether the coalition trusted his motives or not. The interrogation that followed, conducted with every precaution the coalition's combined security expertise could muster, extracted a story that finally gave shape to the danger they now faced. The entity, which Obito's decades of forbidden research had only ever known by a name so old it had lost any meaning beyond simple dread, the Hollow Sovereign, was not itself the true threat, but rather a single fragment, a scout of sorts, sent ahead of a far larger and far older presence that existed beyond the ancient boundary in its entirety. Obito had spent years believing he could control the process of weakening that boundary, convinced that whatever crossed through it could be bent toward his own vision of a reshaped, unified world. He had been wrong, catastrophically and irreversibly wrong, and the fear now driving him was not for his own safety but for the growing certainty that he had, through his own decades of patient ambition, opened a door that no single person, no matter how powerful, was ever going to be able to close again through force alone. Naruto listened to this confession with the same flat, unflinching attention he had given every previous encounter with the masked man, and when Obito finished speaking, he asked the only question that mattered, whether there existed any way to seal the boundary again now that it had been breached this completely. Obito's answer was not encouraging. The old fragments of research he had gathered over the years suggested that such a sealing had happened once before, in an age so far removed from recorded history that only the barest echoes of it remained, and that whatever ritual or sacrifice had accomplished it then had required something the fragments themselves refused to fully specify, only that the cost had been immense, and the sealing itself imperfect. Weak enough that it had eventually, inevitably, begun to fail again exactly as it was failing now. It was Itachi who finally asked the question that shifted the tone of the entire conversation, whether Obito's own space-time techniques, the variabilities that had made him such a dangerous adversary for years, might hold some application toward containing or redirecting whatever force the sealing ritual would require. Obito considered this for a long moment, something calculating and cautiously hopeful crossing behind his mask for the first time since his arrival, and admitted that he had never considered the possibility, that his research had always focused on breaking barriers rather than reinforcing them, but that the underlying principles might, with enough careful study, be inverted. Tsunade, weighing the enormous risk of trusting a man who had spent years working directly against everything the coalition stood for, made the difficult decision to grant Obito a conditional, closely watched cooperation, reasoning that his knowledge, however dangerous the source, represented the coalition's single best lead toward understanding an enemy that conventional strength alone had already proven unable to meet. It was not a decision that sat easily with everyone present. Anko, in particular, made her skepticism known in blunt and uncompromising terms, reminding the room that Obito's own hands were not clean of coalition blood, that trust extended too quickly to a man with his history was as dangerous, in its own way, as the entity itself. She had spent enough of her own life recovering from the manipulations of a mentor she had once trusted completely to recognize the particular shape of a plausible, well-delivered confession, and she said as much to the assembled council without softening a single word of it, insisting that whatever cooperation Obito was granted come wrapped in restrictions tight enough that his knowledge could be extracted without ever handing him the leverage to repeat his old patterns under a new justification. Naruto, caught between Anko's hard-won caution and his own growing sense that the coming fight would demand every resource available regardless of its origin, found himself, once again, at the center of a decision that would shape everything that followed. He told the council, in the end, that he did not fully trust Obito either, but that he trusted the growing weight of shared danger pressing down on all of them more, and that watching a man's genuine fear was often a more honest signal than watching his professed intentions. He added quietly that he had spent his whole life learning to read the difference between people who wanted something from him and people who had simply run out of anywhere else to turn, and that Obito, for all his history, currently looked far more like the latter than the former. The council, weighing his judgment alongside Tsunade's own careful reasoning, finally moved forward with the uneasy alliance, and the work of understanding exactly what it would take to seal the ancient boundary began in earnest that same night. Chapter 4. The research that followed occupied every spare hour the coalition scholars and sealing specialists could dedicate to it, but it was Naruto himself, 3 nights into the effort, who found the answer waiting not in any scroll or fragment of old research, but in a place none of the assembled experts could follow him. He had fallen asleep exhausted after a long day of failed theoretical breakthroughs, and in the depths of that sleep he found himself standing in a place that existed nowhere in the waking world, a vast, dim space that felt less like a location and more like the inside of a held memory, mist curling low across ground that gave slightly underfoot like packed, ancient earth. He was not alone there. A figure stood a short distance away, its back turned, broad-shouldered and heavy with the weight of a blade even larger than the one Naruto himself carried, and though he could not see its face, some deep, wordless part of him recognized it immediately as the source of the strange, hardened will that had lived folded into his soul since the night of his birth. The figure did not turn to face him fully, but it spoke, its voice carrying the particular, exhausted weight of someone who had walked further and lost more than any single life should reasonably demand, and what it told him, in fragments too disjointed and strange to fully translate into the language of the world Naruto actually lived in, was that the boundary between their two worlds had never been a wall so much as a wound. One that had been closed once before not through strength but through sacrifice freely given, a binding built from something that could not be taken by force and could not be manufactured through cleverness alone. It required a will offered completely, without reservation, to stand at the threshold and hold it closed from the inside, absorbing whatever pressure the entity and the vast presence behind it continued to exert against the seam for as long as the binding needed to hold. Naruto woke before he could ask the question burning at the front of his mind, whether the figure itself had once made exactly that sacrifice, and what, if anything, had been left of it afterward. He carried the fragmented vision to Tsunade and Obito the following morning, and though either of them could fully explain the mechanism at work, the outline of what he described matched, with unsettling precision, the barest fragments of old research Obito had spent years piecing together, references to an ancient binding built from willing sacrifice rather than sealed by force. A boundary held not by walls but by someone standing permanently at the threshold. The implication of what this meant settled over the small circle gathered to discuss it with a weight none of them wanted to voice aloud first. Hinata was the one who finally said it, her voice steady despite the fear visible in her eyes, asking directly whether this meant someone would need to give themselves permanently to the boundary the way the vision suggested, trapped at the threshold indefinitely to hold the seal closed. Obito, his own expression unreadable behind the mask, admitted that the old fragments he had gathered offered no clear alternative, though he cautioned that his research had never been complete, that centuries of lost knowledge might well contain solutions his own decades of obsessive study had simply never uncovered. Tsunade, listening to the exchange with the particular, guarded stillness of a leader already anticipating how impossibly the coming weeks might test her own capacity to weigh one life against the survival of everyone else under her protection, made it clear to the assembled circle that she would exhaust every alternative the coalition's combined knowledge could produce before she allowed anyone, Naruto included, to be treated as an acceptable cost rather than a person whose survival mattered as much as any others. Naruto absorbed this grim possibility with the same flat, unflinching stillness he brought to everything, though something in his chest tightened at the thought of what it might eventually demand of him, or of someone he loved. He told the group, after a long, considering silence, that they would keep searching for an alternative for as long as time allowed, but that if the search came up empty and the coalition ran out of other options, he did not intend to let anyone else pay a price that ancient inheritance had, in some sense, always been quietly preparing him to pay himself. He said it plainly, without any attempt to dress the declaration up as bravery, because to him it did not feel like bravery so much as simple, unavoidable arithmetic, the same kind of arithmetic that had guided nearly every hard choice of his life since the day he first understood that some weights could not be shared out evenly among everyone who wished they could help carry them. Hinata's hand found his in the quiet that followed that declaration, and though either of them spoke further about it that night, the unspoken understanding between them settled into something either one was fully ready to accept. Chapter 5. The weeks that followed settled into a grim, determined rhythm, the coalition's forces holding a defensive perimeter around the valley while its scholars and sealing specialists worked around the clock to develop an alternative to the sacrifice the vision had suggested, and it was during this uneasy stretch that Naruto threw himself into a new phase of training unlike anything Anko or Jiraiya had ever pushed him through before. He understood, with the same clear-eyed pragmatism he applied to everything, that if the coming confrontation truly did require someone to stand at the threshold and hold the boundary closed, whether through sacrifice or through some alternative the scholars might yet discover, the strength required to survive long enough to even attempt it would need to exceed anything the black armor had shown so far. He trained through exhaustion that would have broken lesser shinobi, pushing the armor's chakra reserves further with every session, and it was Anko, watching him drive himself past every sensible limit, who finally forced him to slow down with a bluntness that cut through his usual stoic deflection entirely, telling him plainly that a boy who burned himself out preparing for a fight would be no use to anyone once that fight actually arrived. Temari arrived at the Valley's coalition camp during this period, having finally secured leave from her diplomatic duties in Suna to join the effort directly, and her presence brought a welcome, steadying influence to the camp's exhausted atmosphere. She took to organizing the coalition's logistics with the same sharp, efficient competence she brought to everything, freeing Shikamaru to focus more fully on the tactical planning the coming confrontation would require, coordinating supply lines across 4 villages worth of differing conventions and quietly resolving more than one near dispute between quartermasters and used to sharing resources with rival banners. And in the evenings, when the day's exhausting work finally allowed a moment's rest, she made a point of seeking Naruto out, refusing to let the growing weight of what might be asked of him isolate him from the people who cared whether he survived it. It was during one of these quiet evenings that the full weight of the 3 women who had each, in their own way, chosen to stand beside him settled fully into focus for the first time. Anko's fierce, protective bluntness, Hinata's steady, patient devotion, Temari's sharp, unflinching partnership, each of them offering something distinct that Naruto, in his own quiet way, had come to depend on more than he had ever fully admitted even to himself. He told them, gathered together around a low fire on the edge of the camp on one of the rare nights all 3 happened to be present at once, that whatever the coming weeks demanded of him, their presence in his life had already made every hard road he had walked worth walking. It was not a grand declaration, delivered instead with his usual plain, unadorned honesty, but the weight of it settled over the small fire with a warmth that none of them needed further words to understand. The coalition scholars, meanwhile, made slow but genuine progress on an alternative to the grim sacrifice the vision had suggested, Obito's knowledge of space-time manipulation proving unexpectedly valuable when applied toward the problem of reinforcement rather than intrusion. Itachi, working alongside him with a wary but genuine collaboration that surprised everyone who remembered the two men's earlier history as adversaries within Akatsuki's ranks, helped refine the theoretical framework into something that might, with enough combined chakra and enough carefully coordinated timing, allow a binding seal to be constructed and maintained collectively rather than through a single permanent sacrifice. It was not a certain solution. The theoretical framework carried enormous risk, requiring a level of coordinated chakra control across dozens of shinobi simultaneously that had never been attempted at this scale in recorded history, and any failure in that coordination during the ritual itself carried consequences none of the assembled scholars were fully able to predict. Shikamaru, tasked with modeling the ritual's most likely failure points, spent long nights running the same calculations over and over, searching for a margin of safety the underlying mathematics simply refused to offer, and he told Tsunade plainly, in the private briefing he gave her before the wider council convened, that he could not in good conscience call the plan safe. Only that it represented the best chance any of them had found. But it offered, for the first time since the breach had fully opened, a path forward that did not require anyone to disappear permanently into the boundary itself, and Tsunade, weighing the desperate uncertainty of the plan against the grim alternative, gave the order to begin preparing the coalition's full combined strength for an attempt. Chapter 6. The Hollow Sovereign, in the weeks the coalition spent preparing its ritual, did not remain idle. Scouting reports from shinobi assigned to monitor the valley's perimeter described a slow, steady growth in the creature's coherence, its shifting, indistinct form gradually settling into something closer to a single, stable shape, vaguely humanoid but wrong in every particular, too many joints in its limbs, its head crowned with a ring of those same patient, golden eyes rather than any recognizable face. It sent waves of the smaller creatures out from the breach at irregular intervals, testing the coalition's defenses with a patient, methodical persistence that Itachi, drawing on his own considerable experience reading an opponent's strategic patterns, warned was almost certainly deliberate. An attempt to wear down the coalition's strength and cohesion before whatever larger presence waited behind the breach committed itself more fully to the crossing. Naruto led the response to most of these incursions personally, the black armor's growing power making him the single most effective counter to the waves of hungry, reforming creatures, and it was during one particularly brutal engagement, fighting alongside Sasuke and Itachi to hold the breach point along the valley's eastern approach, that the armor shifted again. The plates along his forearms hardening into something that could parry the creature's attacks directly rather than simply absorbing the damage, a refinement that spoke to how thoroughly the ancient will folded into his soul had begun adapting itself specifically to this particular category of threat. It was during this same stretch of grinding, exhausting defense that the coalition suffered its first serious internal crisis. A young Kumogakure Jonin, pushed past his own limits by weeks of continuous engagement, breaking under the accumulated strain and turning on his own squad in a moment of panicked, irrational violence before Kakashi's timely intervention prevented serious harm. The incident forced Tsunade to confront a truth the coalition's leadership had been reluctant to fully address, that the psychological toll of fighting an enemy this fundamentally alien to everything shinobi training prepared a person for was accumulating faster than the medical and support structures assembled at the valley could adequately manage. It was Hinata, watching the toll this accumulating strain was taking not just on the coalition's rank and file but on Naruto himself, who finally proposed a solution that drew on her own clan's traditions rather than any conventional military doctrine, organizing rotating groups of shinobi through structured periods of rest and quiet, deliberately disconnected from the valley's grinding defense. Built around simple communal meals and shared conversation rather than any formal therapeutic technique. She modeled the rotations, in part, on quiet rituals her own clan practiced after difficult missions, moments set deliberately aside where rank and duty were allowed to recede in favor of simply being present with the people who had shared the same danger, and she adapted them carefully for a coalition drawn from 4 different villages with 4 different traditions, taking care that no single village's customs dominated the practice in a way that might make shinobi from another feel like guests rather than equal participants. It was a small thing, easy to dismiss against the scale of the danger they faced, but the coalition's morale, measurably fraying in the days before her intervention, began slowly, steadily stabilizing once the rotations took hold, and Tsunade, watching the quiet, practical wisdom of the approach take root, made a point of thanking Hinata personally for a contribution that had done more for the coalition's long-term resilience than any single tactical innovation could have managed alone. Naruto, benefiting from those same rest rotations whether his own stubborn instincts wanted to admit needing them or not, found himself, in the quieter moments between engagements, turning over the vision of the figure at the threshold again and again, searching for details he might have missed, some clue about who that ancient will had once belonged to and what, precisely, had been asked of it in whatever distant crossing had first closed the boundary the coalition was now racing to seal. Again, he did not find any further answers in the waking world. But the dreams continued, fragmented and strange, and each time he woke from them, he carried forward a growing, wordless certainty that whatever answer waited at the end of this fight, it would ask something of him that no amount of training alone could fully prepare him to give. He mentioned as much to Hinata during one of the quiet rest rotations she herself had organized, and she listened without offering easy reassurance, only holding his hand a little tighter and telling him that whatever the dreams were building toward, he would not be the one left to face it without anyone beside him. Even Anko, hardened by a lifetime of guarding her own expectations against disappointment, found herself quietly hoping the dreams would eventually offer something more than warning. Chapter 7. The ritual's preparation reached its final stage 6 weeks after the breach had first opened. The coalition's combined sealing specialists, guided by Obito and Itachi's carefully refined theoretical framework, finally ready to attempt the binding that might, if it succeeded, close the boundary without demanding the permanent sacrifice the vision had first suggested. It required 42 shinobi positioned in a precise formation around the breach's outer edge, each one channeling a carefully calibrated portion of their chakra into a network of seals laid painstakingly across the valley floor, all of it converging toward a central anchor point that someone would need to hold steady at the very threshold of the breach itself, while the binding took hold. Naruto volunteered for that central position before anyone else could raise the question of who should fill it, and though Tsunade and several of the coalition's other leaders argued, at length and with genuine concern, that the role's danger made it unwise to risk their most valuable asset in a position that offered no room for retreat once the ritual began, Naruto's answer settled the debate with the same flat, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every impossible decision of his life so far. His connection to whatever ancient force lived on the other side of that boundary was already established, recognized even by the entity itself in their first brief encounter, and every alternative candidate the coalition could offer carried a far higher risk of the binding failing to take hold at all. The night before the ritual's scheduled attempt, Naruto found himself unable to sleep, and rather than fight the restlessness, he walked the quiet perimeter of the coalition's camp alone, Dragon Slayer resting across his shoulder out of habit rather than any expectation of immediate danger. He passed rows of tents housing shinobi from 4 different villages, most of them sleeping fitfully if at all, and stopped for a while beside the small, makeshift memorial the coalition had raised for the 17 lost in the campaign's opening hour, reading each carved name in the dim moonlight and feeling, more sharply than he had allowed himself to feel it during the preceding weeks of grinding preparation, the full weight of what failure tomorrow would mean for everyone still breathing. Around him, he found Hinata waiting for him near the camp's eastern edge, having anticipated, with the quiet perceptiveness that had always defined her care for him, that he would need company rather than solitude on a night like this one. They did not speak much. They simply sat together beneath the cold, distant stars, her hand in his, until the first gray edge of dawn began creeping over the valley's ridgeline. Anko found them there as the camp began stirring for the day's preparations, and rather than her usual sharp, teasing energy, she simply sat down on Naruto's other side, offering the same quiet, wordless solidarity Hinata had offered through the night. Temari joined them not long after, foregoing her usual logistical duties for the morning to claim this last quiet hour before the ritual began, and the four of them sat together in a silence that carried more weight and more genuine comfort than any spoken reassurance could have managed. It was Sasuke who finally interrupted the quiet, arriving with Itachi at his side to report that the coalition's 42 chosen shinobi had taken their positions and the ritual's preparation stood ready to begin the moment Naruto was prepared to take his place at the threshold. Naruto rose without hesitation, though something in the careful, deliberate way he embraced each of the three women in turn before finally walking toward the breach suggested he understood, on some level he had not fully voiced aloud, that this attempt carried a real possibility he might not walk back out of that valley the same way he had walked into it. Obito met him at the edge of the sealed formation, his own expression, visible now that he had finally set the mask aside entirely in these final preparations, carrying a complicated mixture of guilt and grim determination. He told Naruto, quietly enough that only the two of them could hear it, that whatever happened in the coming hours, the boy standing before him had already proven something Obito's own decades of grief-soaked ambition had never managed to prove, that a person could carry an inheritance built from loss and trauma without letting it curdle into the same hollow, destructive certainty that had consumed Obito's own life for so long. It was, in its own quiet way, the closest thing to an apology Obito had ever offered anyone, and Naruto, accepting it with the same plain honesty he brought to everything, told him simply that it was not too late to prove it a second time, standing here, and the work still ahead of them both. Chapter 8. The ritual began at first light, the 42 chosen shinobi settling into their positions around the breach's outer perimeter with the discipline born of weeks of exhausting rehearsal, and Naruto walked forward alone to the very threshold of the ancient wound in the world. Dragon Slayer planted point first into the scorched earth beside him as he raised both hands to begin the delicate work of anchoring the network of seals now stretching outward around him. The Hollow Sovereign, sensing the sudden, coordinated surge of chakra converging on its position, reacted with a speed and violence that shattered the coalition's careful assumption that it would remain passive during the ritual's early stages. It lunged, the ground itself cracking beneath the force of its motion, and it was only the combined defensive efforts of every shinobi not directly bound to the seal's channeling, Sasuke and Itachi and Gaara and Kakashi and dozens more fighting in perfect, hard-won coordination, that kept the creature from reaching the vulnerable ritual formation before the binding could take hold. Naruto felt the seal network begin to hum to life around him as the 42 channeled shinobi found their rhythm, a deep, resonant pressure building at the threshold that felt, to his strange and singular senses, like the beginning of something vast and old finally being asked to hold still. The black armor rose around him unbidden, chakra crackling gold and crimson as it always did in moments of extremity, but this time it did not feel like a weapon being drawn for battle. It felt instead like a door being held closed from the inside, every plate and every burning eye of the armor's skeletal faceplate bending toward a single, unified purpose that had nothing to do with striking a blow and everything to do with simply, stubbornly, refusing to move. The entity's attacks against the coalition's outer defense grew more desperate and more violent as the binding's pressure continued to build, and it was during the fight's most brutal stretch that Anko, driving off a cluster of the smaller creatures that had broken through toward the ritual's edge, took a wound deep enough to drop her to one knee. Only Hinata's timely intervention and a hastily applied emergency technique keeping the injury from becoming immediately fatal. Kankuro, fighting alongside a squad of Suna reinforcements near the same breach point, later described the moment to Temari as the closest he had come, in the entire grinding campaign, to watching the coalition's line genuinely buckle, the smaller creatures pouring through the gap with a frantic, coordinated hunger that made it clear the entity itself was directing their assault with far more intelligence than its earlier, more scattered incursions had suggested. Naruto felt the moment of her injury through some strange, empathetic thread. The armor's deepening synchronization had apparently opened between him and the people he cared most about, a spike of raw fear that nearly broke his concentration on the seal network entirely, and it was only Obito's steady voice, positioned close enough to guide him through the ritual's most delicate stage, that kept him anchored to the task at hand. The binding reached its critical threshold as the sun climbed toward its highest point, the seal network's hum rising into something close to a physical pressure that made every shinobi still fighting at the valley's edges feel it in their bones, and it was in that final, desperate stretch that the Hollow Sovereign, sensing the closing of the door it had spent so long forcing open, unleashed an assault against the ritual formation itself unlike anything it had shown before, a wave of raw, hungry force that scattered half the assembled shinobi and left the seal network's careful geometry hanging by the barest possible thread. Naruto, standing alone at the threshold with the entire weight of the failing binding pressing down against him, made the only choice his stubborn, unbreakable will had ever really known how to make. He poured everything he had left, every reserve the black armor could still summon, directly into the seal, refusing with every fiber of his ancient, inherited resolve to let the door swing back open on his watch. Chapter 9. What happened next existed, for Naruto, in a space that felt entirely separate from ordinary time, the roar of the battle around him fading into a distant, muffled hum as the full weight of the seal's demand settled onto his shoulders alone. He felt the ancient will folded into his soul rise to meet that demand completely, the boundary between himself and that old, patient inheritance dissolving further than it ever had before, and in the strange, timeless space that opened up around him, he found himself once again standing before the broad-shouldered figure from his dreams, only this time it finally, fully turned to face him. He did not see a face so much as an impression of one, weathered and scarred in ways that spoke of a life spent entirely at war with forces no single person should have had to face alone, and the figure told him, in that same fragmented, half-translated language his dreams had always carried, that the binding could hold, that the coalition's ritual had found genuine purchase against the ancient wound, but that it would require, even now, a portion of the will offering itself at the threshold to remain woven into the seal permanently, a smaller and more survivable price than the full sacrifice the earlier vision had suggested, but a price nonetheless. Naruto understood, with a clarity that settled into him deeper than any spoken explanation could have managed, exactly what was being offered and exactly what it would cost. A part of the ancient inheritance that had shaped his entire life, the deep, patient endurance and unbreakable will that had carried him through every impossible fight since infancy, would need to remain behind at the threshold, permanently bound into the seal to reinforce it against the entity's continued pressure from the other side. He would not lose everything the inheritance had given him, but he would lose something of it, some portion of the strange, ancient weight that had made him who he was, and he would never fully know, standing there in that timeless space, exactly what that loss would mean for the rest of the life waiting for him beyond it. He made the choice without hesitation, because that was, in the end, exactly the kind of choice his entire strange and singular life had been quietly building him toward. He told the figure, with the same plain, unadorned honesty he brought to everything, that he had spent his whole life carrying a weight he had never fully understood the origin of, and that giving a portion of it back to help close the door it had come through felt, more than anything else, like a debt finally being settled rather than a sacrifice being demanded. He thought, in the brief, suspended moment before the figure answered, of every person who had ever stood beside him without asking anything in return. Iruka's Hitai pressed into his hands on a night he had needed it more than he could put into words, Enko's blunt, unyielding patience, Hinata's quiet devotion, Temari's steady partnership, and understood that whatever this choice cost him, it was being made in service of exactly the kind of world that had, against every early expectation of his hard, unloved childhood, finally given him people worth protecting. The figure's expression, as much as Naruto could read of it, shifted into something that might, in a face less weathered by whatever impossible road it had once walked, have been called relief. It told him, in its last fragmented words before the timeless space began dissolving back toward the ordinary flow of the battle raging around him, that the choice he had just made honored every hard road that inheritance had ever walked, in this world or the one before it, and that whatever came next, the will remaining with him would carry that honor forward. Naruto opened his eyes back in the valley to find the seal network blazing with a light that had shifted from its earlier strained, flickering pressure into something steady and resolute, the Hollow Sovereign's furious assault against the ritual formation faltering as the binding finally, fully took hold. The entity let out a sound that no human throat could have produced, something between a roar and a mourning wail, as the breach behind it began, slowly and inexorably, to narrow, and for the first time since the fight at the threshold had begun, Naruto allowed himself the smallest flicker of certainty that the coalition's desperate, costly gamble had actually, finally, worked. Chapter 10. The breach's narrowing did not happen instantly, and the hours that followed the ritual's success demanded nearly as much from the coalition as the desperate fight to complete it had. The Hollow Sovereign, sensing the closing door and refusing to accept the loss of its crossing without a final, furious effort, threw itself against the coalition's outer defenses with a violence that made the earlier engagements look almost restrained by comparison, and it took the combined strength of every remaining shinobi, Sasuke and Itachi fighting in perfect brotherly coordination. Gaara's sand forming walls that shattered and reformed as fast as the entity could break them, Kakashi and the assembled Jonin holding the line with a discipline forged through weeks of grinding, exhausting preparation, to keep that final assault from reaching Naruto and unraveling the binding before it could fully complete. Enko, still wounded but refusing to leave the field despite the injury Hinata had treated hours earlier, fought at the ritual formation's edge with a fierce, protective determination that spoke to everything Naruto had come to mean to her since the day she first dropped out of a tree to challenge a strange, sword-carrying genin she had judged worth the effort of shaping. She would later admit, once the dust had settled and the exhaustion of the day had finally caught up with her, that she had spent those final desperate minutes bargaining with every old grudge and hard-learned instinct she carried, refusing to let herself imagine what failure at the threshold would mean for the boy she had trained from a stubborn, undisciplined genin into the man now holding the entire coalition's fate steady at the edge of the breach. Temari coordinated the coalition's shifting defensive lines from the command position with a clarity that kept the entire, exhausted formation from collapsing into chaos even as the entity's assault grew more desperate and more dangerous with every passing minute. It was Obito, in the fight's final and most critical stretch, who made the contribution that finally turned the tide decisively in the coalition's favor. Drawing on his mastery of space-time techniques in a way his own decades of research had never previously attempted, he opened a series of small, precisely targeted rifts along the entity's shifting form, not to attack it directly but to disrupt the coherence it had spent weeks slowly building, forcing its unstable, ever-changing shape back toward the formless chaos it had first emerged from. The technique cost him dearly, the strain of holding so many simultaneous dimensional distortions open leaving him collapsed and unconscious the moment the entity's assault finally, fully broke, but it bought the ritual formation the last critical minutes it needed to complete the binding without further interruption. The Hollow Sovereign's form dissolved slowly back into the narrowing breach as the seal reached its final threshold, its many golden eyes fixing one last time on Naruto with an expression that carried, even in its alien, unreadable features, something that might have been grudging respect, or perhaps simply the patient certainty of something ancient enough to understand that this particular defeat was not, in the larger scope of whatever vast presence waited behind it, a permanent one. The breach closed with a sound like a held breath finally released, the sickly, bruised light that had poured from it for weeks fading entirely as the ancient black stone structure settled back into inert, silent stillness. The valley, in the sudden, ringing quiet that followed, felt almost unbearably peaceful after the accumulated weeks of grinding, desperate defense, and the coalition's surviving shinobi, exhausted and battered but alive, allowed themselves, for the first time since the breach had first opened, a moment to simply breathe without immediately bracing for the next attack. Naruto remained standing at the threshold for a long moment after the binding fully settled, feeling the particular, unfamiliar absence where a portion of his ancient inheritance had once lived, a quiet, hollow space that did not hurt exactly, but that reminded him, every time his attention drifted toward it, of a debt finally paid rather than a wound freshly opened. He turned back toward the coalition's assembled forces, Dragon's Slayer still resting across his shoulder, and found Hinata already crossing the scorched ground toward him at a run, Enko and Temari close behind her, and for a long, quiet moment, exhausted and battered and undeniably alive, he simply let himself be held. Kakashi, surveying the battered but intact ritual formation from a short distance away, allowed himself a rare, unguarded smile at the sight of it, the first genuine relief he had let himself feel since the campaign had begun. Chapter 11. The days that followed the breach's closing brought a fragile, hard-won relief to the coalition's exhausted camp, the wounded tended and the dead honored in a joint ceremony that drew representatives from all 4 allied villages together in a shared grief that, for once, carried no trace of old rivalry or suspicion. Tsunade spoke at the ceremony's close, her voice carrying across the assembled survivors with the particular, weathered authority of a leader who had spent decades burying people she had cared about and had never once let that grief calcify into anything other than a deeper commitment to protecting the people still living. She named each of the fallen individually, regardless of which village's banner they had marched under, and the gesture, small as it was, did more to cement the coalition's genuine unity than any formal treaty language had managed across the preceding months. Obito woke 3 days after his collapse, weakened considerably by the strain his final intervention had cost him, and the conversation that followed between him and the small circle who had come to trust him, cautiously and incompletely, over the preceding weeks carried a different weight than any of their previous exchanges. He did not ask for forgiveness, understanding on some deep level that the harm his decades of grief-driven ambition had caused could not simply be absolved through a single act of last-minute redemption. He asked instead, quietly and without any of his old theatrical patience, what use the coalition believed a man like him could still be, now that the singular obsession that had defined his entire adult life had finally, definitively ended in failure. It was Itachi, understanding better than perhaps anyone else present exactly what it meant to carry the weight of choices made in service of a goal that had ultimately cost more than it had ever been worth, who offered the answer that settled the matter. He told Obito that the coalition's work was far from finished, that the breach's closing had bought time rather than permanent safety, and that a man with his knowledge of space-time techniques and his hard-won, if bitterly learned, understanding of the ancient boundary's true nature remained one of the coalition's most valuable resources going forward, provided he was willing to spend whatever years remained to him rebuilding rather than continuing to tear down. Naruto, listening to this exchange with the quiet, considering attention he brought to everything, added his own perspective once Itachi finished speaking, telling Obito plainly that he did not believe redemption worked the way old stories liked to suggest, a single grand gesture erasing decades of harm in one dramatic stroke. He believed instead that it worked the way almost everything worthwhile in his own strange, singular life had worked, slowly, through the accumulated weight of small, consistent choices made and remade every day for as long as it took to matter. He told Obito that the coalition would watch him carefully, that trust extended too quickly would help no one, but that the door toward eventually earning it back remained open regardless. Tsunade, informed of this exchange, made the formal decision that Obito would remain under close, careful supervision within the coalition structure rather than facing immediate punishment for his considerable past crimes, a decision that drew significant controversy among the assembled village leadership but that ultimately held, buoyed by the practical necessity of his continued expertise and the genuine, hard-won respect he had begun earning from the very people he had once counted as his most direct adversaries. Several of the visiting envoys pressed hard for a harsher outcome during the closed-door sessions that followed, arguing that leniency toward a man responsible for so much coalition bloodshed set a dangerous precedent regardless of his final contribution, and it took the combined, patient testimony of Itachi, Naruto, and Tsunade herself, each speaking to a different facet of what Obito's cooperation had actually cost and actually accomplished, to finally settle the matter in his favor. It was during this same period of uneasy, exhausted recovery that the coalition scholars, examining the sealed breach and the ancient stone structure surrounding it with renewed scientific rigor now that the immediate crisis had passed, discovered something in the structure's weathered carvings that had gone unnoticed during the earlier, more urgent fighting, a series of markings, considerably older than anything else in the structure's construction, that seemed to describe not a single boundary but a network of similar ancient seams scattered across the wider world, some sealed as completely as this one had briefly been, others, according to the oldest and most fragmentary portions of the carving, potentially still open, still waiting, in places no map currently in use had any record of. Obito, still recovering his strength but eager to make himself useful in whatever way the coalition would permit, spent long hours poring over rubbings of the carvings alongside Itachi and a small team of Kirigakure scholars whose own clan traditions, it turned out, preserved fragments of an oral history that lined up in unsettling ways with the structure's oldest markings. Describing a scattered network of what those traditions called simply the old wounds, places where the world's fabric had worn thin long before any hidden village had ever raised its first wall. Whatever the wider network of ancient wounds ultimately meant for the Coalition's future, this first, hard-won discovery made one thing clear beyond any doubt. Konoha's newest and strangest genin had not, in fact, reached the end of the road his singular inheritance had set him walking. Chapter 12. The Coalition's return to Konoha, several weeks later, carried none of the triumphant celebration that might have accompanied a more conventional military victory. The village welcomed its shinobi home with quiet, heartfelt gratitude rather than parades, understanding, in the particular way only a community that had genuinely feared losing everything could understand, that the cost of the valley's defense had been measured in more than simple numbers, and that the strange, exhausted relief on the faces of the returning shinobi deserved space to settle rather than spectacle to celebrate it. Naruto spent his first weeks back in the village adjusting to the quiet, persistent absence where a portion of his ancient inheritance had once lived, a change that manifested in small, ordinary ways he was still learning to navigate, a slightly slower recovery from exhaustion than he had grown used to, a diminished but not vanished capacity to summon the black armor's full power, a sense, difficult to fully articulate even to the people closest to him, of having grown lighter in a way that felt equal parts loss and relief. He found himself, more than once during those quiet weeks, standing in front of a mirror turning his shoulder to catch the faded scar where the mark had once burned, searching his own reflection for some visible sign of what had changed, and finding, each time, only the same familiar face looking back at him, a little more tired perhaps, a little more settled, but unmistakably still his own. Hinata, Anko, and Temari each, in their own distinct ways, helped him navigate that adjustment, offering the same steady, patient support that had carried him through every previous hardship, and slowly, over the course of those quiet weeks, the strange new shape of himself began settling into something he could recognize as simply, sustainably his own. Sasuke and Itachi, their bond continuing to heal in the aftermath of everything the valley had demanded of them, began the slow, deliberate work of rebuilding what remained of the Uchiha clan's legacy within the village, not through old ambitions of restored power but through a quieter, more patient commitment to making sure the mistakes that had once torn their family apart were never repeated. Obito, still watched carefully but increasingly integrated into the Coalition's ongoing research efforts, found himself, somewhat to his own visible surprise, developing something approaching genuine camaraderie with the very people he had once counted as enemies, a slow, halting process that neither he nor anyone around him expected to complete quickly, but that had, undeniably, begun. Tsunade called a final summit of the 4 allied villages before the season's end, formalizing what the shared crisis had already made clear in practice, a permanent coalition structure dedicated specifically to investigating and, where possible, sealing the network of ancient boundaries the ruins' carvings had revealed. Drawing on the hard-won expertise and resources of every participating village rather than leaving any single nation to face such threats alone. Gaara, Suna's envoys, and representatives from Kirigakure and Kumogakure all signed the formal charter establishing this new, permanent alliance, an achievement that would have seemed impossible to imagine even 2 years earlier, built now on a foundation of shared sacrifice too significant for any of them to simply let dissolve back into old rivalry. It was on the evening after that final summit's conclusion that Naruto found himself once again standing alone on the training ground where he had first found Dragon's Slayer buried in a heap of discarded scrap, the same worn, familiar grip settled into his palm, the mark on his shoulder, faded now to a faint, quiet scar rather than the searing beacon it had once been. Still pulsing faintly beneath his shirt in a rhythm that no longer felt like an open wound but like something closer to a quiet, permanent reminder of the debt he had chosen to pay. He thought back, standing there in the cooling evening air, to the frightened, unwanted boy who had dragged that ruined slab of iron 3 miles across the village all those years ago, certain of nothing except that the weight of it belonged to him, and found it strange, in a quiet, settled way, to recognize how much of that boy's stubborn, unspoken certainty had carried him, unbroken, all the way to this particular evening. He knew, standing there beneath a sky finally free of the strange, bruised light that had haunted it for months, that the ancient carving's warning of a wider network of similar boundaries meant this particular chapter of his strange and singular life, however hard-won its ending, was not truly finished. There would be more roads to walk, more thresholds waiting somewhere beyond the borders of everything he currently understood, and more people, he suspected, who would need the particular, unbreakable stubbornness his inheritance had carved into him since before he had even drawn his first breath. But for tonight, with Anata's steady presence waiting for him back in the village, with Anko's fierce loyalty and Temari's unflinching partnership both settled into the fabric of his life as surely as the sword resting across his shoulder, Naruto allowed himself, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, to simply rest in the knowledge that whatever came next, he would not be meeting it alone. Act 4, Chapter 1. The village that welcomed Naruto and the returning coalition forces home carried an uneasy, complicated relief in the weeks that followed the breach's closing, gratitude for a catastrophe narrowly averted tangled together with a growing, unspoken anxiety about the wider network of ancient wounds the ruins' carvings had revealed. Tsunade, understanding that fear left unaddressed had a way of curdling into something far more dangerous than the original threat itself, called for full transparency with the village council regarding everything the coalition had learned, a decision that drew immediate and predictable resistance from the one corner of that council who had never fully accepted losing his old influence over Konoha's military affairs. Danzo Shimura had spent the months of the Valley Crisis watching from the careful, patient distance his diminished political standing forced upon him, and the revelation of a wider network of ancient wounds scattered across the world gave him, for the first time since Root's official dissolution, an opening he judged too valuable to let pass untested. He argued before the council, with the same cold, unsentimental logic that had always characterized his particular vision of strength, that a threat of this scale demanded a return to the kind of centralized, unaccountable military authority Root had once represented, that the coalition's slow, consensus-driven diplomacy would prove fatally inadequate against enemies capable of erasing trained shinobi from existence in a single motion. He did not propose this openly as a bid to rebuild Root itself. He framed it instead as a necessary evolution of Konoha's defensive doctrine, a specialized division answerable only to the Hokage's most trusted inner circle, insulated from the political friction of a four-village coalition that could, in his telling, collapse the moment any single village's interests diverged from the others. Tsunade rejected the proposal outright, recognizing in its careful, reasonable-sounding language the same old ambitions that had already cost the village so dearly once before, but the rejection did not end Danzo's efforts. It only drove them further from the council chamber's open scrutiny and back into the shadows where his particular brand of ambition had always operated most comfortably. Naruto, informed of the exchange by Tsunade herself during one of the private briefings that had become a regular part of his life since his return, absorbed the news with the same flat, considering stillness he brought to everything, though something colder than his usual composure settled behind his eyes at the confirmation that the man's ambitions had survived every previous setback largely intact. He told Tsunade, with characteristic bluntness, that he did not believe Danzo's proposal would simply fade away now that it had been formally rejected, that a man who had spent his entire career building shadow networks beneath the village's official structure was unlikely to abandon that pattern simply because the council had said no once. It was Itachi, present for that same conversation given how deeply his own history intertwined with Danzo's particular ambitions, who offered the most useful warning, reminding Naruto and Tsunade both that Danzo's original justification for authorizing the Uchiha clan's massacre had rested on exactly this same logic, that extraordinary threats justified extraordinary and unaccountable measures, and that a man who had once convinced himself an entire clan's slaughter was a necessary sacrifice would not hesitate to view the current crisis as fresh justification for whatever quiet, unauthorized preparations he judged the coalition's official caution too slow to provide. Itachi spoke of this history with a careful, measured distance that had taken him years to build, but Naruto could see, beneath that careful control, the old grief still living close to the surface, and understood, not for the first time, exactly how much courage it had cost his teammate's brother to keep offering that hard-won perspective to the village that had once demanded so much silent sacrifice from him. Tsunade, weighing this warning against the practical demands of an already overwhelming crisis, made the decision to place a discreet watch on Danzo's remaining associates, a small, trusted circle drawn from Kakashi's own network of former ANBU rather than any official surveillance apparatus that might tip her hand too openly. It was a quiet, careful precaution, and none of them, in that moment, fully anticipated how soon it would prove necessary. Naruto, in the meantime, found himself navigating a strange new prominence within the village that had once feared and despised him for the burden he carried. Children who had once crossed the street rather than walked near him now pointed him out to their parents with open, unguarded excitement whenever he passed through the market district, and shopkeepers who had once refused him service without explanation now greeted him by name, offering discounts he never asked for and rarely accepted. He found the attention uncomfortable in ways he struggled to fully articulate even to Hinata, a strange, disorienting inversion of the isolation he had spent his entire childhood learning to carry without complaint, and it was Irika, visiting him one afternoon at the modest apartment he still kept despite his growing renown, who offered the perspective that finally helped him settle into the change. Irika told him that the village's shifting regard for him was not really about the strength he had shown or the battles he had won, but about the simple, accumulated evidence of a boy who had never once stopped choosing to protect people who had given him every reason not to, and that accepting the village's belated gratitude was not a betrayal of the hard, lonely road that had brought him here. Only a fair acknowledgement of exactly how much that road had actually been worth. Chapter 2. The formal establishment of what the coalition's charter eventually termed the Warden Accord took shape over the following month, a permanent, standing body drawn from all 4 allied villages and dedicated specifically to investigating and, wherever possible, sealing the network of ancient wounds the Rain Country ruins carvings had revealed. Tsunade, mindful of Danzo's warning about unaccountable authority even as she rejected his specific proposal, insisted the wardens operate under joint oversight from all 4 villages' leadership rather than any single Hokage's private command. A structural choice that drew grudging respect even from delegates who had entered the negotiations skeptical of ceding any authority to a body not fully under their own village's control. Naruto was named the warden's first field captain, a title he accepted with characteristic discomfort at the formality of it but genuine, quiet pride at the responsibility itself, and the core team assembled around him drew on exactly the circle of people who had already proven themselves through the valley crisis. Sasuke and Itachi, their bond continuing to heal, formed the team's primary combat backbone alongside Naruto himself. Hinata's Byakugan and her hard-won gift for maintaining morale under pressure made her an obvious inclusion. Enko's sharp instincts for detecting hidden danger rounded out the team's core, and Obito, still watched carefully but increasingly trusted, was granted a probationary place given the singular value of his knowledge regarding the ancient boundaries and his mastery of the space-time techniques that had proven so crucial in the valley's sealing. Temari, unable to relocate permanently from her ongoing duties in Suna, negotiated instead a rotating assignment that kept her attached to the warden's operations whenever Suna's own needs allowed, a compromise that satisfied neither her nor Naruto completely but that both of them accepted as the practical cost of lives built around competing responsibilities. Gaara, informed of his sister's arrangement, offered his own quiet blessing on the matter, telling her privately before her first rotation began that Suna's growing stability owed a great deal to exactly the kind of coalition work she was now committing part of her time to, and that he would rather share her attention with a cause this important than insist on a loyalty that left no room for it. The warden's first mission took them north, toward a remote stretch of mountainous territory near Kumogakure's border where local reports described a pattern of unnaturally early frost and livestock found dead without visible wounds, details that matched, with unsettling precision, the environmental corruption that had preceded the Rain Country breach's earliest manifestations. The journey north gave the newly formed team its first extended opportunity to settle into working rhythm together, and Naruto found himself watching the easy, growing coordination between people who had until recently counted each other among rivals or outright enemies, allowing himself a cautious optimism about what the wardens might accomplish if given the chance to properly develop. Obito, walking near the rear of the traveling column with a quiet, reflective demeanor that had replaced much of his old careful theatricality, fell into step beside Naruto on the second night of the journey and admitted, in a rare moment of unguarded honesty, that he had spent so many decades believing his own path forward required walking alone that the strange, unfamiliar comfort of belonging to something like this team again, however conditionally, had caught him more off guard than any battle since the valley's closing. Naruto, listening without judgment, told him simply that belonging was not something a person earned once and then kept automatically. It was built the same way strength was built, through the accumulated weight of small, consistent choices made and remade every day, and that Obito's continued presence on this journey, rather than any single grand gesture, was already doing exactly that work. Obito considered this for a long moment in silence, watching the column of shinobi from 4 different villages marching together ahead of them, and admitted that it was the first time in longer than he could remember that he had genuinely looked forward to whatever came next rather than simply enduring it in service of some distant, singular goal. The mountain pass where the reports had originated came into view on the 4th day of travel, and even from a distance, the wrongness of the place was unmistakable, a jagged crack running through the exposed rock face that pulsed, faint and slow, with the same sickly, bruised light the coalition had learned, at terrible cost, to recognize. Chapter 3. The wound in the mountain pass proved smaller and considerably less developed than the one that had nearly overwhelmed the entire coalition in Rain Country, a mercy the wardens understood, even as they approached it with appropriate caution, might only reflect the wound's relative youth rather than any fundamental difference in the danger it ultimately represented. Hinata Byakugan, scanning the crack's strange, resistant chakra signature from a careful distance, confirmed that whatever pressure built behind it remained, for now, contained well short of the critical threshold that had preceded the Rain Country breach's full opening. The team's approach was methodical in a way that owed everything to the hard lessons of the Valley Crisis, Obito's refined understanding of the boundaries' underlying mechanics allowing them to construct a scaled-down version of the binding ritual without requiring the enormous, coordinated force the first sealing had demanded. It took only 6 shinobi working in careful, practiced concert, Naruto anchoring the central seal with Anko and Itachi channeling supporting chakra from either flank, Hinata Byakugan guiding the network's precise placement, Sasuke and Obito holding the perimeter against the handful of smaller, hungry creatures the wound's disturbance had already begun attracting. The ritual completed within a matter of hours rather than the desperate, drawn-out weeks the Rain Country sealing had required, and Naruto felt, as the crack's pulsing light finally dimmed and settled into inert stillness, a genuine and uncomplicated relief that stood in sharp contrast to the costly, bittersweet victory of the first sealing. No sacrifice had been required this time, no permanent loss demanded of anyone standing at the threshold, and the team's quiet, exhausted satisfaction at a job well handled carried a different quality entirely than the grim, hard-won relief that had followed the valley's closing. It was in the aftermath of that success, examining the sealed wounds surrounding rock formation for any further clues about its origin, that Obito made an observation that reshaped the warden's understanding of the wider threat they were now committed to addressing. The mountain wound, unlike the Rain Country breach, showed no sign of the deliberate, patient cultivation that had characterized his own decades of research into weakening the ancient boundary. It had simply appeared on its own, an organic weakening rather than an engineered one, which suggested, troublingly, that the boundary's overall integrity across the entire world was deteriorating independent of any single actor's deliberate efforts, that even without Obito's decades of interference, more of these wounds were likely to continue opening as whatever pressure existed on the other side continued building against a barrier that had, perhaps, simply grown too old and too worn to hold indefinitely regardless of anyone's intervention. This realization settled over the team with a weight that tempered their earlier satisfaction considerably. If the boundary's weakening was a natural, ongoing process rather than a threat that could be fully addressed by undoing one man's specific sabotage, the warden's work was not going to be a matter of closing a finite, countable list of wounds and declaring the crisis resolved. It was going to be an ongoing, indefinite responsibility, one that would likely outlast every member of the team currently standing in that quiet, snow-dusted mountain pass. Naruto absorbed this sobering realization with the same flat, unflinching acceptance he brought to everything, though that night, sitting apart from the rest of the team's quiet celebration of their successful sealing, he found himself turning the implication over with a weight that settled differently than any single battle's danger ever had. It was Hinata who found him there, and when he explained what troubled him, she told him, with the steady, patient wisdom that had become one of the things he relied on most in her, that a responsibility being indefinite did not make it any less worth carrying, only that it meant he would need, eventually, to trust others to carry it forward alongside him, and someday, after him, rather than believing the entire weight of it had to remain permanently balanced on his own shoulders alone. Enko, joining them a short while later with a bottle of something she had smuggled along specifically for this kind of occasion, offered her own blunter version of the same point, telling Naruto that she had spent years assuming her own hardest burdens were hers alone to carry, a habit born from betrayal she had never fully learned to set down, and that watching him build a life surrounded by people who refused to let him make that same mistake was, in its own strange way, teaching her something about her own old wounds that she had not expected a snowy mountain pass to offer. Chapter 4. The Warden's return to Konoha carried the quiet satisfaction of their first fully successful mission, but the relief proved short-lived. Kakashi met the team at the village gates with an urgency that immediately signaled trouble, and the report he delivered on the walk back to the Hokage's tower confirmed the fear that had been quietly building since Danzo's rejected council proposal weeks earlier. The discreet surveillance Tsunade had authorized had uncovered evidence of a hidden facility, tucked into a remote stretch of forest well outside the village's official jurisdiction, where a small cadre of Danzo's most loyal remaining associates had continued conducting exactly the kind of unauthorized research and training Root had once specialized in. This time explicitly focused on developing techniques to exploit the ancient boundaries' properties for direct military application. Tsunade's fury upon receiving the full report was colder and more controlled than her usual temper, the particular, dangerous calm of a leader who understood that the situation demanded precision rather than the satisfying release of open anger. She authorized an immediate raid on the facility, drawing on the Warden's own combat readiness rather than risking the operational security of a wider, more conventional military deployment that might give Danzo's people time to destroy evidence, or simply vanish before the raid could reach them. The facility itself, when the team finally located it hidden beneath an unassuming stretch of forest floor, proved far more extensive than the initial surveillance reports had suggested, a warren of underground chambers that echoed, in ways that turned Itachi's expression grim and unreadable, the same architecture Root's official facilities had once employed. What the team found within those chambers confirmed every fear the earlier warning had raised. Danzo's remaining loyalists had been conducting experiments on captured fragments of the Mountain Wound's corrupted stone, seeking to weaponize the same ancient chakra properties that had made the Hollow Sovereign and its scattered incursions so dangerous, apparently believing that a controlled, contained version of that power might be harnessed as a decisive military asset regardless of the catastrophic risk such experimentation carried. The confrontation that followed was brief but tense, the facility's small remaining staff surrendering quickly once they understood the scale of the force arrayed against them, though Danzo himself, informed by some remaining loyalists elsewhere in the village of the raid's approach, had already fled the facility hours before the team arrived, leaving behind only the physical evidence of his continued, unauthorized ambitions rather than his own person to answer for them. Naruto, moving through the facility's abandoned chambers with a grim, focused thoroughness, found himself confronting, in the sterile, clinical architecture of the place, an uncomfortable echo of exactly the kind of institutionalized cruelty Itachi's own tragic history had grown out of, the same cold, unsentimental logic that treated people as resources to be shaped and expended in service of someone else's vision of necessary strength. He thought of Fu, the young Root operative Itachi had once mentioned in passing conversation, and of the 11 children rescued from a similar facility during the Coalition's earlier work against Danzo's ambitions, and understood, with a clarity that hardened his resolve considerably, that whatever cost Danzo's continued freedom eventually demanded, the man could not be allowed to keep operating in these particular shadows indefinitely. He said as much to Sasuke, walking beside him through the facility's narrow, echoing corridors, and his teammate, whose own family's destruction traced back so directly to this same man's cold calculus, answered only with a short, grim nod that carried more weight than any words could have. Tsunade, reviewing the full evidence recovered from the raid, moved immediately to formalize an arrest warrant against Danzo Shimura, charging him not merely with the unauthorized continuation of Root's dissolved operations but with the far more dangerous crime of experimenting with forces the Coalition's own hard-won experience had proven catastrophically unpredictable. The warrant, once issued, transformed what had been a quiet, careful political struggle into an open manhunt, and the village, learning of the scale of Danzo's continued ambitions, found its earlier uneasy anxiety about the wider network of ancient wounds sharpened into something considerably more immediate and personal. The manhunt itself consumed the better part of a tense, exhausting week, Danzo's decades of experience evading exactly this kind of pursuit making him a considerably more elusive target than the Coalition's initial confidence had anticipated. Kakashi coordinated the search effort personally, drawing on every scrap of tracking expertise his own years in ANBU had once taught him, while Naruto's team fanned out across the surrounding forests and abandoned outposts that Danzo's old network had once used for exactly this kind of contingency. It was Fu, offering her own hard-won knowledge of Root's old emergency protocols in a gesture that spoke volumes about how far her own rehabilitation had already progressed, who finally identified the likely location of Danzo's final refuge, a forgotten stretch of tunnels beneath the village's oldest wall that even most active ANBU had long since forgotten existed. Chapter 5. Danzo Shimura, cornered 3 days later in a series of tunnels beneath an abandoned section of the village's old wall, chose confrontation over surrender, and the fight that followed, brief and brutal, tested the warden's combined strength against an opponent whose decades of accumulated forbidden techniques and stolen bloodline abilities made him, even alone and without Root's institutional support behind him, a genuinely dangerous adversary. It was Itachi who ultimately closed the distance that ended the confrontation, his own history with the man whose ambitions had shaped so much of his family's tragedy lending a grim, focused precision to every exchange, and when Danzo finally fell, disarmed and pinned beneath a combined effort from Itachi and Sasuke both, there was no triumphant satisfaction in either brother's expression, only a tired, hollowed-out relief that the particular threat this one man had represented for so long had finally, definitively ended. Danzo's trial before the full village council, conducted with a transparency Tsunade insisted upon specifically to prevent the kind of quiet, backroom resolution that had allowed his influence to survive so many previous scandals relatively unscathed, laid bare decades of accumulated crimes that shocked even council members who had long suspected the general shape of his methods without ever confronting their full, documented extent. The massacre of the Uchiha clan, Root's systematic conditioning of orphaned and vulnerable children, the recent, catastrophically reckless experimentation with the ancient boundaries' corrupted properties, each charge building on the last until the council's verdict, when it finally came, carried the weight of genuine, unanimous consensus rather than any single faction's political maneuvering. Danzo was sentenced to permanent confinement within a specially constructed seal designed by the Coalition's combined Fuinjutsu experts, a punishment that stripped him of any capacity to continue operating in the shadows he had spent his entire life exploiting while stopping short of the execution some council members had initially pressed for, a mercy Tsunade justified, in her closing remarks to the assembled village, as a deliberate choice to demonstrate that Konoha's justice, however severe, would not simply mirror the same cold, unaccountable logic that had defined Danzo's own methods for so long. The trial's aftermath brought a different kind of reckoning to the village's remaining Root associates, dozens of former operatives, many of them conditioned from early childhood into the same emotionally suppressed loyalty that had once made Itachi's brief service to the organization so difficult to distinguish from genuine devotion. Rather than treating each of them as an extension of Danzo's guilt, Tsunade authorized a careful, individualized process of evaluation and, where appropriate, rehabilitation, drawing on Itachi's own hard-won understanding of what it took to help someone raised in that particular shadow find their way back toward a fuller, freer life. The process was slow and imperfect, some operatives responding readily to the careful, patient work of reintegration, while others struggled for months against instincts too deeply conditioned to unlearn quickly, but Tsunade insisted on treating the effort as a genuine, ongoing commitment rather than a box to be checked and forgotten. Understanding that the village's own long-term security depended as much on healing the damage Danzo's methods had caused as it did on punishing the man responsible for causing it. Fu, the young former root operative whose earlier mercy at Naruto's hands had already begun a slow, careful path back toward genuine belonging within the coalition structure, played a quiet but meaningful role in that wider rehabilitation effort, offering her own hard-won perspective to operatives still struggling to understand a version of loyalty that did not require the total suppression of their own individual will. She spoke, in one of the small group sessions Tsunade authorized as part of the rehabilitation process, about her own slow, uncertain journey from Root's conditioned discipline towards something closer to genuine choice, admitting that the process had frightened her more than any mission Danzo had ever assigned her, because a mission at least came with clear instructions, while learning to want things for herself came with none at all. Naruto, watching this slow, patient work unfold over the following weeks, found himself reflecting, more than once, on how much of the coalition's hardest-fought progress against threats like the Hollow Sovereign had ultimately depended not on raw strength alone but on exactly this kind of patient, unglamorous work of rebuilding trust and repairing what cruelty and fear had broken. Chapter 6. The weeks that followed Danzo's trial brought the village the closest thing to genuine peace it had known since the ancient boundary's dangers had first entered its awareness, and Naruto, granted a rare stretch of downtime by a Warden Accord leadership eager to let its field captain recover fully before the next mission demanded his attention, found himself, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, with nothing more urgent to attend to than the simple, unhurried business of his own life. He spent much of that quiet stretch with Hinata, the easy, comfortable rhythm of their relationship deepening in the ordinary, unremarkable ways that the accumulated crises of the preceding year had rarely allowed either of them the space to fully enjoy. They walked the village's quieter districts together in the evenings, shared meals that stretched long past their natural end simply because either of them felt any urgency to be anywhere else, and it was during one of these unhurried evenings, sitting together on the same hospital rooftop where their bond had first deepened years earlier, that Naruto found himself, uncharacteristically, struggling to find the words for something he had been turning over privately for weeks. He told her, eventually, with the same plain, unadorned honesty he brought to everything that mattered to him, that he did not know how to promise her a life free of the kind of danger the Warden Accord's work would likely keep demanding of him, that the mountain wound's grim implication, an indefinite, ongoing responsibility rather than a crisis with a clean and final ending, meant he could not honestly tell her the hardest parts of his strange and singular life were behind them. But he told her, too, that whatever roads still waited ahead, he wanted to walk them knowing she would be there beside him, not as an obligation either of them owed the other, but because he could no longer fully imagine facing any of it without her. It was not, by his own admission, a particularly polished declaration, but Hinata, who had spent years loving him for exactly this kind of unguarded, unornamented honesty, told him it was the only kind of promise she had ever actually wanted from him. Enko, informed of the quiet significance of that rooftop conversation through Hinata's own careful, happy retelling, offered her blessing in typically blunt fashion, informing Naruto over their next training session that she expected to remain a permanent fixture in his life regardless of how his romantic arrangements eventually settled, and that any attempt to quietly ease her out of his circle once he and Hinata made things more formal would be met with considerably more violence than any enemy the Warden Accord had yet thrown at him. Naruto, laughing for the first time in longer than he could remember, told her he had never once considered that a possibility worth worrying about, and meant it, because in the years since she had first dropped out of a tree to challenge a stubborn, undisciplined genin, she had become something closer to family than mentor, a distinction neither of them had ever bothered putting into words but both of them understood completely. Temari, arriving in Konoha not long after for one of her rotating assignments with the wardens, received the news with the same complicated but genuine grace she had shown throughout the slow, unconventional development of her own bond with him, and the conversation that followed between the three of them, careful and honest in ways that owed everything to the hard-won trust they had each built with one another over the preceding years, settled into an understanding that none of them fully had. language for but all of them recognized as something worth protecting on its own unconventional terms. It was during this same quiet stretch that Sasuke and Itachi, their own relationship continuing its slow, patient healing, made a joint decision to begin the difficult work of formally restoring what remained of the Uchiha clan's presence within the village, not through any renewed pursuit of political power but through the quieter, more meaningful work of honoring the family they had lost while building something new and healthier in its place. They began by reopening a portion of the old Uchiha district that had stood abandoned since the massacre, clearing overgrown gardens and repairing weathered rooftops with their own hands rather than commissioning the work out, a decision Itachi explained to Naruto one afternoon as less about restoring pride in the clan's old name and more about proving to themselves, brick by patient brick, that a legacy built on fear and secrecy could be replaced with one built on something considerably more honest. Naruto, watching the two brothers walk that difficult road together, felt a quiet, settled satisfaction at how far both of their lives had traveled from the grief and isolation that had once threatened to define them entirely. Chapter 7. The Warden Accord's next assignment arrived sooner than the team's brief respite had prepared any of them to expect. A report from Kirigakure describing a wound considerably larger and more active than the mountain pass had been, discovered in a submerged cave system off the coast that local fishing communities had avoided for generations based on old, half-remembered superstitions about lights beneath the water that no honest catch had ever explained. Maiturumi's own investigators, dispatched once the reports grew too consistent to dismiss, had confirmed the wound's presence but had been forced to withdraw after losing two shinobi to creatures matching the pattern the coalition had learned to recognize all too well, and the request for warden support that followed carried an urgency that sent Naruto's team south within days of receiving it. The submerged cave system proved treacherous in ways the team's previous encounters had not fully prepared them for, the wound itself located deep beneath the waterline in a chamber accessible only through a long, narrow passage that left the approaching shinobi vulnerable to ambush from multiple directions at once. Hinata's Byakugan, adapted with some difficulty to function through the murky, current-disturbed water, proved essential to navigating the passage safely, and it was her early warning that allowed the team to avoid a concentrated cluster of the smaller, hungry creatures that had made the chamber their nest in the months since the wound's opening. The wound itself, once the team finally reached it, proved considerably more advanced than the mountain pass had been, closer in its pulsing, active danger to the state the rain country breach had reached in the weeks before its full opening. And Obito's careful assessment of its underlying structure confirmed the team's growing fear that this particular sealing would demand considerably more than the streamlined ritual the mountain pass had required. It was during the tense, difficult work of preparing a scaled-up binding for the underwater wound that the team encountered something none of their previous experience had prepared them for, a fragment of coherent memory or intention embedded somehow within the wound's corrupted chakra, manifesting not as a physical creature but as a strange, half-formed voice that seemed to speak directly into the mind of whoever approached the breach too closely. Naruto, closest to the wound's edge as he began laying the seal's initial framework, felt the voice press against his thoughts with an intensity that nearly broke his concentration entirely, fragments of ancient, alien grief and hunger bleeding through in a language his mind translated only imperfectly, something about a throne long empty and a patience that had outlasted every attempt to close the door permanently. The fragments carried an emotional weight that startled him more than any physical danger the mission had prepared him for, a grief so vast and so old that it felt, for the brief moments the voice pressed against him, almost sympathetic in its sheer scale, before the hunger underlying it reasserted itself, and reminded him exactly what kind of patience he was actually confronting. Obito, recognizing the danger of that intrusion from his own decades of forbidden research, pulled Naruto back from the wound's immediate edge before the voice's pressure could do lasting harm, and the team regrouped at a safer distance to reassess their approach. Anko, watching the shaken, disoriented look on Naruto's face as the worst of the intrusion's pressure finally faded, found herself gripped by a fear sharper than any she had felt since the desperate final hours of the Rain Country binding, and she made him sit and drink water and answer a series of blunt, careful questions before she would allow the team to even begin discussing their next move, insisting that whatever this new danger turned out to be, it would not be met by a captain too rattled to think clearly. It was Itachi who finally articulated what all of them had begun to suspect during that unsettling encounter, that the ancient boundary was not simply a mindless barrier separating two indifferent worlds, but that something on the other side of it retained enough coherent intention to actively probe and test whoever approached its weakening seams. And that the wider network of wounds scattered across the world might represent not scattered, independent weaknesses but deliberate points of pressure, chosen and maintained by something with a patient, calculating will considerably more dangerous than the hollow sovereign's raw, hungry aggression had suggested. Chapter 8. The team's revised approach to the underwater wound incorporated a critical modification born directly from the disturbing encounter with the voice at the breach's edge, Obito adapting the binding ritual to include a layered barrier designed specifically to shield whoever anchored the seal from that same intrusive, probing pressure. It cost the team additional preparation time they could not entirely spare given the wound's advancing state, but Tsunade, consulted through a hastily arranged long-distance communication seal, insisted the additional caution was worth whatever delay it demanded, unwilling to risk a repeat of the near-catastrophic exposure Naruto had already suffered. The sealing itself, when the team finally attempted it, tested every lesson the Rain Country binding had taught them, the underwater environment complicating the ritual's careful geometry in ways that demanded constant, exhausting adjustment from Hinata's guiding Byakugan and Anko's sharp tactical improvisation. Naruto, protected this time by Obito's layered barrier, still felt the ancient voice's pressure pushing at the edges of his concentration throughout the ritual's several hours, a persistent, patient hunger that never fully broke through but never fully receded either, and it was only the combined, unwavering support of his teammates, each of them holding their assigned portion of the ritual's demanding geometry with a discipline forged through months of hard-won practice, that carried the sealing through to its eventual, successful conclusion. The wound closed with the same released, held breath quality the Rain Country breach had shown, the sickly light fading from the submerged chamber as the binding settled into permanent, inert stillness, and the team surfaced from the cave system exhausted but intact, carrying with them not just the satisfaction of another successful sealing but the considerably more unsettling knowledge that whatever waited on the other side of the boundary possessed a coherent, patient intelligence actively testing every attempt made to close the doors it had spent uncounted ages working to open. Mei Terumi met the returning team at Kirigakure's harbor personally, her own relief at the coastal threat's resolution tempered by the same grim understanding that had settled over the wardens during the mission's most unsettling moments. She offered Kirigakure's full continued support for the coalition's wider effort, and in the private conversation that followed between her and Naruto, she confided a piece of information her own village's oldest historical records had only recently yielded to renewed scrutiny, fragments of legend describing an ancient figure the earliest generations of shinobi had called, in stories long dismissed as simple folklore, the sovereign beyond the threshold, a being said to have once ruled entirely over the world before the first shinobi arts had ever been developed, driven back and sealed away only through a sacrifice so total that even the legends themselves seemed reluctant to describe its full nature. Naruto absorbed this fragment of old, half-forgotten history with the same flat, unflinching attention he brought to everything, and though neither he nor Mei could yet confirm whether the sovereign beyond the threshold represented the same presence whose fragments the coalition had already fought and sealed twice over, the resonance between the old legend and the coalition's own hard-won experience felt, to both of them, too significant to dismiss as simple coincidence. Mei admitted, in the quiet of that private conversation, that Kirigakure's oldest generations had once maintained a small order of coastal shrine keepers dedicated specifically to watching for signs of the sovereign's stirring, a tradition that had faded into ceremonial obscurity generations before her own birth but that suddenly, in light of everything the coalition had learned, felt considerably less like empty ritual and considerably more like the last surviving fragment of a warning system, whose original purpose had simply been forgotten by a world that no longer remembered the danger it was built to guard against. He carried that fragment of legend back to Konoha along with the mission's official report, and it was Jiraiya, consulted once again given his own considerable network of obscure historical knowledge, who finally confirmed what Naruto had already begun to suspect on some deep, wordless level since his very first dream encounter with the broad-shouldered figure at the threshold. Whatever the coalition had been fighting all along, it was not a scattered collection of independent threats. It was a single, ancient, and patiently intelligent presence, testing the boundaries of a prison it had been waiting, for longer than recorded history could measure, to finally, fully escape. Jiraiya spent several days afterward cloistered in the village's oldest archive, cross-referencing the fragment against every scroll and half-legible record his own decades of travel had ever collected, and when he finally emerged, exhausted but visibly shaken by what his research had confirmed, he told Naruto privately, before bringing the finding to Tsunade's full council, that he had spent most of his adult life believing the old stories about sealed gods and ancient sovereigns were simply colorful metaphor dressed up by generations of shinobi eager to romanticize their own hard-fought traditions. He no longer believed that. Whatever the coalition now faced, it had apparently been waiting, with a patience no human institution could easily comprehend, since long before the first hidden village had ever raised its walls. Chapter 9. The revelation that every wound the wardens had encountered traced back to a single, patient, intelligent presence reshaped the coalition's entire strategic approach in the weeks that followed, Tsunade calling an emergency joint council with the leadership of all 4 allied villages to reassess a threat that had, until now, been treated as a series of discrete, manageable crises rather than the coordinated pressure of a single ancient will testing every available weakness in a boundary that had clearly been failing for far longer than anyone had previously understood. Jiraiya's continued research into the old legends Meiterumi's records had uncovered further fragments across multiple villages' historical archives, each one describing the same ancient presence under slightly different names and slightly different details, but each one agreeing on the essential shape of the old story, a being of immense and patient hunger, sealed away through a sacrifice so total that the earliest generations of shinobi had built the very foundations of their arts, in part, around maintaining and reinforcing whatever binding that original sacrifice had established. It was a history that reframed the entire concept of chakra and the shinobi tradition itself, suggesting the discipline the elemental nations had built their societies around had never been solely about warfare between villages but had also, quietly and almost forgotten beneath centuries of more immediate rivalries, served as an ongoing, generational effort to keep an ancient door closed. Obito, absorbing this revelation with a complicated mixture of vindication and horror, admitted to the assembled council that his own decades of research, however catastrophically misguided in its ultimate application, had touched on fragments of this same deeper history without ever fully grasping its true scale, that he had believed himself pursuing a boundary between 2 indifferent worlds rather than actively working, all along, to unravel a binding specifically designed and maintained to protect the world he had been trying to reshape. It was Itachi who raised the question that settled over the council chamber with a particular, heavy weight, asking directly whether the original sealing described in the oldest legends had required the same kind of permanent sacrifice Naruto had already paid a portion of during the Rain Country binding, and whether the presence's continued patient pressure against the boundary's remaining wounds suggested that portion alone would eventually prove insufficient to hold the entire, ancient prison closed indefinitely. Meiterumi, present at the council in person given how directly her own village's discoveries had precipitated this stage of the crisis, added quietly that her people's oldest coastal legends spoke of the original sealing as having required not one sacrifice but several, offered across what the stories implied had been generations rather than a single decisive act. A detail that made the weight of Itachi's question settle even more heavily over the assembled leadership. The council chamber's silence following that question carried an unspoken acknowledgement that none of the assembled leadership wanted to voice directly, that the coalition's hard-won victories against individual wounds, however genuinely earned, might ultimately amount to holding back individual leaks in a dam whose foundational integrity had simply grown too old and too worn to survive indefinitely. No matter how many scattered wounds the warden successfully sealed one at a time, Naruto, listening to the mounting weight of that unspoken fear settle over the room, finally spoke into the silence with the same plain, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every previous crisis of his short and singular life. He told the assembled council that he did not believe any door, however ancient and however patiently pressured, was beyond closing permanently, that the coalition's work so far had proven their combined strength and knowledge capable of holding ground no single village could have defended alone, and that whatever the original sealing's full history ultimately revealed, he intended to keep walking toward whatever answer waited at the end of it rather than let the scale of the threat convince any of them to simply give up the fight before it had genuinely been lost. It was not a plan, exactly, only a declaration of intent, but the weight of his conviction, delivered with the same unadorned honesty that had won over skeptical envoys and wary allies alike throughout every stage of the coalition's difficult formation, settled the council's mounting unease enough to move the conversation forward toward the practical question of where, exactly, the wardens should focus their search next. Gara, who had remained largely silent through the heaviest portion of the discussion, added a final observation before the council adjourned, reminding the assembled leadership that his own transformation from a boy defined entirely by an uncontrollable, monstrous burden into someone capable of leading a village had once seemed just as unlikely as the prospect of closing a door this ancient and this patiently defended. And that impossibility, in his own hard-won experience, was rarely as fixed a condition as fear made it feel in the moment. Tsunade adjourned the council session shortly after, but the resolve his words had settled into the room lingered long after the chamber emptied, carried forward into the practical work of planning that would occupy the coalition for weeks to come. Chapter 10. The search for an answer to that practical question consumed the following weeks. The coalition's combined scholars and Jiraiya's extensive network of contacts cross-referencing every fragment of old legend against the known locations of confirmed wounds, searching for a pattern that might point toward whatever central point anchored the ancient presence's overall pressure against the world's failing boundary. It was painstaking, frustrating work, and it was during this same difficult stretch that the wardens suffered their first serious injury since the underwater sealing, a routine perimeter check near a suspected minor wound in Fire Country's northern forests turning into a brutal, unexpected ambush by a concentrated swarm of the smaller creatures that had, it seemed, grown considerably more coordinated and more numerous in the months since the coalition's efforts had begun disrupting the ancient presence's patient work. Sasuke, caught at the center of that ambush while scouting ahead of the main team, fought alone against the swarm for several desperate minutes before reinforcements could reach him, and the wounds he sustained, while ultimately survivable, were severe enough to require weeks of careful medical treatment and left him, for the first time since his own hard-won recovery from the curse mark's influence years earlier, confronting the genuine, frightening possibility of his own mortality in a way his growing strength had allowed him to avoid fully reckoning with until now. Itachi's reaction to his brother's injury, arriving at the medical tent within minutes of the emergency call reaching the main camp, stripped away every careful, controlled composure the older brother had rebuilt across years of disciplined self-restraint, and the raw, visible fear in his expression as he sat beside Sasuke's bed through the following days spoke more eloquently than any words could have about exactly how much the slow, painful work of rebuilding their bond had come to mean to him. Sasuke, recovering slowly under his brother's near-constant, watchful presence, found himself, in the quiet hours of that recovery, finally voicing a fear he had carried privately for longer than he had ever admitted to anyone, that the accumulated losses and near losses of the preceding years, his parents, his clan, his own brief and catastrophic flirtation with Orochimaru's promises, had left him uncertain whether he was building toward anything lasting or simply delaying an inevitable, final loss that fate seemed determined to eventually collect. It was Naruto, visiting during one of the quieter stretches of Sasuke's recovery, who offered the perspective that finally settled something in his teammates' troubled reflection, telling him plainly that he did not believe fate collected debts the way Sasuke's fear suggested, that the accumulated grief of their shared difficult histories was not evidence of some inevitable final reckoning waiting to claim everything they had rebuilt, but simply the ordinary, painful cost of caring about people in a world that had never promised anyone safety in exchange for that caring. He told Sasuke that the choice in front of him was not whether to avoid further loss, an impossibility no amount of strength could guarantee, but whether to keep building anyway, deliberately and with open eyes, alongside people who had already proven, again and again, that they intended to keep showing up for him regardless of what the future eventually demanded. Sasuke's recovery, once the physical wounds had fully healed, brought with it a quieter, more settled resolve than his earlier, more brittle determination had ever managed, and the bond between the two brothers, tested severely by the near miss of that ambush, emerged from the ordeal stronger and more openly affectionate than either of them had previously allowed themselves to show. The incident also forced the wardens to confront a sobering tactical reality, that the swarms of smaller creatures were indeed growing more numerous and more coordinated across every region the coalition monitored, a clear and unmistakable sign that whatever ancient presence orchestrated the pressure against the world's boundary had begun, in direct response to the coalition's mounting successes, accelerating its own efforts considerably. Kakashi, reviewing the pattern of ambush reports alongside Shikamaru's careful tactical analysis, noted a troubling escalation curve that mirrored, in its shape if not yet its scale, the same acceleration the Rain Country breach had shown in the final weeks before its full opening, and he raised the uncomfortable possibility, during the warden's next full briefing, that the coalition's window for addressing the wider network of wounds through patient, methodical sealing might be considerably narrower than anyone had previously assumed. Naruto, absorbing this warning alongside the rest of the team, felt the familiar, steady weight of urgency settle back over him, a weight that had briefly lifted during the village's quiet weeks of celebration and recovery, and understood, with the same clear-eyed acceptance he applied to everything, that whatever peace the coalition had won so far, it was not going to be allowed to last indefinitely. Chapter 11. The breakthrough the coalition's scholars had been searching for finally arrived through an unexpected source, a set of ancient Kirigakure records Maiturumi's own historians uncovered while cataloging the ruins of an abandoned coastal settlement predating even the earliest founding of the hidden villages, describing not merely scattered wounds in the world's boundary but a single central point where the ancient presence's power concentrated most completely, a place the old records referred to only as the Sundering Throne, said to sit at the heart of a vast, uncharted expanse of ocean far beyond any territory the modern elemental nations had ever fully mapped or claimed. Jiraiya, cross-referencing this discovery against every other fragment the coalition had gathered, confirmed that the pattern fit disturbingly well, that the growing frequency and coordination of the wound network's disturbances all traced, when mapped carefully against the old record's geographic references, back toward that same distant, unmapped point in the ocean's furthest reaches. It was, in every sense the coalition's accumulated knowledge could confirm, the ancient presence's true anchor, the place where whatever remained of the original sealing's binding still held, however tenuously, against the will that had spent uncounted centuries patiently working to break it. The implications of this discovery settled over the assembled coalition leadership with a gravity that made even the earlier revelation of a single coordinated intelligence feel, by comparison, almost manageable. Reaching the Sundering Throne would require a journey into territory no shinobi expedition in recorded history had ever successfully mapped or returned from, across waters that Kirigakure's own considerable naval expertise judged treacherous even before accounting for whatever additional dangers the ancient presence's direct influence might impose on approach. And even assuming the coalition's combined forces could reach it, none of them yet possessed any clear understanding of what confronting the presence directly at its own anchor point, rather than simply sealing the scattered wounds it pressured from a distance, would actually require or actually cost. Tsunade, weighing the enormity of what this discovery demanded against the accelerating danger the wound network's growing coordination represented, made the decision that the coalition could not simply continue its current strategy of reactive, scattered sealing indefinitely. That the mounting evidence suggested such an approach would eventually be overwhelmed by the ancient presence's own accelerating efforts regardless of how many individual wounds the wardens successfully closed along the way. She called for the full mobilization of the coalition's combined resources toward preparing an expedition to the Sundering Throne itself, an undertaking on a scale the Alliance had never previously attempted, requiring not just the Warden's core combat team but the combined naval expertise of Kirigakure, the logistical support of all 4 allied villages, and, Obito noted quietly during the planning sessions that followed, almost certainly the kind of sacrifice the coalition had so far only glimpsed the barest edges of during the Rain Country binding. Naruto received this news with the same flat, unflinching acceptance he had carried through every previous escalation of the crisis, though that night, Lying awake long after Hinata had finally drifted into an exhausted sleep beside him, he found himself turning over, with a clarity he had not allowed himself to fully confront until now, the growing certainty that whatever waited at the sundering throne would ask more of him than any previous threshold had, that the ancient will folded into his soul since the night of his birth had been quietly, patiently preparing him for exactly this kind of confrontation across every hard road of his strange and singular life, and that the coming expedition would very likely prove to be the final, decisive test of everything that inheritance had ever meant to build him toward. He rose quietly before dawn the next morning, careful not to wake Hinata, and made his way to the training ground where he had first found Dragon's Slayer all those years earlier, standing alone in the gray pre-dawn light with the blade's familiar weight settled across his shoulder. He did not train that morning. He simply stood there, turning over every hard road that had brought him to this particular threshold, the frightened boy who had dragged a ruined slab of iron across a village that hated him, the genin who had refused to fall against Zabuza's blade or Orochimaru's contempt, the young man who had given up a portion of himself to close a door in a distant valley, and found, standing quietly in the gathering light, that he did not feel afraid of what still waited ahead so much as he felt, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, simply and completely ready. Anko found him there as the sun finally cleared the tree-line, having guessed, with the same sharp instinct that had first drawn her to him years earlier, exactly where he would go to sit with a morning like this one, and she said nothing at all, only stood beside him in companionable silence until it was time to return and finish the last of the expedition's preparations together. Chapter 12. The weeks of preparation that followed transformed Kirigakure's harbor into the staging ground for an expedition unlike anything the elemental nations had attempted in living memory. Shipwrights from all 4 allied villages working alongside Kirigakure's own considerable naval expertise to construct a small fleet capable of surviving whatever the uncharted waters beyond the known world's maps might throw against them. Mei Terumi personally oversaw much of the fleet's construction, drawing on her own village's deep, generational knowledge of the sea's dangers, while Shikamaru coordinated the complex logistics of provisioning an expedition that might, by every honest estimate the coalition's planners could offer, take months to reach its destination and months more to return, assuming it returned at all. Naruto spent much of that preparation period in a training regimen more intensive than anything even Anko's most punishing sessions had previously demanded of him, driven by a growing, private certainty that whatever waited at the sundering throne would test the full and complete measure of everything the black armor and Dragon's Slayer together represented. Abito, drawing on his own decades of forbidden research into the ancient boundaries' deeper mechanics, worked alongside him during much of this training, offering insights into the presence's likely nature and behavior that no other resource available to the coalition could have provided, and the strange, unlikely partnership between the two of them, born from a history that had once made them the most direct of adversaries, settled into something that both of them, in their own quiet ways, had come to genuinely value. Hinata, Anko, and Temari each secured places among the expedition's core team despite Tsunade's private reservations about the risk, each of them arguing, in their own distinct ways, that Naruto's chances of surviving whatever waited at the throne would only improve with people beside him who had already proven, across every previous crisis, that their combined strength and their willingness to stand with him mattered more than any theoretical calculation of individual risk. Tsunade, weighing her own hard-learned understanding of exactly what kind of loyalty this particular team had built together, ultimately relented, though not without extracting a promise from each of them to prioritize the mission's survival over any individual act of reckless heroism, a promise Naruto in particular found himself needing considerable, deliberate effort to fully commit to. Sasuke and Itachi, their bond fully healed from the ordeal of the northern forest ambush, secured their own places on the expedition without needing to argue the point at all, Tsunade recognizing immediately that neither brother would accept being left behind from a confrontation this significant to the world both of them had spent so much of their lives fighting to protect. The full expedition team, once finally assembled, represented the accumulated strength of every hard-won alliance and every difficult, patient act of trust-building the coalition had achieved across the preceding years, a testament to exactly how far the fractured, suspicious relationships between the great villages had traveled since the earliest tentative negotiations that had first brought Konoha and Suna together in the aftermath of the invasion so long ago. On the night before the fleet's scheduled departure, Naruto stood alone at the edge of Kirigakure's harbor, watching the dark, restless waters stretch out toward a horizon that held, somewhere far beyond any map's current edge, whatever answer the Sundering Throne finally intended to give him. He thought of the frightened, unwanted boy who had first dragged a ruined slab of iron across a village that hated him, certain of nothing except the strange, ancient weight settling into his hands, and found it difficult, standing here now with an entire alliance of nations gathered behind him and the people he loved most steady at his side, to fully recognize the distance that boy had traveled to arrive at this particular shore. Hinata found him there as the last light faded from the sky, her hand finding his without either of them needing to speak, and together, in the gathering dark, they watched the tide turn toward morning and whatever the crossing beyond it would finally, fully demand. Behind them, the harbor lights of Kirigakure flickered to life one by one as the village settled into evening, and somewhere among those distant lights, Naruto knew, Anko and Temari and Sasuke and Itachi and Obito were each making their own private peace with the morning's departure in their own particular ways. He thought of Tsunade's final words to the assembled expedition that afternoon. A blessing offered not as a Hokage addressing her shinobi but as a woman who had buried enough people across her long life to understand exactly what she was asking of the ones still standing before her, and of Gaara's quieter, more private promise to hold the coalition's defenses steady at home for as long as the expedition's crossing required. Whatever the Sundering Throne finally revealed, Naruto understood, standing at the water's edge with Hinata's steady presence beside him, that he was not sailing toward it as the frightened, unwanted boy who had once dragged a ruined sword across a village that hated him. He was sailing toward it as part of something far larger than himself, a hard-won alliance of nations and a circle of people who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him rather than let him walk any further road entirely alone. Somewhere beyond the edge of every chart Kirigakure's cartographers had ever drawn, the Sundering Throne waited, patient and ancient, for a door it had spent centuries trying to force open. Naruto did not know yet what he would find there. He only knew, standing at the harbor's edge with the people he loved gathered close around him, that he would meet it the same way he had met everything else in his strange and singular life. Standing and not alone. Act 5, Chapter 1. The fleet sailed from Kirigakure's harbor at first light, 6 ships carrying the combined strength of 4 allied villages out beyond the edge of every chart their cartographers had ever drawn, and Naruto stood at the lead vessel's prow through most of that first long day, watching the familiar coastline recede into a thin, gray line before finally vanishing entirely, until there was nothing around them but open water in every direction and the particular, patient quiet of a journey with no clear end in sight. The weeks that followed tested the expedition in ways none of its careful preparation had fully anticipated. Mei-Tarumi's naval officers, drawing on generations of hard-won knowledge about the sea's ordinary dangers, found themselves navigating currents and weather patterns that behaved, the further the fleet traveled, less and less like anything their considerable expertise had prepared them for, the compass needles drifting in slow, inexplicable circles whenever the ships passed through patches of water that carried the same faint, sickly discoloration the coalition had learned to associate with the ancient boundaries corruption. Naruto spent much of the voyage in a training regimen scaled to the confined space of a ship's deck, working through forms with Dragon Slayer that had grown, over the preceding weeks of preparation, considerably more refined than the raw, brute technique of his earliest years, and it was Obito, more often than not, who joined him during these sessions, offering observations drawn from his own decades of study into the ancient presence's likely nature and behavior. The two of them had settled, somewhere in the accumulated weight of the preceding months, into something that functioned less like wary allies and more like an unlikely kind of friendship, built on the shared, hard-earned understanding of exactly what kind of grief could either consume a person or, given the right circumstances and the right people willing to stand beside them, be transformed into something worth building rather than destroying. Hinata's presence aboard the lead vessel provided a steadying anchor through the voyage's mounting uncertainty, her Byakugan proving invaluable for tracking the strange, shifting currents that ordinary navigation increasingly struggled to account for, and the quiet evenings the two of them spent together at the ship's stern, watching the strange, unfamiliar stars wheel overhead in configurations that bore less and less resemblance to the skies over the elemental nations, became a source of steady comfort neither of them took for granted given how uncertain the voyage's ultimate outcome remained. Enko, restless in the confined quarters a ship's deck offered a woman accustomed to open forest and hard physical training, channeled her energy into drilling the expedition's combined shinobi through increasingly demanding readiness exercises, determined that whatever waited at the journey's end would not catch the coalition's forces unprepared through simple complacency. Sasuke and Itachi divided much of their own time between combat preparation and the quieter work of cataloging every fragment of legend and old record the ships carried, searching for any further clue about the Sundering Throne's true nature that might prove useful once the fleet finally reached it. It was on the 40th day of the voyage, well past the point where any of the ship's officers could offer even a rough estimate of how much further they might need to travel, that Hinata's Byakugan first detected something on the horizon that did not belong to the ordinary geography of open ocean, a vast, dark shape rising from the water at the very edge of her considerable range, still hours away but unmistakably, finally, the destination the entire expedition had been built to reach. Word of the sighting spread through the fleet within minutes, and Naruto felt, standing at the rail beside Hinata as the report was confirmed by two additional sensor techniques from the flanking ships, a strange, complicated mixture of relief and dread settle into him in equal measure. The accumulated weight of 40 days at sea finally giving way to the far heavier weight of whatever confrontation actually waited at their journey's true end. Enko, joining them at the rail with her usual restless energy finally given somewhere useful to focus, remarked dryly that she had begun to suspect the ocean itself might simply continue forever, and that she was, on balance, relieved to be proven wrong even given what the sighting almost certainly meant for the days ahead. Tsunade called the fleet's full leadership together within the hour, and the briefing that followed, careful and thorough in a way that reflected every hard lesson the coalition's preceding years of crisis had taught them about the danger of underestimating an unfamiliar threat, settled the expedition into its final, most cautious phase of preparation before the landmass came fully into view. Itachi, standing nearby as the officers absorbed the confirmed sighting, allowed himself a rare, quiet moment of satisfaction that the expedition's long, uncertain crossing had finally yielded something concrete to plan against, a sentiment Sasuke, joining him at the rail a moment later, found himself sharing completely. Chapter 2. The Sundering Throne. When the fleet finally drew close enough for every member of the expedition to see it without the aid of Hinata's bloodline, defied easy description in a way that left even the most battle-hardened shinobi aboard the ship staring in uneasy, silent awe. It was not an island in any conventional sense, though it rose from the ocean with the general shape of one, a jagged black landmass ringed by cliffs that seemed to absorb the pale morning light rather than reflect it, crowned at its highest point by a structure of impossible, twisting stone that hurt to look at directly for more than a few seconds at a time, echoing on a far vaster scale the same wrong, unsettling geometry the Rain Country ruin had first shown them. Obito, standing at the rail beside Naruto as the fleet's lead vessel drew within a mile of the landmass's outer shore, admitted quietly that even his own decades of forbidden research into the ancient boundaries' deeper mechanics had never fully prepared him for the sheer, overwhelming scale of what the old legend's fragments had only ever hinted at. Whatever waited within that twisting structure at the island's peak, it represented a concentration of the same ancient pressure the coalition had spent years learning to fight in scattered, isolated fragments, gathered here into something that made every previous confrontation feel, in retrospect, like the barest opening skirmish of a much larger and much older war. Tsunade, coordinating the fleet's approach from the lead vessel's command deck, called for a cautious, methodical landing rather than any immediate rush toward the island's central structure, mindful of every hard lesson the coalition's previous encounters with the ancient presence had taught them about the danger of underestimating an enemy this far outside conventional understanding. The ships anchored in a wide, careful formation along the island's eastern shore, and the first landing party, drawn from each of the 4 allied villages' most experienced shinobi, went ashore under Kakashi's direct command to establish a secure beachhead before the expedition's full strength committed itself to the island's interior. The landing proceeded without incident for the first several hours, the beach and the surrounding tree line, twisted and pale in ways that echoed the wrongness of the ancient boundaries' other manifestations, showing no immediate sign of the guardian creatures the coalition had half expected to encounter. It was Anko, methodically scouting the tree line's edge with her usual sharp, careful instincts, who finally located the first sign of active danger, a series of enormous, deliberately carved stone markers half buried beneath centuries of accumulated growth, each one etched with the same jagged, hurtful geometry that crowned the island's central structure, forming what appeared to be a long, deliberate path leading directly toward the sundering throne itself. Itachi, examining the markers with the same careful, analytical attention he brought to every unfamiliar danger, offered the unsettling observation that the path's construction, deliberate and clearly ancient, suggested the island had once hosted visitors. Whether willing pilgrims or captured prisoners, neither he nor anyone else present could say. Drawn or driven toward whatever waited at the structure's peak long before the coalition's own expedition had ever set sail to confront it, Naruto, standing at the head of the assembled landing party as the full weight of the ancient path's implications settled over the group, felt the familiar, steady weight of the mark's old scar pulse faintly beneath his shirt for the first time since the Rain Country breach's closing, a quiet, unmistakable signal that whatever ancient recognition had first drawn the Hollow Sovereign's attention to him years earlier had, in coming this close to its true source, reawakened in full. Hinata, standing close beside him as the landing party absorbed this development, reached for his hand without needing to be asked, and the quiet, steady warmth of that simple gesture did more to settle the sudden, unfamiliar weight pressing against his chest than any tactical briefing could have managed. Anko, watching the exchange with her usual sharp attentiveness even amid the tension of the moment, made a point of positioning herself at Naruto's other flank as the landing party began its cautious advance toward the tree line, a small, wordless assertion that whatever waited ahead, he would not be facing the reawakened weight of that ancient connection without people he trusted standing close enough to notice if it grew too heavy to carry alone. Kakashi, surveying the assembled markers with the same careful, professional attention he had once brought to reading a battlefield's every hidden warning sign, agreed with Itachi's assessment and recommended the column proceed along the ancient path itself rather than attempting to cut a fresh route through the surrounding wilderness, reasoning that whatever intelligence had shaped this island's strange, unsettling geometry likely understood the terrain far better than any coalition scout could hope to on unfamiliar ground. The full landing party fell into formation behind him without needing further instruction, and together they began their advance along the ancient, waiting path. Chapter 3. The full coalition force began its advance along the ancient path the following morning, a careful, disciplined column that drew on every hard lesson the preceding years of conflict had taught them about maintaining coordination against an enemy capable of striking from unexpected angles with little warning. The island's interior grew steadily stranger the further inland the column advanced, twisted trees giving way to bare, black stone that seemed to shift almost imperceptibly at the edges of a person's vision, never quite catching anyone looking at it directly but leaving an unmistakable, unsettling impression that the ground itself was not entirely fixed in the ordinary sense the shinobi's training had prepared them to expect. The first guardian creatures emerged roughly 2 hours into the advance, larger and considerably more coherent than the scattered, hungry things the coalition had grown accustomed to fighting at the scattered wound sites across the elemental nations, their forms holding a stable, deliberate shape that suggested purposeful construction rather than the chaotic, half-formed hunger of the lesser creatures. They moved with a coordinated, almost military precision that immediately marked them as something considerably more dangerous than anything the Wardens had previously encountered, and the engagement that followed tested the coalition's full combined strength in a way that reminded every veteran of the Rain Country campaign exactly how much further this confrontation was likely to demand of them. Naruto fought at the column's forefront throughout that first engagement, the black armor rising to meet the Guardian's coordinated assault with a fluid, hard-won competence that spoke to every hour of the training he had poured into the preceding weeks of the voyage, and it was during the fight's most demanding stretch that he felt, for the first time since the Rain Country binding, the full, unified presence of the ancient will still folded into his soul respond to the danger with something that felt less like borrowed power and more like a single, complete partnership between the boy and the inheritance he carried. Sasuke and Itachi fought at his flanks with the same perfect, hard-won coordination that had defined their partnership since the brutal ambush in Fire Country's northern forests, and it was Itachi's careful, tactical reading of the Guardians' attack patterns that ultimately identified the critical weakness that allowed the column to break through the first wave decisively. A subtle but consistent half-second delay in the Guardians' reaction to attacks launched from directly above rather than at ground level, a vulnerability Hinata exploited with a series of precisely aimed strikes from an elevated position that Anko had helped her secure earlier in the engagement. The column pressed forward once the first wave of Guardians had been broken, and it was during the brief respite that followed, the coalition forces regrouping and tending to the engagement's modest but real casualties, that Obito approached Tsunade and Naruto both with a piece of information his own careful observation of the Guardian's construction had finally allowed him to confirm. The creatures, he explained, were not independent beings in the way the coalition had assumed, but extensions of the same singular, patient intelligence anchored at the structure's peak, projected outward across the island as a distributed layer of defense rather than any autonomous garrison. Defeating them individually, as the coalition had just done, would only ever be a temporary measure. The true confrontation, whatever it ultimately demanded, waited exclusively at the Sundering Throne's central chamber, and every guardian the column encountered on the path forward represented, in some fundamental sense, the same singular enemy testing their resolve one small fragment at a time. Kakashi, listening to this assessment with the same careful, tactical attention he brought to every briefing, raised the practical question of whether the coalition's current pace of advance, however successful against the first wave, would prove sustainable against guardians that might grow more numerous or more coordinated the deeper the column pushed toward the structure's heart. Itachi's answer, drawn from his own continued study of the ancient markers lining the path, offered a measure of cautious reassurance, noting that the Guardians' distributed nature meant the singular intelligence directing them could only project so much coherent attention across so wide an area at once, and that the coalition's best chance of maintaining a sustainable advance lay in moving with disciplined speed rather than the slow, methodical caution that had characterized their first day. Ashore, Tsunade weighed this advice against the accumulated risk of rushing an enemy this far outside conventional understanding, and ultimately split the difference, ordering the column to maintain a brisk but still carefully coordinated pace for the remainder of the advance. Anko, tending to a shallow cut along her forearm as the column paused to regroup, remarked to Hinata that she had fought a great many strange and difficult enemies across her long career, but that an opponent capable of directing a coordinated assault from a distance while remaining, by every measure the coalition's own scholars could offer, essentially motionless at the structure's heart, was a new and particularly unsettling category of danger even by her own considerable standards. Chapter 4. The advance toward the Sundering Throne's central structure consumed the better part of 3 exhausting days, the coalition's combined forces fighting through increasingly coordinated waves of the guardian creatures while the terrain itself grew stranger and more disorienting with every mile gained, the black stone shifting into configurations that occasionally seemed to loop back on paths the column had already traveled, forcing Hinata's Byakugan and Shikamaru's careful tactical mapping into near constant use simply to maintain forward progress. It was on the third night, camped in a hollow at the base of the structure's final approach, that Naruto experienced the most vivid and coherent dream of the ancient will's origin he had yet received, the broad-shouldered figure from his earlier visions appearing not in the vague, mist-shrouded space of his previous encounters but standing instead at the very edge of what looked, unmistakably, like the Sundering Throne's central chamber itself, as if the dream had finally drawn close enough to its true source to render itself in far sharper, more complete detail than ever before. The figure told him, in a voice that carried, for the first time, something close to full and coherent clarity rather than the fragmented, half-translated impressions of every previous encounter, that the presence waiting at the chamber's heart was not a mindless hunger in the way the hollow sovereign's raw aggression had suggested, but something considerably older and more complicated, a being that had once, in an age so distant that even the figure's own memory of it had worn thin with time, ruled entirely over both worlds before the first true boundary had ever been raised to contain it. The original ceiling, the figure explained, had not been a punishment inflicted from outside but a choice the being itself had, in some sense, permitted, exhausted by a solitary reign that had cost it everything it had ever cared about and left it convinced, in the end, that a world built without its constant, controlling presence might finally have the chance to grow into something better than what its own long, isolated rule had ever allowed. But exhaustion, the figure warned, was not the same as genuine peace, and the centuries spent alone behind the boundary had curdled that original, weary permission into something considerably darker, a growing, patient resentment at a world that had moved on so completely without it, until the being's original willingness to remain sealed had eroded, slowly and inexorably, into the same desperate, hungry pressure the coalition had spent years fighting across every scattered wound in the ancient boundaries' failing structure. Naruto absorbed this history with the same flat, unflinching attention he brought to everything, though something in the figure's description of a solitary, isolated existence curdling into destructive resentment struck a chord he recognized immediately from his own hardest years, the frightened, unwanted boy who had once nearly let the village's cruelty convince him that isolation was simply the permanent shape of his own existence. He asked the figure, directly, whether there existed any way to end this confrontation that did not simply repeat the same ancient mistake, sealing the being away again only to let the same patient, corrosive resentment build once more across whatever centuries followed. The figure's answer, delivered with the particular, weathered gravity of someone who had clearly turned the same question over across a very long and very lonely existence of his own, was that the original sealing had failed not because the binding itself was flawed, but because it had left the being entirely alone behind it, with nothing to anchor its endurance except its own solitary, isolated will. Naruto, the figure told him, carried an inheritance built from exactly that same solitary endurance, but he had done something with it that the figure's own long, isolated existence had never managed. He had built a life surrounded by people who refused to let him carry anything entirely alone. Whatever answer finally closed this ancient door for good, the figure suggested, would need to draw on that same difference, a binding built not from one person's isolated sacrifice but from the accumulated strength of everyone willing to stand at the threshold together. He would carry that particular recognition with him through every hour of the days that followed, a quiet, private understanding that whatever waited for the coalition at the chamber's heart was not, in the end, a stranger to the specific shape of pain he had spent his own life learning to answer with connection rather than isolation. Whatever answer finally closed this ancient door for good, the figure suggested, would need to draw on that same difference, a binding built not from one person's isolated sacrifice but from the accumulated strength of everyone willing to stand at the threshold together, and Naruto carried that particular thought with him through every remaining hour of the voyage's final approach. Chapter 5. Naruto woke from that dream with a clarity that settled into him more completely than any previous vision had managed, and he spent the early hours before dawn relaying its full contents to Tsunade and the small circle of trusted leadership traveling with the expedition, watching the implications settle over each of them in turn. If the figure's account was accurate, the coalition's confrontation with whatever waited at the chamber's heart was not, in the end, a battle to be won through raw strength alone, but a far more delicate undertaking, one that would require finding some way to offer the ancient being the very thing its centuries of isolated confinement had denied it, genuine connection rather than renewed, solitary imprisonment. Obito, listening to this account with a complicated, unreadable expression, offered his own hard-won perspective on the matter, admitting that his decades of grief-driven ambition had once convinced him that isolation and unaccountable power were the only reliable answers to a world that had taken everything from him, and that it had taken years of slow, patient work, much of it undertaken specifically because of the people now standing around this same makeshift camp, to finally understand how badly that isolated conviction had failed him. If the being waiting at the chamber's heart carried even a fraction of that same corrosive loneliness, he suggested, the coalition's best chance might well lie less in overwhelming force and more in demonstrating, directly and convincingly, the alternative Obito himself had only recently learned to believe in. Tsunade, weighing this unconventional strategy against the enormous risk of approaching an ancient, hostile power with anything less than full readiness for battle, made the decision that the coalition would prepare for both possibilities simultaneously, maintaining every combat readiness the expedition had trained for while allowing Naruto, as the member of the party with the most direct and personal connection to the being's fragmented consciousness, the opportunity to attempt exactly the kind of genuine engagement the dream vision had suggested. She made this decision only after a long, private conversation with Kakashi and Shikamaru, both weighing every contingency the coalition's tactical planners could devise against the sobering reality that no amount of preparation could fully account for a confrontation this far outside every category their training had ever modeled, and it was Shikamaru, characteristically pragmatic even in the face of such profound uncertainty, who finally observed that a plan built around trying the harder, more uncertain path first while keeping the full weight of the coalition's combat strength held in careful reserve represented the only genuinely defensible strategy available to them. The final approach to the chamber began at first light, the coalition's combined forces moving with a cautious, deliberate discipline that reflected the gravity of what waited ahead, and it was as the column crested the final ridge before the structure's entrance that the guardian creatures, which had harassed their advance in increasingly coordinated waves over the preceding days, fell suddenly and completely silent, the island's oppressive, wrong-feeling atmosphere thickening around them, until even the most battle-hardened veterans in the column found themselves holding their breath without quite meaning to. The chamber's entrance, when it finally came into view, was not a door in any conventional sense but a vast, open threshold carved directly into the twisting black stone, and through it, visible even from a considerable distance, pulsed the same sickly, bruised light the coalition had learned to associate with every previous wound in the ancient boundary, magnified here into something so vast and so overwhelming that several members of the column instinctively slowed their advance, some deep animal instinct recognizing the sheer scale of what waited beyond that threshold long before conscious thought could fully process it. Naruto walked at the column's front alongside Hinata, Enko, Sasuke, Itachi, and Obito, Dragon Slayer resting across his shoulder and the mark's old scar burning steadily beneath his shirt, and as the assembled coalition finally reached the chamber's threshold, the pulsing light within seemed, for just a moment, to still completely, as if whatever waited inside had, after centuries of patient, isolated waiting, finally noticed that someone had actually come. Chapter 6. The chamber beyond the threshold defied the ordinary limits of the island's physical geography entirely, opening into a vast, cavernous space that seemed to stretch far beyond what the structure's outer dimensions should have reasonably allowed, its walls lost somewhere in a darkness that the pulsing, bruised light at the chamber's center only partially illuminated. At that center, rising from a floor of the same twisted black stone that had marked the entire island's surface, stood what could only be described, however imperfectly, as a throne, ancient and vast and unmistakably, achingly empty in a way that carried its own particular, heavy weight. The being itself, when it finally manifested fully before the assembled coalition, did not take the same shifting, indistinct form the hollow sovereign had first shown them in the Rain Country Valley. It settled instead into something closer to a single, coherent shape, towering and vaguely humanoid, its form composed of the same deep, patient darkness that had characterized every fragment of its presence the coalition had previously encountered. Its face, when it finally turned to regard the small group standing at the chamber's threshold, carrying an expression that held, beneath the alien strangeness of its features, something unmistakably and heartbreakingly close to genuine, exhausted grief. It spoke, its voice resonating through the chamber with a weight that seemed to press against every person present, and what it said was not the threat or the taunt the coalition's careful battle preparations had half expected. It asked, instead, in a tone that carried centuries of accumulated, isolated weariness, why they had come, and whether they intended, like every other fragment of intruding will it had encountered across its long, solitary confinement, to simply demand its continued silence rather than offer it anything resembling genuine engagement. Naruto stepped forward from the assembled coalition, Dragon Slayer still resting across his shoulder but his posture carrying none of the immediate hostility the being's questions seemed to anticipate, and told it, with the same plain, unadorned honesty he brought to everything that mattered, that he had come because the wounds its patient pressure had opened across his own world had cost people he cared about, but that he had also come because a dream he did not fully understand had told him. This confrontation did not have to end the way the last one had, sealed away again into the same isolated darkness that had clearly already curdled its exhaustion into something considerably more destructive. The being's ancient, weathered expression shifted at this, something that might have been surprise or might have been the barest, most cautious flicker of hope crossing features that had clearly not expected to be spoken to this directly in longer than it could easily measure. It told Naruto, in response, that every previous attempt to close its confinement had come wrapped in exactly this kind of careful, persuasive language, only to end, without exception, in renewed and total isolation the moment its captors judged the confrontation's danger sufficiently contained. It did not believe, it said, with a bitterness that carried genuine, ancient pain beneath its alien composure, that this particular exchange would end any differently. It was Obito, stepping forward to stand beside Naruto despite the visible tension the gesture drew from several of the coalition's more cautious members, who finally offered the being something none of its previous confrontations, by its own account, had ever managed to provide. He told it, plainly and without any attempt to soften the confession, that he understood exactly the particular shape of the resentment it now carried, having spent decades of his own life convinced that isolation and unaccountable power were the only honest responses to a world that had taken everything from him, and that he had been wrong, not because his grief had been unjustified, but because he had let that grief convince him connection was no longer worth the risk of trusting it again. He continued, his voice carrying a raw, unguarded honesty that surprised even the members of the coalition who had spent years working alongside him, describing in careful, unflinching detail the particular way his own isolated ambition had once convinced him that an entire world's suffering was an acceptable price for reshaping it into something he alone controlled. And how it had taken watching a single stubborn genin refuse, again and again, to let that same isolated logic define him, to finally understand exactly how badly Obito's own grief had led him astray. He did not offer this confession as proof that the being should simply trust the coalition's proposal without further question. He offered it only as evidence that the particular kind of transformation the dream vision had suggested was, whatever its difficulty, genuinely possible, because he himself stood living proof of it. The rest of the coalition's assembled leadership held their positions at the chamber's threshold, weapons ready but not raised, understanding without needing to be told that whatever unfolded next would be decided far more by the words exchanged in the next few minutes than by any strength the coalition could otherwise bring to bear. The chamber's ancient stillness pressed against every person present as the being finished speaking, and no one, not even Tsunade with all her hard-won composure, made any move to break that particular silence before the being itself was ready to continue. Chapter 7. The being's response to Obito's confession carried none of the immediate reassurance the coalition might have hoped for, its ancient, weathered features settling into something that looked, for a long, tense moment, less like consideration and more like the particular, dangerous stillness of a creature deciding whether the risk of genuine engagement was worth revisiting after so many centuries of accumulated disappointment. When it finally spoke again, its voice carried a harder, more testing edge, demanding to know what, precisely, the coalition believed it could offer that every previous binding, every previous careful negotiation across the long, forgotten history of failed attempts to close its confinement peacefully, had not already promised and ultimately failed to deliver. It was Hinata who answered this challenge, stepping forward with a quiet, steady courage that belied the trembling she had spent years learning to master rather than eliminate entirely, and told the being that she could not promise it a world free of the isolation and fear that had shaped its long, bitter confinement, because she had watched, across her own difficult life, exactly how persistent and how patient that particular kind of pain could prove even in the face of genuine care offered freely. But she told it, too, that she had also watched someone she loved carry an inheritance built from that same solitary, isolated endurance and slowly, deliberately, choose to build a different kind of strength around it, one rooted in connection rather than isolation, and that the being's own long confinement did not have to end the same way its original sealing once had. Alone and unwitnessed, and quietly curdling toward resentment in the dark, the being's attention shifted fully toward Hinata as she spoke, something in its ancient, alien composure cracking further at the particular, unguarded sincerity of her words, and it asked her, directly, what exactly she believed connection could offer a being that had already outlasted every civilization capable of offering it, whose isolation stretched across a span of time that made even the oldest shinobi traditions feel, by comparison, like the barest passing moment. It was Anko who answered that question with her own characteristic bluntness, stepping forward to stand beside Hinata and telling the being plainly that she did not have a clever, philosophical answer to offer about the nature of time or the endurance of loneliness, only the hard-won, practical knowledge that she herself had once believed her own betrayal and isolation permanent and unanswerable, certain that trust, once broken thoroughly enough, could never be genuinely rebuilt. She had been wrong about that too, she told the being, and the small, hard-fought family standing in this chamber with her now was proof enough that the belief, however deeply and understandably held, had simply been mistaken. The being remained silent for a long, considering moment following Anko's words, its ancient form shifting slightly, the pulsing, bruised light that had filled the chamber since the coalition's arrival dimming almost imperceptibly, as if some portion of its accumulated, defensive tension had, for the first time in longer than any measure of time could properly capture, begun to genuinely ease. It asked, finally, in a voice that had lost much of its earlier hardness, what exactly the coalition proposed, if not the same renewed sealing every previous confrontation had ultimately demanded. Naruto, watching the being's ancient composure crack further beneath the accumulated weight of Hinata's and Anko's honesty, felt something in his own chest ease slightly for the first time since the chamber's threshold had first swallowed the pulsing light whole, a cautious, fragile hope that the dream vision's suggestion of a different possible ending might, against every hard lesson the preceding years had taught him to expect, actually prove true. Chapter 8. It was Naruto who answered, drawing on everything the dream vision's fragmented history had suggested, and everything his own hard-won life had taught him about the difference between isolation and genuine connection. He told the being that he did not believe a full, unrestricted return to the world it had once ruled entirely was possible, not because the coalition intended to punish it further, but because the world itself had grown, across the centuries of its confinement, into something built specifically around the assumption of its continued absence. Countless lives and traditions and hard-won peace resting on a foundation that a sudden, total return would inevitably shatter regardless of the being's own current intentions. But he told it, too, that the binding did not have to mean total, unwitnessed isolation the way its original sealing had, that the coalition possessed, in the accumulated combined strength and knowledge of 4 allied villages working in genuine partnership, the capacity to construct something considerably more sustainable, a binding maintained not by a single solitary sacrifice but by a rotating, ongoing commitment from the Warden Accord itself, shinobi and scholars alike taking turns, maintaining a genuine, if carefully bounded, connection to the sealed presence rather than simply walking away and leaving it alone in the dark once the immediate crisis had passed. The proposal drew immediate and understandable concern from several members of the coalition's own leadership, Tsunade in particular raising the practical and considerable danger of maintaining any ongoing connection to a being whose power had, until mere minutes earlier, been actively working to force its way free of confinement entirely. But it was Itachi who offered the most persuasive argument in the proposal's favor, reminding the assembled coalition that the ancient boundary's failure across the preceding years had stemmed directly from exactly the kind of total, unmaintained isolation the original sealing had imposed, and that a binding actively and deliberately tended, rather than simply erected and forgotten, offered the coalition's best genuine chance at a solution that did not simply repeat the same cycle of failure across another unmeasured span of centuries. The being listened to this exchange with a careful, considering attention that carried none of its earlier hostility, and when it finally spoke again, its voice carried something that had not been present in any of its previous words, a fragile, uncertain hope that seemed almost more difficult for it to voice than its earlier bitterness had been. It asked whether such an arrangement, if genuinely offered, would include any accountability for the harm its own centuries of patient, corrosive pressure had already caused, the shinobi lost across every scattered wound the coalition had fought to close, the fear and disruption its slow escape attempts had visited on communities that had never done anything to deserve becoming casualties in a confinement they had no part in choosing. Naruto told it, plainly and without softening the weight of the question, that accountability mattered, that the coalition did not intend to simply forgive centuries of accumulated harm as the price of a more comfortable arrangement, but that accountability and continued isolation were not, in the end, the same thing, and that the being's own willingness to finally ask that question, rather than simply denying the harm or dismissing it as an inevitable cost of its confinement, was itself the first genuine sign the coalition had seen that a different kind of ending might actually be possible here. The chamber remained quiet for a long moment following this exchange, the being's ancient form holding perfectly still as it weighed the proposal against centuries of accumulated, well-earned suspicion, and Tsunade, watching that quiet, considering stillness with the particular patience of a leader who understood exactly how much rested on this single, fragile negotiation, made no move to press for a quicker answer than the being's own long, careful nature required. Naruto told it, plainly and without softening the weight of the question, that accountability mattered, that the coalition did not intend to simply forgive centuries of accumulated harm as the price of a more comfortable arrangement, but that accountability and continued isolation were not, in the end, the same thing, and that the being's own willingness to finally ask that question, rather than simply denying the harm or dismissing it as an inevitable cost of its confinement, was itself the first genuine sign the coalition had seen that a different kind of ending might actually be possible here. Chapter 9. The negotiation that followed stretched across the better part of that long, strange day within the chamber, the being's centuries of accumulated grief and resentment surfacing in fragments as it tested, again and again, the sincerity of what the coalition was actually offering. Each fresh wave of suspicion met with the same patient, unwavering honesty from Naruto and the small circle standing beside him. It was not a clean or a simple process. The being's ancient pain resisted easy resolution in ways that demanded genuine, exhausting patience from everyone present, and more than once the negotiation teetered on the edge of collapsing back into open hostility, the chamber's pulsing light flaring dangerously bright as some fresh, unresolved grievance threatened to overwhelm the fragile trust the coalition had spent hours carefully building. It was during one of these tense moments, the being's form swelling with a sudden, alarming surge of raw, ancient power in response to a question about the specific shinobi lost during the original Wound Network's earliest incursions, that Sasuke stepped forward, his own voice carrying a hard-won steadiness that surprised even Itachi standing beside him. He told the being that he understood, better than most people it had ever likely encountered, exactly what it meant to let grief curdle into a desire for vengeance that ultimately consumed far more than it ever repaired, having nearly destroyed his own life and his own family's remaining bonds chasing exactly that same destructive certainty years earlier. He did not offer the being easy forgiveness for the lives its confinement had cost. He offered it instead the harder, more honest observation that the coalition standing before it now had already proven, across years of hard-fought trust-building among 4 villages that had spent generations as bitter rivals, that reconciliation without total absolution was possible, difficult and imperfect but genuinely, sustainably possible. Itachi, watching his younger brother offer this hard-won perspective with a steadiness that would have seemed impossible during the darkest days of his own flirtation with Orochimaru's promises, felt a quiet, private pride settle into him that had nothing to do with the ancient danger still pulsing in the chamber around them and everything to do with exactly how far Sasuke had traveled since those difficult, uncertain years. The being's surge of power slowly receded following Sasuke's words, and in the quiet that followed, it asked the final question, directed specifically at Naruto rather than the wider coalition, wanting to know why, specifically, this particular boy carrying this particular fragment of an ancient, isolated inheritance believed connection succeeded where the original sealing's solitary confinement had ultimately failed. Naruto answered with the same plain, unadorned honesty that had carried him through every hard road of his strange and singular life, telling the being that he had spent his own earliest years believing isolation was simply the permanent shape his existence was required to take, hated by a village that saw only the burden he carried rather than the person carrying it, and that he had very nearly let that isolation curdle into exactly the kind of bitter, defensive resentment the being now carried. What had changed everything, he told it, was not any single dramatic act of forgiveness or reconciliation, but the accumulated, patient weight of people who simply kept choosing to stand beside him regardless of what he carried. Iraka's Hitai 8 pressed into his hands on a night he needed it most, Anko's brutal, devoted training, Hinata's quiet, unwavering presence. Sasuke and Itachi's hard-won brotherhood rebuilt from the wreckage of unimaginable grief, even Obito's own slow, difficult journey from isolated ambition back toward genuine belonging. None of it had been easy. None of it had happened quickly. But it had, cumulatively, proven that isolation was never actually the only available answer to pain this deep, only the answer that felt safest to a heart too exhausted and too weary to risk trying anything else. He told the being, too, that he did not expect it to simply believe this transformation was possible on the strength of his words alone. That trust rebuilt after centuries of accumulated betrayal and disappointment could not reasonably be asked to form in the span of a single conversation, however honest. He offered instead a simpler, more patient promise, that the coalition intended to keep showing up, deliberately and consistently, for as long as it took to prove the offer genuine, the same way the people in his own life had once shown up for him long before he had any reason to trust that their presence would last. The chamber fell silent following this answer, the being's ancient, alien form holding perfectly still for a long, suspended moment, and when it finally spoke again, its voice carried, for the first time since the coalition's arrival, something unmistakably close to genuine, cautious relief. The chamber fell silent following this exchange, every member of the assembled coalition holding their breath, as the being weighed the full weight of everything it had just heard against centuries of accumulated, well-earned caution. Chapter 10. The being agreed, in the end, to the binding the coalition proposed, and the ritual that followed, constructed carefully over the next several days by Obito and Itachi's combined expertise working in close and unprecedented cooperation with the being's own considerable, ancient understanding of the boundary's true mechanics, differed fundamentally from every previous sealing the coalition had attempted. Rather than a wall erected to shut the being away entirely, the new binding took the shape of something closer to a tether, anchoring the sundering throne's central chamber permanently to the Warden Accord's ongoing structure, a rotating commitment of shinobi and scholars who would maintain regular, deliberate contact with the sealed presence rather than simply walling it away and trusting the wall to hold indefinitely on its own. The days spent constructing this new binding gave the assembled coalition its first real opportunity to interact with the being outside the tense, high-stakes pressure of the initial negotiation, and Naruto found himself, more than once during that stretch, sitting with it in a quiet, companionable silence that would have seemed impossible to imagine during the chamber's earlier, more hostile confrontation. The being, in turn, seemed to genuinely welcome these quieter exchanges, asking Naruto small, curious questions about the ordinary shape of the life he had built for himself, the village he called home, the people who filled it, questions that carried none of the ancient, weary bitterness of its earlier words and everything instead of a long isolated mind finally, cautiously, beginning to remember what simple curiosity about another living thing actually felt like. Naruto volunteered to anchor the binding's initial establishment, understanding, with the same clear-eyed acceptance that had carried him through every previous crisis, that his own unique connection to the being's fragmented consciousness made him the most reliable foundation for a binding built on genuine, ongoing relationship rather than simple, isolated force. Unlike the Rain Country sealing, this anchoring did not demand a permanent, irreversible sacrifice of a portion of his inheritance. It asked instead for something considerably rarer and, in its own way, considerably more difficult, his continued, voluntary willingness to remain the binding's primary point of contact for as long as the arrangement required, a role he accepted without hesitation, understanding it as an extension of exactly the kind of steady, unwavering presence he had already spent years learning to offer everyone he cared about. The ritual's completion, when it finally came, carried none of the desperate, costly violence of the Rain Country binding's climax. It unfolded instead as something closer to a quiet, deliberate ceremony, the assembled coalition standing witness as the chamber's pulsing, bruised lights slowly steadied into something calmer and more sustainable, the being's ancient form settling, at last, into a stillness that read not as renewed, bitter confinement but as something closer to genuine, hard-won peace. Hinata, watching that steadying light from beside Naruto as the ritual reached its final stage, felt her own chest ease with a relief that went beyond simple professional satisfaction at a difficult mission's successful completion, understanding on some deep, wordless level that what she had just witnessed represented something considerably rarer than another crisis simply averted. It represented proof, hard-won and genuinely earned, that the particular, patient work of choosing connection over isolation, again and again, across every difficult and uncertain circumstance life presented, was not merely a comforting sentiment but an actual, functional strategy capable of succeeding where raw strength alone had already proven. Across the ancient being's own centuries of accumulated failed ceilings, fundamentally insufficient, Tsunade, watching the binding settle into place from her position among the assembled coalition leadership, allowed herself a moment of profound, quiet relief unlike anything she had felt since the earliest days of the crisis, understanding that the coalition had just accomplished something no previous generation of shinobi, across every scrap of legend and half-remembered history the expedition's scholars had uncovered, had ever managed. Not a victory won through overwhelming force, but a resolution built on the same hard, patient work of trust and connection that had carried the fractured, suspicious alliance of 4 great villages from their earliest tentative negotiations all the way to this final, improbable chamber at the edge of every known map. The being, in the quiet aftermath of the binding's completion, offered the assembled coalition one final observation before settling fully into the new arrangement's steady, sustainable rhythm, telling them that it had spent so many centuries certain that the world beyond its confinement had simply moved on without ever sparing it a second thought, and that watching a small, hard-won circle of people choose, deliberately and at real cost to themselves, to offer it something as simple and as difficult as genuine attention, had done more to ease its ancient, accumulated grief than any single act of raw power ever could have. It did not promise, in that same breath, that its long healing was complete. It only promised, with a quiet, careful honesty that mirrored everything the coalition had offered it in turn, that it intended to keep trying. Chapter 11. The voyage home carried none of the tense, uncertain weight that had characterized the journey out, the fleet's return crossing marked instead by a quiet, accumulated relief that settled more fully over the expedition with every mile of familiar water they finally re-entered. Naruto spent much of that return journey in a state of settled, hard-won peace unlike anything he had experienced since long before the mark had first appeared on his shoulder years earlier, the ancient scar's steady, calm pulse now carrying the quiet reassurance of a bond genuinely tended rather than the anxious, searing warning it had once represented. The fleet's arrival back in Kirigakure's harbor drew a celebration that spread, within days, across all 4 allied villages, word of the Sundering Throne's peaceful resolution traveling along the coalition's now well-established communication networks with a speed that spoke to exactly how thoroughly the alliance had matured across the preceding years of shared crisis. Mai Terumi hosted the expedition's full leadership for a formal reception that stretched late into the night, and it was there, amid the accumulated relief and celebration, that Tsunade formally proposed the Warden Accord's transformation from an emergency crisis response body into a permanent, foundational institution of the coalition's ongoing structure. A proposal the assembled village leadership adopted with a unanimous enthusiasm that would have seemed impossible to imagine in the earliest tentative days of the alliance's formation. Naruto's return to Konoha, several weeks later, brought a celebration considerably more personal and considerably more meaningful to him than any formal coalition ceremony could have managed. The village turned out in numbers that recalled, with a bittersweet irony he did not fail to notice, the same crowded streets that had once watched him with fear and suspicion rather than the open, unguarded joy now greeting his homecoming, and it was Irika, waiting for him at the village gates alongside Kakashi and the wider circle of people who had shaped his strange and singular life, who offered the first embrace of his return, telling him, with a warmth that had never once wavered across every hard year of Naruto's difficult childhood, that he had never doubted this particular ending was the one this particular boy had always been building toward. It was in the quiet weeks that followed the village's celebration that Naruto finally asked Hinata the question he had been carrying, in one form or another, since their conversation on the hospital rooftop months earlier, and the small, private ceremony that followed, attended only by the closest circle of people who had walked every hard road of the preceding years beside them. Enko and Temari included among the honored witnesses rather than any lesser role either of them would have accepted. Marked not an ending to the strange, singular life Naruto had built for himself but the next deliberate step in a partnership that had already proven, across every crisis the coalition had faced together, exactly how sturdy a foundation genuine, chosen connection could provide. Iruka, invited to stand beside Naruto during that quiet ceremony in a role that carried none of the formal title but all of the accumulated weight of everything he had offered a frightened, unwanted boy across so many difficult years, found himself unable to fully steady his voice when the moment finally came to speak, and Naruto, noticing the older man's struggle, simply reached out and gripped his shoulder the same way Iruka had once gripped his own on the night everything had first begun to change, a small, wordless gesture that carried, between the two of them, more meaning than any formal speech could have managed. Sasuke and Itachi, present at that same quiet ceremony, found themselves reflecting privately on how far their own bond had traveled since the tense, painful reunion that had first begun healing the wound Danzo's ambitions and their clan's tragic history had left between them, and it was Itachi who finally voiced, in a rare moment of open sentiment, that watching Naruto build the kind of family either of them had ever fully believed themselves capable of reclaiming had done more to restore his own hope for the future than any single victory against the ancient boundaries' dangers ever could have. Sasuke, listening to his brother's rare, unguarded admission, found himself, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, entirely without the old, familiar weight of grief or unfinished business that had shaped so much of his adult life until now. He told Itachi, quietly, that he had begun to think, watching the small ceremony unfold around them, that their own family's restoration did not need to end with the quiet rebuilding of the old Uchiha district alone, and Itachi, understanding immediately the shape of the thought his brother had not yet fully voiced, simply placed a hand on his shoulder and told him that whatever future Sasuke chose to build for himself, brick by patient brick the same way they had rebuilt their own home, together, he intended to stand beside him for every bit of it. Chapter 12. The years that followed settled into a rhythm neither Naruto nor anyone who had walked the hardest roads of the preceding crisis beside him would have dared to hope for during the darkest stretches of the fight against the ancient boundaries' failing walls. The Warden Accord matured into exactly the kind of permanent, foundational institution Tsunade had once envisioned, drawing new generations of shinobi from all 4 allied villages into its ranks, each of them trained not just in the hard combat skills the earliest crisis had demanded but in the patient, deliberate work of maintaining the sustainable binding at the Sundering Throne. A rotating duty that Naruto himself continued to take his own regular turn fulfilling even as his responsibilities within Konoha grew to include far more than any single genin could have imagined for himself in his hardest, loneliest years. Tsunade, watching the institution she had first proposed in the anxious, uncertain days following the Rain Country breach mature into something genuinely permanent and genuinely trusted across all 4 allied villages, eventually stepped back from her own long tenure as Hokage, passing the role on with a confidence in Konoha's future that she privately admitted, to Naruto alone, she would never have believed possible during the darkest days of Danzo's shadow ambitions or the earliest, most desperate hours of the Hollow Sovereign's assault. She did not name Naruto himself as her successor, understanding that his own chosen work with the Warden Accord mattered too much to the wider coalition's continued stability to fold into the more localized demands of the Hokage's office. But she made a point, in her final address to the village council, of crediting his stubborn, unbreakable example as the single clearest proof that Konoha's future no longer needed to be built on fear of what its people carried, only on the accumulated, hard won trust of what they had chosen, again and again, to do with it. Obito's own long, difficult path toward genuine redemption reached a quiet, hard-won culmination during this same stretch, his decades of forbidden knowledge finally repurposed entirely toward the Warden Accord's ongoing work rather than any lingering trace of his old, isolated ambitions, and it was Naruto, more than anyone else in the coalition's leadership, who made a point of publicly acknowledging exactly how much of the Sundering Throne's peaceful resolution had depended on the hard, unglamorous work Obito had quietly contributed across every stage of the crisis. A recognition that did more to settle the older man's own lingering uncertainty about his place within the world he had once tried to unmake than any formal ceremony could have. Sasuke and Itachi's slow, patient restoration of the Uchiha clan's presence within the village grew, across the following years, into something considerably more meaningful than either brother had allowed themselves to hope for in the earliest, most painful days of their reconciliation. The district they had rebuilt with their own hands becoming home to a new generation of Uchiha children raised without the fear and secrecy that had once defined their family's tragic history. Anko's own fierce, protective presence in Naruto's life never wavered, her role in his growing family settling into something the entire village eventually simply accepted as an immovable, permanent fixture, and Temari, dividing her time between her ongoing duties in Suna and her own chosen place within Naruto's unconventional, hard-won family, found in that arrangement exactly the kind of sturdy, unconditional partnership she had never quite believed herself capable of finding anywhere. Naruto himself, standing on the same training ground where he had first dragged a ruined slab of iron out of a heap of discarded scrap so many years earlier, found himself, on quiet evenings when the accumulated weight of everything that road had demanded of him settled into something closer to gratitude than grief, teaching the same brutal, honest forms Dragon's Slayer had first taught him to a small, growing circle of children who carried, in their own small ways, the same stubborn, unbreakable inheritance he had spent his entire strange and singular life learning to carry well. He thought, sometimes, of the broad-shouldered figure from his dreams, the ancient will whose fragmented inheritance had shaped every hard road of his life since the night of his birth, and though the dreams themselves had grown steadily quieter and more peaceful in the years since the sundering throne's binding finally settled into its sustainable rhythm, he liked to believe, without ever needing proof of it, that whatever remained of that ancient weary will had finally found, through everything Naruto himself had built, the kind of rest it had spent countless lonely centuries never quite managing to find on its own. The village around him had changed as much as he had, its old fear and suspicion long since replaced by a hard-won, genuine gratitude that no longer felt strange or unearned the way it once had, and standing there in the gathering evening light with Dragon's Slayer resting across his shoulder and Hinata's steady presence waiting for him just beyond the training ground's edge, Naruto understood, with the same plain, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every impossible road of his strange and singular life, that whatever still waited ahead, he would meet it exactly the way he had always met everything worth meeting. Standing, unbroken, and surrounded by every person who had ever chosen, freely and completely, to stand there beside him, somewhere far beyond the edge of every map the elemental nations had ever drawn, at the heart of a chamber that had once pulsed with centuries of isolated, corrosive grief, an ancient being sat quietly in the company of the rotating circle of wardens who visited it now with the same patient, deliberate regularity a person might visit an old and cherished friend, and found, in the accumulated weight of that small, unglamorous kindness, something it had long since stopped believing itself capable of finding anywhere at all. And in a modest house on the edge of a village that had once feared the boy now walking home through its quiet, gathering evening streets, a family waited for him with the same warm, unremarkable ordinariness that every hard road of his strange and singular life had been quietly, patiently building him toward all along, and somewhere, carried quietly forward in the memory of everyone who had walked the hardest roads of that long, strange journey beside him, the old, weathered figure from Naruto's earliest dreams could finally, after countless lonely centuries, rest easy in the knowledge that its own hard-won inheritance had found, in this one stubborn, unbreakable life, exactly the ending it had always deserved. The training ground grew quiet around him as the last light faded fully into evening, and Naruto, sword resting easy across his shoulder, turned at last toward home. Thanks for listening.